All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is November 20th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in New York City with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. The meeting is also being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of all our past meetings, most of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next regular meeting dates are December 11th, January 8th, and January 30th. While in the meeting room, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. When your items are called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, just a couple of things. So we may be victim of our own successes. I am receiving a note from licensing to remind all of you that if the Backlog Committee is reaching out to you, please do respond. We have a large number of conditional approvals and pending applications that could essentially be issued if you respond, but we are not getting the information. So please take a look at your emails and respond accordingly so you can get your temporary permit as the holiday season begins. Secondly, we only have one more meeting before the end of the year because of the 3-week gaps. And so if you have a pending disciplinary, please make sure to see if you can work with counsel's office to get it settled. If you have already applied for a New Year's Eve permit before the deadline and was denied because there's a pending disciplinary, you should get that cleaned up, and then you can ask for reconsideration so that you can be open for New Year's Eve permit, for New Year's Eve evening. Weather has been good this winter, so I want to make sure everybody gets the opportunity to do business the way they would want to. Also, because this is the meeting before Thanksgiving, I want to give thanks to our staff, my 2 commissioners here who basically do this job, do this really thankless job. They get up early, they stay up late, they're reviewing the materials and get rewarded, very, very lightly. So you guys should be thanking them, Commissioner De Leon and Commissioner Maya, who comes down from Utica every 3rd week to do this with us. And to my team, Bill, Lisa, Casey, Joe, Maureen, Shannon, who doesn't really report to me, but is a really close ally and close team player, and their lieutenants, Patrick, Frank, Gary, Bart, Amy, Sarah, Mike, Juan, Tia, Jill, David, Jason, Jamie, and lastly, Donald. I'm very grateful for all of them, and this has been a difficult year. I don't mean to get emotional. It's not easy to come in as a fixer. It's not easy to have me, breathing down their necks every day, asking for excellence and improvement and endless questions, because I go out to the public and I see all of you, and then I hear things and I come in and ask them, let's fix this, let's fix that. And it's not fun. It's been a difficult 18 months for us, and we continue to improve. So with that, we're going to go to Buffalo.
All right. First in Buffalo is number 21, Some People's Kids Entertainment, LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, and the panel. My name is Edward Paterick. I'm an attorney in Wellsville, New York, and I represent the LLC, Some People's Kids Entertainment, LLC, and its managing member, Jared Skyber. This matter traces back to, I believe, 2022, in which a local police officer entered the premises at approximately 4 a.m. after the door had been
Sir,
locked.
can I just stop you for a moment? This matter was defaulted at hearing. Do you want to work with counsel's office to withdraw the default?
I'd like to consult with my client before I do that. The business is defunct. The license was effectively surrendered. He's raising an infant child. I don't know that he can afford continuing legal fees. And he was unaware, because he had closed the business, he was unaware of the proceeding in July. That's not an excuse, and you're absolutely correct that the matter converts to a no contest finding.
So we have an expiration, we do not have a surrender on the record, but what would you want? Do you want just cancel and bond here? Because
I would like the matter to be resolved without any financial consequence to my client, given the manifest Fourth Amendment issues that were raised by me originally in my notice of appearance cover letter, and then in my client's subpoena affidavit response, and then again subsequent to that in the notice of contradiction, and the 6 separate affidavits that all echo the same sentiments in various ways, that the local law enforcement officer entered the premises without cause, without a warrant, and I don't believe that something of that nature should be taken lightly. And SLA 106A 15.
If you're open for business, our investigators and the police are entitled to enter at any time if you are selling alcohol, trafficking alcohol, or just generally doing business.
Yeah, so to that end, respectfully, subsection 15 states during the hours when the said premises are
Sir,
open.
if you want to argue the law, you can go to hearing. This is not the platform for you to argue the law. So if you wanted to cancel and bond, that will cost your client nothing, and we can move forward with that.
I will accept that option.
I'm going to vote cancel and bond.
Commissioner De Leon?
Cancel and bond.
And
Cancel and bond.
Okay. All right. So your
All right,
client
thank
will
you, sir.
receive further a letter with the member's decision and via email.
All right, thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
I request the members' leniency to my client for the reasons stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would say, just as a note moving forward, if he applies again, because of the cancel and bond, the item will get kicked here. However, I encourage you at that time to tell him to just show up and explain what happened, because, you know, the story and context will matter, and, you know, cancel and bond may not look the best, but there's a way to explain what happened, and that board at that time will accept such.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
guidance.
Thank you. The next item, I believe should have, the applicant is in Buffalo, but there is opposition in Albany. It's 61G Eastwood Liquor Corp. It's a request for reconsideration. So since this is a request for reconsideration, we'll hold off on hearing from the opposition until the reconsideration is decided. If reconsideration is granted, then we'll hear from the opposition, just for the record. So, Mr. Piakowski, if you want to proceed.
Thank you very much. Jacob Piakowski, I'm here for the applicant, Eastwood Liquor Corp. I'm joined by the sole shareholder, Rhea Hans. I think initially
Wait,
Sorry
this
for
is,
the 61G.
this is 61G?
Yep. Which we have a new application that's similar in 53,
Yes.
but I figured we would want to hear from the reconsideration first.
It's 53 here?
Paula, I have not heard that the applicant is there yet. I know opposition's there, but
We only have opposition.
Nicole, there's no one else in Buffalo, correct?
That is correct.
The 53's in Albany.
50, wait, can I just clarify, who's in Buffalo? The applicant for 61G?
Yes.
Is that right?
I
Jacob?
apologize, I don't know the number. Nicole?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
What is
He's the
Eastwood
applicant, right?
Liquor.
Eastwood Liquor, yes.
You don't know the item number?
Eastwood Liquor is present in Buffalo, yes, I apologize.
Okay, and you are the applicant,
That's
right,
correct.
Jacob? Okay,
Yes.
and so what's in Albany? Who's in Albany?
Opposition.
Opposition to 61G?
And 53.
No, to 53.
Aren't you
53.
also opposing both?
You're
Sir,
also opposed, are you opposing both stores, 61G in Syracuse, James Street? Or are
Yes,
you opposing the one on Burnett Avenue?
both.
Okay, they're here for both, yes.
Both.
Yes.
Can I get opposition names on the record, just so I know? But where's the applicant for 53? We do not have them.
We don't have,
That's
I know,
correct.
we don't have them in Albany or Buffalo, but is anyone here in New York City for 425 North State Street LLC? No.
Okay. So you guys are store owners in Albany, the opposition? You guys are store owners in the Syracuse area?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay. And you're opposing both stores, but which store are you closer to?
Both of them.
Both.
Both of them. Okay, all right, go ahead. Because 53 is not here, I'm gonna allow you opportunity to speak on the one on James Street right now. And then
Okay.
when the applicant for 53 comes, you will get an opportunity to speak again, because they're not here to listen to this right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to hear their arguments or just their names right now?
No, both. I want them to put their names on the record, state the location of their store and arguments, please.
Yeah, I can do that. My name is Gurneet Singh. My wife, Kirandeep Nafri here from Liquor World in East Syracuse, New York. We're here to oppose currently being seen at James Street Eastwood Liquor. Our area is very, very small. Our population is not growing, and our area is oversaturated with a lot of liquor stores. And all these stores are over 10,000 to 15,000 square feet. It does not serve any benefit adding another small liquor store, and they will not be able to, give justification to the area by providing anything new or adding any value to the area. We are already doing existing everything that we possibly can to generate business. This year alone, our business is down 15 to 18%, and it's not growing. And there's a lot of cannabis dispensaries are opening up in the area. There's about 4 existing dispensaries that opened up within the last 3-4 months, and there's 3 more dispensaries opening up within the next 3-4 months as we speak. So our revenues are going down, and it's not benefiting us as a store owner to
right,
add
sir.
another store in this area.
I may have, hold on a second. So has anything changed since the last time we heard this matter? I'm sorry, Jacob, I'm screwing up a little bit over here. Since April of 24, can you speak to what has changed in the area, if anything? Can we just focus on that aspect of this first? Sir? I'm asking the,
Yurkowski, yeah, for the applicant.
I'm asking the, I'm asking the opposition if you have any comments on what has changed since April.
Nothing changed, nothing at all. Everything is.
Population is decreasing actually, yeah.
Population, the business is going down. This whole year has been very, very slow. Up so far, we are down 18% in sales.
18% comparing to what? The same time period last year?
Last year, yes. Yeah, we are down 18% right now.
Yeah.
And
Can I say something to Liquor World? The
Yes.
gross figures that you reported for 2023 were over $6.4 million. You
Yes.
gave us figures up to June of this year of over 2.5 million. So if I take that number and divide it by 5 months and then multiply it by 14 to account for the holiday bump, you're
Yeah.
actually projected to make more money in 2024 than you did in 2023,
That was before-
7.1 million.
That was
This is
before
just-
the dispensaries opened up, like 2 dispensaries
This is-
opened up right next to us.
This is just on the figures that we have for you. These are gross numbers, that's it. And this is just something that I use. No other commissioner is bound to use the analysis that I use.
Yeah,
I just want to be clear on that. That's what I see.
yeah, I understand. That within the last 4 months, dispensaries are opening up like left and right in our area, and our business is definitely down in the last 4 or 5 months, at least.
I have a question as well, sir. Did you, just so I'm clear, did you say Syracuse Liquor? You're Syracuse
No,
Liquor?
we are the Syracuse Liquor.
And the BLP for White Monasterin and Hannah on behalf of Syracuse Liquor here with Viral Patel.
Yeah.
Okay, I just need to know who's objecting. What, I just want to be clear on who's objecting.
We both.
Syracuse
both.
Liquor is objecting and
Liquor World also objecting.
Okay, I'm still not hearing it correctly. Who are the people in black? They are Liquor World, that's what I said.
Yeah, the people on the right,
Okay, you are Liquor World. Just tell me, what is
Yeah,
your
we-
street address?
314 East 1st Street.
Okay, that's in East Syracuse, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, all right.
and they are the closest store.
Okay, but East,
Right.
I don't know if they're the closest, yeah, they appear to be a closest store.
Okay.
Okay, all right, but the applicant is in Eastwood, the
Yeah,
neighborhood
which
known
is-
as Eastwood, correct?
Yeah, same neighborhood.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, one
And-
is in town of East Syracuse, which is like right next, the borderline is right there,
I
Eastwood.
understand that. Are you on the east or the west of Thompson Road? You're on the east of Thompson Road, right? You're to the east of
We
Thompson
are
Road?
east, yes, east of Thompson,
Okay,
yes.
all right. So and how far away are you, just so I could get my bearings with you? How far away are you from the Walmart Center and all the shopping areas on?
We are right across the street from Walmart.
Okay, I've got it. I got it, okay, thank you. All right,
All right, Commissioner Leon?
no more questions.
No. All right, so let's just have the applicant explain why we're reconsidering this right now.
Sure, thank you, Chair. The reason for reconsideration here is I think there was a number of things that weren't brought up at the initial presentation that I think are pretty noteworthy. I think one is the Eastwood neighborhood where my client is looking to operate is really sort of a village within greater Syracuse. It's a little bit more of an insular community as opposed to the rest of Syracuse. Of the closest stores, for which I would note, Liquor World is not one of the 5 closest stores, it's actually 1.8 miles away. The closest store is 1.4 miles away, and that's in East Syracuse. We have 2 other stores. The second and third closest are, the third and fourth closest, Syracuse Liquor and Pascal's, are south of the highway. They are in a completely different section, and they're very, very large stores, 9,500 square feet.
I understand, you gotta tell me what's different since April here.
What's different is that, my understanding is that the community has grown and it's experiencing some development. We have more independent stores opening up, we have greater traffic counts, and we've received great support from the mayor of Syracuse as well as Councilman Jimmy Monto, who've noted specifically in their letters, which I provided in my submission, that this neighborhood is unique and is ripe for a liquor store. This is not an area that's overserved. My client's going to cater to the Eastwood neighborhood directly, and they're not going to siphon off business from these other stores.
I also like to add one more thing, if I can.
Let us just vote on recon first.
Members are ready to vote on whether to grant reconsideration. Commissioner De Leon,
I'll grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya,
I'll grant it.
and Chair.
All right, I'll grant reconsideration,
Thank you, members.
because the applicant is coming with new support from involved parties in that area, so I'm going to determine that that the situation has changed slightly. But can I just ask you a question to the applicant? I don't know if this came up last time or not, but your investment is showing $20,000. I don't believe you can open a store that's 6,000 square feet with $20,000. So
They're using the income from their other store in Manoa to open this store.
No, sir.
They already have an existing store in Manoa that they own. They're gonna use.
Wait,
their
wait,
funds
no, I
from
think that,
store.
sir, that question wasn't directed to the opposition. That question was directed to the applicant about their own finances. So if the applicant can answer the question.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Chair, when I watched, when Ms. Hans came to me, I watched the April 3rd hearing, and that was a big focal point, understandably. And I asked my client about that. She's aware that $20,000 may not be enough to fill a store with 5,500 square feet of retail. She currently has $55,000 available to her for her corporate account and her current account. This is not money from that she's being financed from another store from. This is her money that she's earned through working. And she's aware that at the outset, the store may not be completely full, but she's confident she can merchandise it in a way that'll be attractive to customers, and that it'll grow in the next 12 months to be a robust store for the community.
Counselor, the figure that I have in terms of finances when the application was submitted was $33,623. And there was also a statement that she could borrow from her husband, who also has a license and a store. Now, she's a married person, and her money and her husband's money belong to the two of them. So it's not just her money. But the bank statement that we received on April 30th, 2024, only had a balance of $13,000. So I have to echo the chair's concerns. I will, I respect the fact that you got a lot of support from the mayor, the councilman, and 80 signatures in terms of supporting this application, but the finances is a concern.
Absolutely, Commissioner. In my supplemental submission, in Exhibit E, I included a bank statement showing $33,000. My client currently has two accounts, a personal account with $38,000 and her business account with $16,000. So she has roughly $55,000 available. I'd be more than happy to submit updated accounts to show the current cash that she has available to operate this business.
Okay, the husband's name does not appear on those accounts. Is that correct?
No, sir. This is her money, individually earned and maintained.
And he will not have anything to do with her business?
You have nothing to do with it. It's a solely owned company. It's the lease is with her. She deals with the landlord. She deals with hiring and firing, everything in between.
respectfully, the statements that you're sending me does not show at all the source of the money. I mean, there is a deposit of $5,300. Where's that coming from? That's a huge deposit if you're telling me that's coming from income.
I believe that was.
I don't know what source of the money at all. So,
I'd be more than happy to submit a more detailed bank account.
Well, I mean, it
bank
was an issue
signature.
last time, so I just feel like you haven't really taken the time to show the separation between the two stores.
Yeah. Chair, if my client could just explain.
Do you want to try to take another stab at it?
Yeah, it might be good.
Do you want to try?
Yeah, we can submit more detailed bank statements and give you more information on that, absolutely.
Yeah, why don't you go back and write a letter that explains the job and the income, and I don't want to not trust her.
We appreciate
Right.
that, thank you.
But you can't show me a statement with a $5,000 deposit and tell me that, oh, well, that's her own money. Like, okay.
I have one question for him before.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, I have one question for you, sir.
Yes.
It's just a little bit off, but I just want to I thought you said something. This is another consideration that I don't really need to have today, but I'll ask you while you're here and it's on my mind. The store that she plans in Eastwood, you said that that's an insular neighborhood. Did you use that word? It's like a separate neighborhood within Syracuse?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
All right, so we're holding this over till December 11th?
Yes, December 11th, does that work for you?
That's great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So for the opposition in Albany, this will return here on December 11th.
Do you guys have more to say? Because you don't have to come back if you don't want to. I appreciate you
Yeah,
participating.
it's just, you know, it's just them, you know, trying to, you know, mismanage the money from one store to another, and her husband has another interest in another liquor store in Syracuse as well, which, you know, I can show proof that these guys are all interconnected, and they're using the funds, and they are using the supplies from one store to fulfill the other store. I mean, this is all going on.
Okay, if you
and-
can, no, I appreciate it, and I,
No,
your,
it's-
I
I mean, we
take
don't
your
want-
word seriously, but maybe
Yeah,
if there's
we-
anything that you can present in writing, you have 3 weeks to put that together.
And also like we
Supplemental
recently
materials are
expanded-
due 2 weeks before our, it'll be 1 week before December 11th, so send it to us before December 4th.
Yeah. We
No,
also
seriously,
recently
like, if
moved
you
to the-
have evidence, send it to us so that I
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
her husband actually goes down to the border and buys alcohol cheaper and brings it to the store in Manoa and sells it over there. And they're doing the same thing from other stores. So like Buffalo Trace, for example, a liter size of Buffalo Trace does not exist in New York
There's no way
State, but
for
he
us.
sells it in his store. You know, that just
I-
goes to show that how is he able to get Buffalo Trace a liter size that is not available in New York State, but he's selling it in his store.
Okay, sir,
You know?
okay, so these are very serious allegations. You can submit
Yeah.
it in writing. You can also do an anonymous complaint through our enforcement website.
I have
Um,
done that in the past. I don't know if any actions were taken against it or not.
No, we look at it, we work.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And also, we recently moved to the big store, so we spent lots of money for that store to expand this extension last year. So that's, please, if you consider that, and you know, revenue, our revenue, Syracuse liquor revenue not increasing by 2023 to 2024. Like, so we are struggling right now.
And we would just additionally note that to the extent that a concern that was raised in April was the walkability of this area and the saturation, it being within, you know, really in the center of a number of other stores. No additional evidence has really been submitted to rebut those claims and the concerns that we think the board raised and addressed in April, and we think the board got it right then.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so regarding 53 for 425 North State Street LLC. So my staff did reach out to see if they would.
They were coming. Yeah.
We did get a response. They're not because they can't join virtual. They can't join online.
I don't understand. The applicant for 53 is not coming? Did they ask for a reconsider, they asked for like a holdover?
Here virtually.
No, you can't appear
Exactly,
virtually.
That's what we've been telling them. So
September 11th.
if you want to hold it
No,
over.
I should, no, I don't know.
No problem with that.
No. Yeah. All right, we're going to, so the applicant for 53 is not coming. Do you guys have things you want to say in protest of the store?
So we can raise those again on the 11th, but just briefly, the issues that we would raise.
No, we're not
we did
holding it
raise.
over. No, we're not holding the item over. We're gonna vote now, but they're not coming, so you can speak on the application.
This was on the second one.
We're
on
calling
December
the item
11th.
now, so call the
Yeah,
item.
Okay.
so again, 53, 425 North State Street LLC. And we have opposition here.
Yes, Anthony Bielke, Whiteman, Osterman, and Hannah on behalf of Syracuse Liquor Inc., here with Faral Patel. We believe that this store does not serve the public convenience and advantage for much the same reasons that the previous matter does not. This is a store that is proposed to be, I believe, 0.7 miles away from the store that we were just discussing. And so for very similar reasons, the saturation of the area with large stores, you know, this is an area where there are 2 stores, including my client, within 1 mile. Within 2.05 miles, there are 8 stores, including several large ones, and there are 10 stores within 4 miles. This liquor store is proposed to be on a busy road. This is an area where, you know, while there are sidewalks, the data that we believe shows that people are driving to these stores. This isn't predominantly a neighborhood store, and so we believe that the fact that there is, such a saturation, the modest population decline in the East Syracuse area, as well as the small size of the store, with so many larger stores providing comprehensive coverage. There is just simply no public convenience and advantage to yet another store open in this area. And to the extent that Mike. Oh, apologies.
I want to ask him. He's not. I want to clarify the record here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I have a few questions for you, sir. I just want to know, Syracuse Liquors is the one, it's near Thompson Road, right?
Yes.
Yes, and it's right
Correct.
near, it's right below the Lemoyne College area, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, all right. It's just the record. I'm just asking you about the geography, which is very particular in Syracuse, where your store is located. You are south of 690,
Yes.
okay, which goes east and west. It's like a 4 or 6 lane highway there, correct?
Yeah, but there is a Thompson Road Bridge, so we can easily
Yes, we
go
know.
to the other side.
Okay. And then we heard from the other objectant earlier, and they're in East Syracuse, and they're near that, the big shopping area where Walmart is. You know that area, correct?
Yes, yes.
Just across from the Walmart.
All right, and the last question is, in Shop City, that's an
Yeah, which is
entirely
nearby.
different, neighborhood called Lincourt, right?
It's
It's
the
a
same
different
The
road.
city of
neighborhood.
Syracuse, yeah, it's all,
The same road.
it's
yeah.
all same neighborhood, yeah.
Well, okay.
Well, not, yeah,
I'm
but,
telling you, what this commissioner is concerned with is the geography and the neighborhoods in Syracuse are completely different. I would consider that the individuals, and I'm sorry, the East Syracuse liquor store is an entirely different geography and neighborhood than the gentleman at Thompson Road. So I'm just seeing completely different neighborhoods here, and that would
No.
even go for our last applicant.
we have in existence, a lot of customers that come from that general area to our store. Even they go past Vero store just to come to us because we have more to offer. So it's only straight down Burnett, take a right on West Manlius Street, and we are right there, not even a mile away.
So there are 3 big
You
stores
know,
already
and-
within 2 miles area. Like one is 8,000. Yeah.
Last question then, because I'm very concerned about, the map doesn't really indicate the true geography to my mind.
Yes.
Burnett runs parallel,
With Air
essentially
Boulevard.
parallel to 690. It's almost like, because I'm sitting in New York here, it's almost like
Yeah.
a service road on the LIE, the Long Island. It's just basically runs parallel to 690, correct? On the
Yes,
north
yes.
side. Okay,
Yes.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
Are the members ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, I have some other concerns about this application, but being that the applicant has chosen not to present himself, I'm going to vote to deny on that basis.
Commissioner Maya?
I am going to vote to approve this application, and I'm going to state that one of the primary issues, and I'm mindful of the applicant's history, which seems to be remote, and he has a certificate of relief from disabilities, but my primary focus, and this goes on the last 2 applications actually, and in this one in particular, to speak this on the record, these are, in my estimation, in my knowledge, these are completely different areas of Syracuse, and I don't care if the crow flies 1.4 miles or 2 miles. These are completely different areas with different huge thoroughfares as far as Syracuse goes. 690, you have 481, you have Thompson Road. These are completely different neighborhoods. I don't see a location issue here. So I do think it serves the public convenience and advantage. So I vote to approve on that basis.
And Chair?
There's a reason why we have these hearings in person, so that the applicant could tell us about public convenience advantage and explain to us how they plan to follow the law. You know, I don't set these rules. This is the nature of this work. There are certainly a lot of other people that have, taken the time to be in this room. And so while the applicant can ask for reconsideration of this application, for now, I'm voting to deny.
All right, thank you.
The application.
All right, thanks for coming, guys. I appreciate your presence.
All right, thank you
Thank
guys.
you very much.
Next is item 43, John R. Sears.
Notice about the one that was held at the Elmwood.
December
their
11th.
East- Yeah, it'll be December 11th.
We'll be back December 11.
What did you call 54?
It's 43.
61G is December 11th. Okay.
43.
Hi, sir.
Good morning.
Are you the licensee here?
John Sears, Bill Brothers Market, McGraw, New York.
You're the licensee, sir?
Yes,
Okay. You've had the store since 2005?
yes.
What kind of technology do you have at the store to protect yourself against sell to minor? Because this is your fifth sale. While we try to clean the record after 5 years, it's pretty significant that this is your fifth sale. So are you doing something differently?
Well, I've done everything I can. I was gonna ask you, what more do you want me to do? I've got a sign that they check IDs. When I hire anybody to begin with, the number one thing is you check everybody for ID. Everybody. I put
Well,
cameras
there's
up.
really
I've got
good
a
technology
calendar
on.
I
Yeah,
got a
there's-
calendar right by the register that says the date on it. Okay, and this last girl, Chantel, she checked the cameras, she checked the ID, she was 2 months off, she didn't pay attention, she didn't do her job, so she loses her job, it's automatic, they don't check the IDs, they're fired, they don't do it right. And I will say with her, after a month or two, I had to hire her back, I had nobody else, but I think she's been doing all right, but I just want you guys to know, what more do
So-
you want me to do, stand behind them?
So, well, the employee that made the sale is now working for you again. In the
Yes,
meantime, did
he
you,
is.
look, there are a couple of things, because things have changed a lot since your first sale. In the past 10 years, there's been very reliable technology that's been developed. There are cashiers that, literally the drawer won't open unless you're scanning an ID that is legitimately proving the person is over 21. I mean, if someone uses a fake ID, it's difficult for you, I understand that, but to the extent that the ID is showing that the person is under 21, there's really no excuse. There's also a program called ATAP training that you can put all your employees through.
I did.
So this person does now receive ATAP training?
Yes, she did.
Okay,
Sir, the information that we have from the observation is that she did check the ID. The ID clearly showed that the gentleman was 20, and she still went ahead and
right,
made
that's
the
what he
sale.
just said, that
No,
it
she
was
said
off.
she didn't check.
No, he said that she checked, it was off by 2 months and she sold it anyway.
Oh,
That's what he
I
just said.
understood that she didn't, he said he didn't, she didn't check. In any case, the chair is right. You have to do something, you have to install technology that will give an alert. You scan the
I agree
ID
with
card,
you.
the driver's license, and it'll give an alert.
I agree
Because
with you
5 sales,
100%. But
five
that
sales
costs
is a lot.
$10,000, okay? It's a small store. I can't afford this fine of $10,000. I'm gonna have to take it out of my social security account.
and we
because
can't
there
afford
certainly
you
isn't
selling,
enough
and we
money in
can't
that
afford
account
your
in there.
store, we cannot afford your store selling to minors. It's against the law. So you have to make a decision. You have to make a business decision. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
Okay, well, mail me what you think I gotta have in there for the register to get the right IDs right. Because you can scan them on the lotto machine. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't.
I mean,
I mean, you know,
he's
can I
gotta
say
be
something
having
else?
I'll go down, but he has to have a scanner within a certain period of time. So that we.
all right, sir. I mean, you're showing up obviously because, this is your livelihood. So we generally don't do this. But in exchange for you installing a scanner that actually works,
I gotta get scanner machines. They cost $10,000 now. Okay?
well, it's worth the
Scanner.
investment because this is third sale. within 1 year, sir. So if
Because
this
they didn't
happens
do their
again,
job.
I'm gonna tell you, you have 4 more years to not make another sale. If you make
I know, I
one
don't
more, a
sleep at
fourth
night
sale,
now.
listen to me. If you make a 4th sale within 5 years, again, this is already your 5th since you have the license, your license will get canceled at this board. And I'm
I do
trying for us to
know that.
navigate this together so that you don't end up there. And you have 4 years, 48 months to protect yourself against. That's a long time. So I asked you to get this technology, and if you have the technology and you use it, and it still doesn't protect you, and you end up here again, maybe at that point we can have a conversation, because then there's a human error or something else. But if you don't get the scanner, and we will check, it's gonna become a problem, and I just don't want this to become a problem for you.
Well, I don't want
So-
it to be any more problem either.
I understand, and I get
Other
it, I
thing,
understand, these are
completed no
all,
contest, okay, at January 20th. I mailed it in, all right? Didn't hear nothing. I said, geez,
I know,
maybe they
this
give me a
is-
break. And then
this
then
is
they
the
said they
standard.
misfiled it, and then they sent me a thing in September. I mean, you know.
sir,
I have no
we,
confidence.
you know, we try to do the best we can. We, you know, these enforcement items do take a while to get here, but you've had a license since 2005. So this is 20-year business now. So I'm gonna lower the fine to 7,500 if my commissioners will agree with me. But you need to get a scanner, sir. Is that,
Okay.
is that a
Yeah,
deal?
that's-
Do we understand each other?
Yeah.
No,
I'll
this
get
is a
it.
matter of trust. You show up, and so I'm trying to help out here. Okay?
Okay,
Is that okay?
yeah.
Okay, you know, we're feeling each other's energy even though through this computer, okay? Like, we now have a trusting relationship. You're gonna go back and get a scanner.
Well, I gotta get 2 scanners, I got 2 registers, so, okay.
Find a system, assess it, you know, talk to somebody. Maybe there's a way to get one system that works. I mean, now these things work on iPhones and stuff. So try to get educated in the area. If you need help, you can call Donald.
Okay.
Okay.
So the $7,500, you want to do the scanner as part of the civil penalty, correct?
I mean, just have him pay it and then you have to figure out the scanner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go with that. You know, sir, look, we want you to stay in business, but I have a concern that you are just kind of not getting it or just kind of reluctantly getting it. You've had 5 sales to minors. That's a lot. That's a lot. More than we should take. Quite frankly, I would be
I agree.
hear me out. I would be at canceling your license. But we're gonna give you another opportunity. But I'm not gonna make it open end. I wanna see that scanner installed as soon as possible. And for that reason, I'm gonna agree to cut down the offer that was made along with what the chair offered you. So that you have more funds to get this technology. And I want you to understand something that I've said here before. You can relinquish your authority. You can never relinquish your responsibility. You are responsible. You will be held responsible. Your business will be held responsible. So please, get that message clearly. I will concur with what the chair has offered you, 7,500. I want to see a scanner implemented, within 30 days. Is that reasonable?
No.
Well, what is reasonable?
We don't really,
I think he should just pay the fine and get it done.
I'll get the
within 3
scanner.
months.
I
have
will,
no-
I'll get the scanner.
Look, we will have
I-
investigators come out and visit you, but I just want to tell you while we're here, and I'm not giving you legal advice, but the fact that you have this history on your record makes you #1 priority when operations go out. And that's how it works. So feels like entrapment, but I'm just warning you that people will come back and try to test your system and see if it's operating.
Okay,
That's just a reality for you at this
So,
point,
90
and this
days?
goes to everybody in the room, is if you have a sale to minor on your record, you will end up on a list over and over again, and not just us, this is mostly local PD doing it. So,
Okay, so
Commissioner Wu.
I am, I'll go along with the reduced fine and getting the system, so I concur.
Well, hold on.
All right.
I'm not finished voting yet. What you saying, Donald?
The difficult of like putting a 3-month period on it as part of the penalty is that you have 28 days to pay the penalty once the day of the notice. You can't really mess around with that date because that's part of the advisory.
Okay.
And so he would have 28 days to submit proof and to pay the penalty, or the alternate penalty would kick in and his license would get suspended.
Maybe we can adjourn it.
So that's, again,
All right.
20 days is built in.
All right.
I haven't voted yet.
Yeah, I know. I'm
voted.
gonna suggest another thing that we could do, if you're really interested in the technology, is we adjourn this to 3 months from now. We have him install the technology, we check it, and then we can decide on the fine at that time.
Okay.
Then he's not gonna be compromised because otherwise he has 28 days to pay and then have to pay for the technology.
That's fine.
You wanna do it the other way?
Yeah.
All right, sir. We're still trying to work with you here. What we're going to do, and you have to agree to it, is that we're gonna adjourn this matter for 3 months. And you, in the meantime, are going to figure out the cheapest way and the most effective way to install the technology and have it be functioning at your store. And our guys will come out and check it. If that is satisfactory, you're gonna come back and then we'll talk about the fine, which right now is at $7,500. And at that point, you can make even more arguments about what it costs you, and if you need to lower the fine, you can have that conversation at that time.
Okay.
Is that a deal? Is that a deal?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna adjourn this to February 20th. Is that enough time, sir?
Yes.
All right. We'll see you in February, sir. Thank you for coming.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So next in Albany is number 42, RIEB Enterprises LLC. RIEB.
Good morning. My name's Emily Brown. I am the sole owner of RIEB Enterprises, Small Town Spirits is my assumed name.
Is there any opposition there?
There is
Is there
no
any-
opposition.
There is no opposition on the record at all?
Oh, not present. I don't know if there's any.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions. You run another business called Above Social.
I do, yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's a social media marketing business that I run from the house.
You run from the house, meaning where you live?
Yes.
Okay, and it's okay for you to do some of the work out of here, but you're not gonna be using this storefront as Above Social storefront, right?
No, absolutely not. No, it's a pretty much digital. The only time I ever am customer facing is if I go to their businesses. So I represent businesses, do their websites, take content creation and things. So I go to the restaurant and take pictures of the food and stuff. I don't have like meetings in a space or anything.
Okay, and the business are not gonna be commingled, right? Like you're not gonna be like selling alcohol to these restaurants
No.
or anything like that,
No,
right?
absolutely
Okay.
not. No.
All right, I'm just asking because every liquor store has to be independent and you can't run a second business out of it and use the same storefront, but you're certainly allowed to do other work in the space, obviously, out of your computer and whatnot. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, and I do have a business partner as well. So she has nothing to do with the liquor store. That's just my business partner for Above Social.
All right, great.
Ma'am, I see that you intend on hiring 1 employee. The rent is very, very cheap. That's a good
Yeah.
thing. But the investment here is less than $25,000. That doesn't seem to be enough to pay for the inventory and an employee while you're doing other business. How is that going to
Right.
work?
So I eventually want to hire somebody. Obviously, once we get started and going, it's a small town. I plan on having being open 5 to 6 days a week, but limited hours and stuff that I can accommodate. That my partner can watch our child and be there. The Above Social job's very part-time. I would say it's about 4 hours a day. So it's not really, and it's, kind of comes and goes and can be when it needs to be. The employee will obviously come when we're financially ready for it. And I'm completely, just getting the doors open. If I have to only have 3 bottles of Tito's on the shelf to get going and started and start making the money to be able to pay for more things, I'm happy to do that.
It's my understanding that you have to be open during regular business hours and at least 4 days a week. Are you going to be able to do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it sounds like you're going to be working on your own. I don't see how you're going to be able to pay with an employee with just a $25,000 investment and to pay for everything else.
Right. Like I said, the employee, I plan on coming in, when we're ready for it. I have a good support system with my fiance to watch the baby, and, I'll be there as much as I have to be there.
Other thing I want you to know is we had numbers come in from 6 stores.
Yeah.
And out of those 6, only 2 are projected to make a profit in 2024 than they did in 2023. What you do have going for you is that there's a significant distance between everybody, at least 10
Yes.
miles away from you and 14 from the furthest. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here with the understanding and the instructions that you've already received. You have to be open at least 4 days a week during business hours, not seasonal, and you can't conduct your business in the liquor store. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready? Oh, approve. Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
The next store is more than 10 miles away. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage just in the distance. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next people there, 58 and 59, Winds of Cold Springs Harbor LLC.
58 and 59?
This is the last one at all.
Sir, are you the licensee?
I am, yes, ma'am. Mark Bragg.
Okay, so thanks for coming in. Look, we continue to charge you for your inability to properly change your DBA. Do you understand that? Like, this is I really looked into it, and I don't want to keep charging you for something that you are trying to change, but before you did get it now?
I did get the DBA, yes.
You did get the BBA from the Department of State?
Yes. Well, no. At the county, I went down and DBA'd the name Tiki Island.
Sir, may I say this? You need to go through the Department of State, and it's called a Certificate of Assumed Name. And there's a charge, it's like $50 or $60 to file that. You can't go to the Onondaga County Clerk's office and pay $25, okay?
Okay.
You have to do.
I was not aware of that, but.
You could go online to the Department of State, and that's what you have to do. What you're doing is completely incorrect.
And
Okay.
get our approval.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just giving him,
Yeah, so you do the Department of State online first, and then you come to us with that certificate to get our records changed.
Okay.
You'd file an endorsement application. Once you have that information from Department of State, you also go to our website and download the endorsement application so that we can get record of that DBA.
Okay. That won't change the name that's on the liquor license now, would it?
No,
Would I
it's
just
just
add
for your
that to it?
DBA. So your entity would still be Winds of Cold Spring Harbor LLC. You're just doing this to get the DBA corrected
Okay.
and in compliance.
they call it a Certificate of Assumed Name. They don't call it a DBA at the state level. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so you're not doing raffle tickets anymore, right? And the 50/50.
No, man, the raffle tickets was for a benefit for a guy that had cancer, stage 4 cancer. And I didn't do the raffle tickets. It was on the property, so I'm not denying that. But the band did the raffle tickets for prizes. It wasn't like a 50/50, you get half the money. It was for prizes that they won. So all the money went to the man with cancer. And like I said, we didn't sell the tickets. The band sold the tickets.
Oh, you guys.
People donated prizes for the raffle.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean,
So this is a cancer thing.
Yeah.
The gambling was a cancer thing.
Yeah.
The unauthorized training. Can we do 1,000 for 58?
well, you still got
And,
this.
yeah, and
alcohol and a
that, yes, and then we'll do 2,500 for the 59. Is that okay?
So you want to do 35 for both?
Yes. Is that okay?
All right.
All right, so if the members are ready to vote for 58.
So, sir, just because there's some, thank you for showing up and explaining. For 58, we're going to lower the fine from the conditional no test, from the conditional no contest from 2,500 to 1,000. And for item 59, we're going to lower it from 4,000 to 2,500.
Thank you.
Okay? So just fix the DBA and just make sure that you got to be on board here with not letting people, buy without food and stuff like that. You just need to really focus on getting it cleaned up, okay?
Yes, yeah.
And then just also spend time on the DBA, please, because I don't want to have this come a third time. That's
No,
ridiculous.
that'll be done immediately.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
1,000 and 2,500.
Yep, you'll get letters via email explaining that, all right?
Okay, very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that's it in Albany, correct?
Correct.
All right, you can sign off. Thank you, Ellery.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to New York City. I apologize, but we do have an interpreter that I don't want to lose. I'm gonna do the Spanish first, and then, yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, so we do have the Spanish interpreter here. So first item is 51, Rand Liquor Corp. And
You want to be the interpreter?
I think I know what you're going to tell me.
Good morning, Robert Swetnick for the licensee. This is licensee Rafael Tavares and the manager of the store, Nelson.
Oh, okay. All right.
This was an alleged availing. And I guess I would first note that the hearing officer did not use standards of beyond a reasonable doubt or preponderance of the evidence, or even more likely. What she acknowledged in her decision is that she just said, could a reasonable mind accept that there might have been an availing? So that's the standard that she used in order to find one. This charge has to do with, during the middle of COVID, what Mr. Tavares, we can see is not a youngster, did with his store. And he is charged basically with staying home and letting his manager run it, which he did because if you remember the news in the beginning was that it's very dangerous, especially for elderly people, and you could pass away. And he had his niece, was the one who was the bookkeeper, who was off premises, and Nelson would call her up if he needed a check.
And
say,
Nelson is here, right?
Nelson is here.
Okay.
And say what he needed. She would then call him. He would then approve it. She would then write the check. And then Nelson, who was an authorized signatory, and at the bank, it says he's a manager, not an owner, and that Raphael's 100% owner, would sign it because he did not want people coming to his apartment.
Are they related?
No.
Okay.
So basically, in my mind, there was no availing. I agree that he did not go there every day. It was the height of COVID. There's no allegations that pre-COVID or post-COVID, he didn't go there. When he bought the store, he bought the store. I should also add, he had a friend, Ricky Escobar, whose store it was. Mr. Escobar got dementia. Mr. Escobar's wife went to her friend who would hang out at the store, Mr. Tavares, and said, can you do me a favor? Ricky cannot be going there anymore because he's getting lost, among other things, and doesn't know what he's doing and can't be responsible. He agreed to buy it from him, and he did. And then he knew Nelson from basically from the Dominican Republic originally, and then here, and he said to him, Nelson was running his own liquor store and failing, and everybody in the area who knew it knew he was about to basically go bankrupt or be closed down. He owed sales tax, he owed vendors, he owed his landlord. He said to him, you know the business obviously much better than I do. Will you come here and work for me? Nelson agreed to go there and work for him and get a paycheck. And that's what he's had until this time. After COVID, Mr. Tavares basically reanalyzed his life, said he wants to go back to Dominican Republic where he has an adult son, realized that Nelson ran the store faithfully during COVID, wanted to sell it to Nelson and set it up in such a way that he would get basically a monthly amount for several years. Because he knew Nelson still did not have a lot of money. He wasn't paying him a fortune. And he thought that that would be good for him and also good in case he passed away for his son, who's got other issues, but this way the son would get a monthly amount for amount of time. So he didn't really want to sell it for a large sum. Because of these charges, the corporate change was turned down. But that's sort of
What
where,
does the corporate change ask for?
when was it asked for?
What does the corporate change application ask for?
It asked that the stock be able to be sold to Nelson, and he would basically be paying the money, I think it's $3,000 a month for a number of years.
Mr. Tavares, he bought the store a year ago, is that correct?
No, he bought in 2019.
2019? Okay. And Mr. Cabral, he's the owner of another liquor store, right?
No,
No, that's not right.
he owned another liquor store, and at the time he was buying this, that one was about to go under. So that's how he brought Nelson over to basically work for him.
And he signed all the checks for Mr. Tavares's business?
Not all. Mr. Tavares signed a number of checks. During COVID, he signed, I would say, 90% of them. There's no question about that.
And he filed the taxes for the business also?
No. What happened is the accountant put in an affidavit. The store was always Mr. Tavares.
The information that we have is
No.
Mr. Tavares says that.
Not Mr. Tavares. What happened is that the accountant,
Wait, did he, hold on, let me, one quick.
I'm sorry, sir.
The information that we have is that he contradicts the accountant and said he never met with the accountant. And there are many contradictions in this license. That's the information that we have. Go ahead, you can address it.
What happened is that the accountant went there during COVID, Mr. Tavares, the accountant was Ricky Escobar's accountant, who was continued to do the business. During COVID, he went there, Nelson was there, and the niece was there, and he assumed that Nelson was the owner, and he put it down on the tax return for that 1 year. They were not even aware of that until at the hearing, at the investigation, the interview rather, they were asked to produce tax returns, and they readily did. And the investigator said, well, wait a second, this lists Nelson as being the owner, which Raphael did not. And then we went back to the accountant, and he said, I screwed up and gave an affidavit.
This matter was kicked over from October 30th. He was in Florida at that time, right?
October 30th, when?
Wasn't it?
No, October 30th was because you had a long hearing, and you were not going to get an interpreter until the afternoon. No one was in Florida.
He wasn't in Florida?
No, he was here. He was downstairs, and I asked for the adjournment because you didn't have it. That's the date when you were going to have all package stores in the beginning?
Yeah, and they didn't have
An interpreter.
Right. All right.
Last time, right? Yeah.
And he was paying Mr. Cabral $1,000 a week for
Correct.
services?
That was his initial salary.
And how were those payments being made?
Check, they're all checked.
Do you have any canceled checks?
We do. I mean, I don't know if I brought them all with me, but they were all on the record.
They are?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not try to relitigate this because it's went to hearing and the finding is the finding. I mean, you can choose to overthrow it.
Yeah, matter of fact, there was an issue because he was not taking his salary, and he explained that the salary, number one, he had to pay Ricky, and number two, he was trying to fill the shelves, because when he took over the store, there was virtually no inventory.
How am I gonna do that if I don't ask questions?
No, I'm just.
Sorry, I didn't hear what your question was.
No, it's a.
Okay, but Nelson obviously made sure he got paid every week, and he got a check.
Do we have any record of it?
So the ALJ found.
The ALJs found that a reasonable mind could find that there was an availing. But the whole fact was that if you read her report, at one point, she wanted to do it virtually. At one point, and when she asked him a question, he looked off to the side, because he didn't remember the answer. So she found that, and that, I'm trying to think what her other issue was, that he wasn't going there on a regular basis, which he acknowledges during COVID. He wasn't. He didn't go there at all, basically. But he had a responsible person running it.
In the hearings, we should have.
Oh, great.
Part of the case.
But we don't know that they're employee checks, right? We don't know what checks they are.
This is rent checks.
Yeah, rent, yeah. It's different. I wanted to know how the manager was being paid.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
No, I'm trying to find out if there are checks. You said the manager was being paid by check, $1,000 a week.
Right.
So I wanted to know if there was a canceled check showing that.
No, there was a check. All right. I mean, we can.
That he's just getting cash.
No, we can give them to you, but they were in the record. I didn't know that was going to be an issue.
Well, I think we have rent checks, but not canceled
have-
employee. If we do, he's checking.
Okay.
But there is a finding, and I know that you have issues with the way the ALJ worded the finding and the standard that perhaps the ALJ used. I saw that in your papers.
Well, and again, at this point, though, we're just trying to get the stores switched to Mr. Cabello. Of course, he wants to go back to the Dominican Republic.
So.
Can I just state something for the record, and I apologize because I nearly interrupted Commissioner DeLeon a few minutes ago. I'm just saying, the ALJ clearly says there's substantial evidence to sustain the charge, so your argument about the standard applied to me is more like dicta within that decision, so.
Well,
I'm not accepting that argument.
but she also said on page 1 that that's the standard she was using. Could a reasonable mind accept that there was an availing? Not.
No, I understand that language, but
And based on that, she found that there was. I agree, but I just think that the facts are not what you would typically see in availing.
And then last thing, and I think you fixed this in your explanations today, but I want to ask you again, and it's really just a yes or no. In 20 and 21, the tax returns were filed for the other individual.
I don't know that they were filed, but I know that they were prepared with the other individual.
So I mean, if it was fixed and you have an affidavit, I understand, but let's just say it the way it is. It seems like there were tax returns filed in 2021 that did not have.
For the corporation.
Right.
Could be.
Okay.
The checkbook was never at the store.
Okay.
There was basically nothing that at the store where Nelson had any vestige of ownership.
So the plan is for Mr. Tavares, he just wants to transfer the store
Correct.
to Mr. Cabral.
Correct.
That's it.
That's it. Well, I mean, obviously get paid over time, et cetera, but, and that's what he's been asking for quite a while. And then it was, immediately, shortly after COVID. This is what you.
I got
They
it.
never asked for reconsideration.
Oh, okay.
And I note that this store has been operating for, I think, 35 years in this location, not with Mr. Tavares, but is somewhat of an institution in the neighborhood. And they're just trying to continue it. And neither person did anything, which I'll say is, nefarious or tried to hide anything. They went to the bank and he was listed as a manager, for signing checks. Checkbook was not kept there. I don't think there's any dispute about that. No one's denying that during COVID, he did not go to the store. But I think that if we'll all remember what it was like, that you can understand that somebody would not want to. The bookkeeper testified that she would not issue a check without first checking with Raphael, and he would tell her it's okay, and then she would do it, and then have Nelson sign it, which seemed to be an appropriate arrangement for that time. And the issue is that the accountant, who did do an affidavit as soon as we learned about it and went to him, screwed up. And again, that's why I'm saying I don't know if it was filed, but he did fill in a tax return incorrectly, and we're the ones who presented it at the interview. When they asked for tax returns, we brought it in. We didn't know what was in it. I said, get the whole list of all the documents that he asked for and bring them in, because there was nothing else, we had to hide. So it wasn't as if we said, it's not ready yet, it's not filed. It's not, we said, here, here's everything you asked for. And that included all the checks, and those checks showed basically, I think they're weekly checks to Nelson.
What do you want to do?
Well, I'm ready to vote if, I think I want a new application for this store. That would be my vote. I don't know, how you guys will vote, but that would be my vote.
Okay, go ahead.
Is everybody ready to vote?
Members ready?
Sure.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, first I want to say that I would agree with Commissioner Maya, that the record, I think, is sufficient to sustain a finding of, on a substantial evidence basis, which is only slightly above rational basis. And so I would agree with the commissioner there. And I have many concerns here. I'll note also that a corporate change application was filed, disapproved, and there was no filing for reconsideration. There are many contradictions that have been noted in the file. And so on that basis, I would prefer to see Mr. Cabal file an application for a new store at that location. And on that basis, I'm going to vote to cancel and bond.
Commissioner Maya?
That's sustaining the charge, right?
Sustaining the charge.
Do you guys need a break?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Sometimes the layout was talking very slow, very low. I couldn't hear what he said. Can you repeat what?
But who?
Yeah, no, can you more or less give the general perspective of what happened?
They, because of the tax return and other things, he voted to basically revoke the license.
Porque debido al ingreso de impuestos, él votó a favor de revocar la licencia.
The other two
Los otros dos.
are now caucusing, the other two votes.
Nosotros están hablando acerca de eso, de la revocación de la licencia. Siempre es la revocación, ¿no? Que te eliminan la licencia. Que te quitan la licencia. Y León votó a favor de que te quiten la licencia.
Yeah, so he's saying that Nelson should put in for a new license.
Entonces ellos plantean que Nelson debe solicitar una nueva licencia.
But the problem is, where is this license in the meantime?
Pero el problema es a dónde va esta licencia en el momento actual. ¿Entiendes? Le preguntan la licencia, pero tú tienes que ver, y tú solicitas la licencia, pero esa licencia en el momento actual, ¿a dónde va? ¿Entiendes?
Eso de ahí, eso no era bueno. El investigador que fue,
que él fue an investigator that went there.
Y chequeó cuando es casi para y fue chequeando a ver si tenían different,
Bottle, there's no issue with bottles.
There's no issue with that. But they fue mirando algo así, como escaneando cajas.
But there's no charges about that.
There's no issue with that. But they found out the task of the license. Who's the owner? It's Rafael Tavares. He repeated me again, who's the owner? I said, Rafael Tavares. And, you know, it made me confused. He kept asking me the same question. I said, and then, like, a month later, he was like, okay, I know they understand Rafael was there. This is a guy that became a big face. And they asked him, who's the owner? And they called me from the store. I called me from the store. I said, no, Rafael, no there. And he asked me, who's the owner? I said, Rafael is the owner. And this is the way he found out. Oh, how the house he could keep paying.
I have it, but you're right. I forgot. Tired. Tired.
Yeah.
All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council. We were in the middle of voting. Commissioner Maya?
Yes, okay. So I am very mindful of the February 2024 decision of the administrative law judge. So on the
Excuse me,
availing.
Commissioner, because the interpreter said he could not hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, can you not hear me? Okay. Okay, I'm mindful of the February 20th, 2024 decision of the administrative law judge. And I'm also have some deference to the age of Mr. Tavares, I'm sorry. So I believe a $5,000 fine would be appropriate in this matter, as it is also my understanding that Mr. Cabral either has or will need to put an application forth, and he might, which will be subject to review in some fashion. So $5,000 fine.
Thank you.
Chair?
I'm going to sustain charge 5,000. And I'm going to ask that if there is a transfer application or corporate change, for that to please come to full board. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next application that needs.
And until then, please be ready to show. Until then, please be ready to show that you're running the store, sir. Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Just for the commissioner, the other discrepancy, I know you voted with the age, apparently, because I asked them about it. Mr. Tavares, because they were in the Dominican Republic, feels he knew Nelson since he was a youth because he saw him as a teenager running around. Nelson's idea is this was a guy who sat in front of the barber shop. I didn't really know him, and I knew him when we were up here, and I, started getting friendly with him when I was already in my 20s.
All right.
So again, there's a discrepancy.
I understand. But, for example, it would be interesting to see who pays the fine. You should try to just keep those lines clean, right?
Okay. All right.
So,
Thank you.
how to prove that?
So next application that needs an interpreter, we still need you, is 61E, POSTO, TRATTORIA, RUSTICA Corp.
Which number is this, sir?
61E. It's a request for reconsideration.
Okay. Good morning, members of the authority. This is a reconsideration request on a change of class upgrade from restaurant wine to OP liquor. Since the initial disapproval, we have obtained and provided various letters of support designed to strengthen our position that the authority should grant reconsideration and issue the license, and that this serves the public interest. We provided three letters to this effect. One is a joint letter from numerous elected officials. These include the local officials of Adriano Espaillat of Congress, Manny de los Santos, Assembly Member, and Carmen de la Cruz, City Council. We provided a second letter of support by the New York State Latino Restaurant, Bar, and Lounge Association, signed by President Sandra Jaquez. And third, we've provided a letter in support by Inwood Merchant Association.
So the members have that, I think.
Do you have questions about the reconsideration?
Or do you?
No, I can vote to reconsider.
All right, so for the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, I will vote to reconsider.
and Commissioner Maya,
Reconsider.
and Chair.
I'm just going to put on the record that the reason why we denied this application last time was because there was already liquor found on the property, and the business owners were not forthcoming about the source of such liquor products. There was use of an expanded space, and that was not already applied for. And based on the lack of ability to trust the applicants, the commissioners at the time decided to disapprove this application, which was filed as early as January of '23. but I'm going to vote to support this reconsideration given the amount of public support and the change of an economic condition in the area.
Do you want them to continue arguing for the application or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so in furtherance of what was just explained, the letters explain that the licensee is a valued and well-respected member of the Inwood community. He operated for 9 months under a temp liquor license, and the idea would be that this strengthens the Inwood community. And he's done numerous community events. He's done events with baseball players, local politicians, keeping children and teenagers off the streets. And, you know, his cause did gather a large array of community support in this area. He's the principal, John C. Espinal. He's been in the business this whole time. And he expects to be there from when it opens to when it closes, and as he has been. And he's implemented a high level of personal supervision. And the local community board 12 is also strongly in favor of supporting this licensee and the principal, John C. Espinal, personally.
It's all the proposed license premise now covered under the license as it stands? Because I remember there was an expansion and half of it was not licensed and they were serving in there.
Right.
What happened with that?
My understanding is that there's an alteration application that's also pending.
There's an alteration what?
An alteration application to expand the license.
There was one that was approved already, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't handle that.
La aplicación para alterar el espacio. La application to alter the space. ¿Está bien o se decidió?
No, todavía está abierto. It's okay. That remains pending.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
So that remains pending. So is he using that space now?
No.
He's not serving in that space? What is it? It's vacant?
It's vacant.
It's emptied, full of debris.
No, but this is a class change application.
Yeah, but there was an expansion. There was
So
alteration application.
I don't see an alteration, but a class change can incorporate new space.
Ella no ve la aplicación. Lo que pasa con esa propiedad. No está ahí. The property is there. So empty, full of debris.
So does your application incorporate the new space, sir?
At the time it was submitted, we weren't aware of what was just explained, that the alteration included in the application would have avoided the need to file a separate alteration application.
Okay, so I don't see an alteration on file. An alteration can't be filed until you have your license. So if there was an alteration, it would have been on, you're operating under a restaurant wine?
Correct.
It would have been on that license, which I do not see.
There was an
And-
alteration on that one.
Application for it.
If it's a matter of providing an amended interior diagram with this initial change of class application, that can be done.
So that area, is it ready to open and operate? The new area? The outside? Okay, so the problem being is that the entire premises, if you're adding that and it's not ready to open and operate, it will hold up the issuance of your license.
Yes.
So should you get approved today, what I recommend is that you file the alteration after you have the license and don't use that space.
I understand. So because then that would be an alteration application submitted on the OP license, you're saying.
That was through workflow?
Yeah. They did file an alteration application.
All right, where are you guys on this? Are you concerned about what I'm concerned about?
Concerned about that, I'm concerned about these.
All right, do you want to ask questions?
No, I don't think I have questions. I'll know for the fact that the application says in 13 months that there have been no issues. We have documentation that the rules under a TEP license have not been followed. Alcohol being served, being open past 12 o'clock, kitchen closed, and alcohol being served still. These things are documented in the file, and that's a problem. That is a problem.
He wants to talk about the documentation that doesn't belong to them.
I mean, I guess he's unclear about what you're referring to.
That investigators were present at the location and found that it was still operating full service, serving liquor without food, staying open beyond 12. Hookah, being used. This is documented.
Are you referring to the period when he was operating under a temporary operating permit for liquor, or
I have March of
afterwards?
2024.
March of 2024. Wasn't that around the time we came here for the full board? While he had
You would know when you, I mean, you
prior
have to
to
know
it.
your application, sir.
Yeah, that would be before we came here and we were disapproved. The disapproval was what voided the temp. So that would be what your date would be while he was still operating under a temp liquor license.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. That's exactly what we're saying.
He has license to sell hookah.
I mean, he's saying that if you mention hookah, he has a license for hookah.
Does?
Right.
Okay. I don't think so.
You know, we want people to follow the rules. We want people to be responsible. There are enough people out here who want to follow the rules and be good at it. And it concerns me. When we have people who just don't want to follow the rules, or just think that they don't mean anything. You know, that is a problem for me. And this is documented in the file. There are photographs. You know, they did their work. And you know, if our investigators go out and do their work, then I believe I have to support that work. He's entitled to, I think he's entitled to a hearing on it, right, or something, no charges. How does that work?
No, he can get a disapproval hearing.
Right, you can get a disapproval hearing and you can be heard on that issue. But these things are documented.
I mean, I just feel like this principle of he's demonstrated to the community that he's very highly involved. He has wide support. He is compliant. We would love to see whatever the investigator found and be able to respond to it. My understanding is that he had a temporary liquor license. He came here for the initial full board. At that time, it was disapproved and the temp was voided, and he was lawful during that period. So anything after that, you know,
It was lawful after the period, you mean?
After the disapproval.
After the disapproval is what you're saying?
So if there's a concern about whether he was serving liquor in March, my understanding is that he had an active temp operating permit.
Maureen, did he have one? I'm reflecting on what Commissioner De Leon said about the investigators and what they've done. I'm very mindful of his sentiments on that. So I'm asking you, and I'm also asking, was there?
In other words, this is not the case. This is not the category of case where there's no temp available and a person is selling liquor. My understanding, if you're citing March, my understanding is that there's a temporary operating permit for OP liquor. He had it for 9 months. So to the extent an investigator went during that period, he had an active temp during that period. So
Yeah, but then you're serving after midnight and that's what's in the record, you know, the thing about getting a lot of community support is that the baseline has to be that you are in compliance. It's not fair to this board and this agency if you're violating the law, but then putting a lot of pressure on us from a different source. That's really breaking the rules of the game. That's not how you do this. Everybody's sitting in a room because they want to be compliant. We don't have enough investigators. This is like a game.
Was on a temp.
Just for years, this has been going on, right?
That expired in April.
Yeah, this is in March, or expired.
Yeah.
It's violating the trust that all these electeds are writing in letters for you, but you continue to break the law.
so then what
You
you're
know,
saying,
you have a temp and that is supposed to be, you know, it was probably issued, you know, in error, but then you violate the law when you had the temp. So like, it's like, what do you want us to do?
so what you're
What
saying.
would you do if you were me when I sit in a room full of these people every day trying to help everybody meet the standards of the law?
So then the concern is that he was selling liquor after 12, and he should have stopped at 12.
There are rules. I mean, I don't make the rules. I just enforce the law. You understand?
I just feel like this is someone who's been working towards this for quite a long time. He's gone all out with
Yeah, but
community support.
I'm
I
been
think he
here for
deserves
7
it.
years. Like, how many times has he come up and chosen to lie to me? Like, I know this business. So it's very hard for me to say yes to something when it's just, I continue to get evidence that he's not following the law. It's just minute. And so when you act like you're above the law, at some point, someone has to say
We're
no.
not saying that we're above the law, but we certainly did not receive any evidence or documentation about this.
So do you want
investigator's
to
report.
receive the evidence? You should have requested the file that we have in our records. That is your job. So why don't we adjourn this? You go look at the file and you present an argument and try again to come back in 3 weeks.
Okay, but that's exactly the problem. If the investigator's report was dated March, I had made requests for that, for the prior board meetings, and that was not included. We were not aware at any point.
I don't know.
that there was-
I'm
that
not the
there was
one
an investigator
managing
report.
FOIL.
So make a request to board info.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donna will
My
help
point
you.
is that it was prepared in March, and when we requested it then, we didn't get anything, that's my point.
Did you request from board info before coming to this meeting?
Not for this.
Okay, well then, every single person in this room, if you practice here, always request the file.
After April?
We've actually requested the files a total of 2 times.
Because at the meeting in April, you were told foil it. Did you after that?
Yeah, we made FOIA requests twice.
Gotcha,
We didn't make
okay.
a FOIA request
Before
in
you
advance
come
of
here, the
today.
reason why we give 2 weeks before, you know, the announcement of the agenda and coming here, it's so that everybody gets a chance to request the information that we are seeing.
So could we please have an opportunity to respond to the investigator's report?
Yes, December 11th.
Okay.
I just want to echo his sentiments. I couldn't be more in sync with that. And, you know, just consider the elected officials that put themselves out without knowing this. Without knowing this.
I understand.
Put themselves out on the line. And then have something like that turn around. You know, that's not right.
Okay.
So,
December 11th?
December 11th.
And
December 11th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so another Spanish. We have,
So I have a couple other ones. They were not Spanish. I have no problem with.
you'll have to.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
35 and 61J, all these together. 35 is Ruby Deli Court.
61J?
Yeah.
Okay.
62, 35, and 61J. 35 is, first one will be 35, Ruby Deli Court.
Let me catch up for a second, sir. Okay, I'm good.
35 and 61J.
Why are these two going together? Oh, they're the same, wait, it's Ruby 1 and Ruby 2. Oh, I see,
There's
same
two
principle.
different cases.
What's the other number? 35 and what?
61J.
Henry Warakomsky for the licensee.
You guys speak up just a little bit, sir.
Okay,
You can move it down closer.
Move down?
Yeah, if you want to move it closer. you can.
okay. All right. Yeah, the first case of Ruby Deli is a corporate change application. We had a hearing on this matter for veiling. And the charges were sustained. We paid a $5,000 fine. And the other condition was we had to put the person on the license, the corporate change. So he's good. So we filed that corporate change and put him on for 50%.
So where's Maria Rivera?
She's at the place.
She's the principal on both of these?
No. Juan is the principal in the second one. And the second one, what happened with that was,
Wait. Maria Rivera is the principal on this corporate change.
Yes.
And she's asking to ask Juan Hernandez.
Right.
To add him as a licensee. And
Right.
she's been fined for allowing him to avail the license, right?
Right, we paid a $5,000 fine for that.
Okay.
And one of the other conditions was he had to file a corporate change application, which we did.
Okay. Okay. And the second one is what?
The second one, he was buying a restaurant in Hempstead, and they disapproved it because of the pending violation on the
That
other
is
one.
related to the first one.
Yes.
Represented that he was,
Yes, I mean, the violation's been all squared away. We paid the fine and everything.
but he was never on that license.
Huh?
He was never on that license.
No. That's a new place that he was buying. He's the only one on there. But the licensing board,
So this is very unusual. To have one person have two different availing related matters that are in licensing and of different sorts.
well, he didn't have an availing on the second place. They just disapproved it because of the pending violation.
Because of the availing on the first one.
Yeah, that's why that was disapproved at that time.
So is he paying money for the deli?
Which one? First one?
I don't fully understand, but then these two businesses have the same name. Like I'm very confused here.
Yeah, on the corporate change, he's giving Maria another 10,000.
Do you have proof of that?
Huh?
Do you have proof of that?
Well, it's in the application, you know.
He was availing once.
What?
And it's beginning to sound a little bit to me like he might be availing again. Is Maria Rivers at all involved?
Yeah, the one where Maria's on, that's the one we had the hearing. And that's when we paid the fine of $5,000.
Why is Maria not here?
Huh?
Why is Maria not here?
We didn't think we needed her because he's the one that's going on a license, not her.
No, she's the one with the license that he had an availing that involved him. Like,
But the veiling charge.
if you've been here at all, you would know that it's important to bring her if you actually have a case to
But the
present.
veiling charge was disposed of. We paid the fine.
We can also say no, sir. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. And I don't know how, these two came on at the same time, but they have the
I
same
don't know.
DBA, filed 9 months apart, like,
So the
Good,
Ruby
we're finally
Deli
doing
2,
something
that's-
right.
That's a temporary retail permit. Why isn't Maria being put on that license?
If you want me to bring Maria in, we have no problem.
All right, bring her. 12-11, both of these.
12-11 for both cases?
Yes.
So, Mr. De Leon, you okay?
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sir, I just have to ask if you, or you could help, just in case I missed it, which is possible. What is the assumed name for Ruby Deli Corp? That's the one with Ms. Rivera. What's the
The one in
DBA?
Hempstead, the one in Hempstead or the one?
The one in Roosevelt. What's the name? What's the trade name? No. Is that what you call it? You don't have a trade name? You don't need a trade name. Do you have a trade
That's what he's
name?
using, the same thing, Ruby Deli.
Ruby Deli?
Yeah.
Okay, is that filed?
Well, he doesn't have to, that's the corporation name, so we don't have to follow
Well,
BBA.
okay, I'm not sure I agree with that, but, okay, so there's no assumed name. I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Your name is Ruby Deli Corp, always says.
Okay, I'm just asking counsel if there is an assumed name at the Secretary of State's office. That's all. If there is, just maybe you could provide it.
One more question. What was it, Maureen?
Why is Maria not going on the other license?
The
The Ruby Deli 2 Corp.
Which one, the other one?
The new
So
one.
the other license that you're here for today, she's not a principal. Maria's not a principal,
No.
but she's staying a principal on the other license.
Yes, yes.
So why is she not a principal for Ruby Deli 2
Because he bought it himself, not with her.
and named it the same corporate name?
Yeah. He used the same corporate name.
Okay.
Are they related to each other?
I use the same name, but Ruby Deli is number 2.
I know. Are they related?
No.
No, that's.
Okay, all right, bring her next time, December 11. Thank you.
That's both cases, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did he say they're not related?
And you can bring the $10,000 proof of payment.
Okay.
Is anyone here for Ceylon Deli Corp, 61A?
They're identical in the same county.
Nope. All right, you're done.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
Well, Ruby Deli Corp and Ruby
Yeah,
Deli
Ruby-
technically,
Alright.
and Ruby
Well,
Deli
so he's
2
calling
Corp
them
is
Ruby
not the same name.
No, but the DBA I'm talking
We
about.
do have
Yeah, no, I'm-
Punjabi
I
interpreter,
understand.
but they can only come virtually.
Which day? Is
We have a
this-
Punjabi interpreter, but they could only appear virtually, which is gonna be great and fun. That one,
Difficult one?
We have to just
That's
give
not gonna be.
what?
instruction before we start about interpreting.
Yeah,
Next is 54
Commissioner will handle that
M&M
one.
Wines and Liquors, Inc.
what number?
54 M&M Wines and Liquors, Inc. Preet, can you hear us?
54.
I'm here to oppose.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gotcha. And you're the applicant?
Yes.
Applicant. we do
Well,
have
she's a
one.
licensee. It's a removal application.
Oh, that's true. I think, so we do have an interpreter, Punjabi interpreter, for the applicant. So how do you want to proceed? So we'll just say a little bit, stop, and then let the interpreter interpret.
Yeah.
I'm not the interpreter.
No, I know.
Oh.
She's the interpreter.
Oh,
behind you.
yeah.
I know you.
Oh,
No.
I apologize.
It's okay, it happens to me too. I'm always like, I don't work here.
The person
Like all the
standing
time.
from the screen is the interpreter.
That's
So-
good.
Let's tell the interpreter to interpret literally.
And, yeah, if you want to.
Sure. So just so that this runs smoothly, when you're interpreting, please interpret literally. Don't have a back and forth dialogue. If they're asking questions, present them to the members. And similarly, take it slow. Speak in little bits, allow the interpreter to interpret, the listener to listen, and then move on. Okay?
All right.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So go ahead and, we do have opposition, but if you introduce yourself.
Yeah, well, this is a removal application. They're moving the liquor store 240 feet from the previous location. The previous location, the landlord.
Pause. Everything you say, this interpreter is going to
All
interpret.
right.
So, can you repeat, please?
Speak loudly.
What, everything?
Yes, start from the beginning and
All
speak
right,
loudly.
this is a removal application. where the licensee is moving the liquor store approximately 240 feet to a new location, which is being built. It's not built yet. It's being built.
ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਮੂਵਲ ਦੀ ਐਪਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਐਪਲੀਕੈਂਟ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਨਵੀਂ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ 2040 ਫੀਟ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਹਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ ਹਲੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ
240 feet, not 2,000.
240
All right. Do you want to hear from the opposition first?
Yes.
All right, it's opposition.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I wish I had the privilege of meeting everybody 15 years ago.
The interpreter needs to interpret what you're saying for
sorry.
the individual too.
I was saying good morning, good afternoon to everybody.
Sir.
Yes.
You could do, if we can get into this rhythm, where you do a sentence, short sentence.
Right.
Let her interpret it.
Sure.
Another short sentence, let her
Great.
interpret it, and we'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ
There you go.
So I wish I had the privilege of meeting everybody 15 years ago.
ਮੈਂ ਕਾਸ਼ ਮੈਂ 15 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਪਾਂਦਾ
Where A to Z first applied for their license.
ਜਦੋਂ A to Z ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕਰਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ
But because of my father being in his old ways, you know, it's the state liquor authority. They're not going to listen to you. They're going to do what they're going to do.
ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਫਾਦਰ ਜੋ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਖਿਆਲਾਤ ਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ
So I'm here today so that I could voice my thoughts and my opinion to this. At least I could go home tonight and sleep and not think for 15 years that I didn't open up my mouth.
ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਰਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਚ ਸਕਦਾ ਇਹ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ
Yeah, interpreter, you're not coming through.
Are you not able to hear?
You're breaking up.
Okay, sorry about that. So ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਇਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਘਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਰਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਸੋ ਸਕਾਂ Yeah.
May I hand these out? Oh,
May I-
great. I didn't realize I needed some. This is like a map of where they want to move to.
Okay, give it to Donald.
Sure.
ਇਹ ਮੈਪ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਹ
Yeah, give
ਜਾਣਾ
it to
ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ
Donald. Just give it to Donald.
Thank you. So A to Z is trying to build a building at 7571 185th Street.
A to Z ਆਪਣਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ 7571 185th Street ਤੇ
So the pamphlets that I handed to Donald, you could clearly see that that's all residential homes around a building that they're trying to erect. There's no property there at this point.
ਜੋ ਮੈਪ ਮੈਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਡੋਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਏਰੀਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ
Okay. On the second page, if you zoom in, it's a kind of a zoom in shot. So it includes, which is right next to him, is a Buharian Jewish center.
ਪੇਜ ਤੇ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਜ਼ੂਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਰੀਅਨ ਜਿਊ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਹੈਗਾ
Which is owned by the Buharian Congregation of Jamaica Estates, which is up the block.
ਜੋ ਕਿ
On the other side.
of Jamaica State the owner ਨੇ
So in this Jewish center, they use it for prayer, also known as a minyan. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. I did leave a description of what it is on one of the pieces of paper, which is 10 or more adults, Jewish adults, conducting certain prayers.
Jewish ਲੋਕ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਲਿਓਨ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਮਤਲਬ 10 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ Jewish ਲੋਕ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ
So A to Z wants to build, well, actually bought a house in the residential area and is planning to, well, it has knocked it down already and wants to erect a building to house a liquor store.
So A to Z ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਘਰ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਏਰੀਆ ਹੈਗਾ.
You might notice from the photos that it's not only a quaint residential block, but it's also a one-way street, meaning all the traffic would have to literally go around and come down, you know, a really quiet street, but you could see that from the photos as well.
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਏਰੀਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ, ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਨ ਵੇ ਸਟਰੀਟ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੂਰਾ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਘੁੰਮ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ.
So just to make it nice and short, you know, I'm opposing it, you know, due to the fact that the neighborhood does not need another liquor store. It never did. It didn't need it 15 years ago when they first applied for it, and it doesn't need it now. I guess you can see from my numbers are starting to slowly creep back up, but he's very vested in coming back to this neighborhood because the first owner couldn't make it.
ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇਬਰਹੁੱਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਨਾ 15 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ. ਔਰ what was the second part? Oh, for the owner, sorry.
The first owner of A to Z couldn't make it when they issued the license 15 years ago.
So ਪਹਿਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ owner ਸੀ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਇਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਮਿਲਿਆ 15 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ.
Because he quickly realized that, you know, there just wasn't enough. It's not erected. We don't have buildings. We have residential homes. So the population doesn't support, you know, having a second liquor store.
So ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਓਨਰ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਦੇਖ ਲਿਆ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਲਦੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਏਰੀਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਚੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ.
So he's very vested in coming back because he wasn't paying his landlord, where he got evicted from finally.
ਉਹ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨੇ I'm sorry, what was that? He got arrested?
No, he got evicted.
Why is that?
He wasn't paid, according to his landlord, who obviously came into my shop to see how he could get him evicted. He said he wasn't paying his rent for months. I think he dragged it out for like 18 months. I'm not sure. I'm not his landlord.
The applicant is a woman, so who's the he that you keep talking about?
Oh, Mr. Singh, because he's right there, the gentleman in the black and checkered. So he has another liquor store, and then obviously the loopholes of the SLA, they opened up one underneath her.
No, that's not a loophole of the SLA. That's the ABC law.
Okay.
So ਮੈਂ ਜੋ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਵਾਲਾ ਓਨਰ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਇਵਿਕਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਨਿਕਾਲ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣਾ ਰੈਂਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੇ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ.
So he owns another store at a different location?
Yes.
And that's been evicted?
No, the A to Z has been evicted. The one on Union Turnpike has been evicted.
Okay.
There is a warrant of eviction in the file.
Right. His landlord was also kind enough.
And so is that currently operating or is that in
No,
safekeeping?
it's currently not operating. It hasn't been operating in probably 6 months.
What's the address? Is that location?
It's 18511 Union Turnpike.
तो पहले लैंडलॉर्ड इविक्ट हो थी A to Z क्योंकि अपना रेंट नहीं पे कर रहे थे.
So their past landlord, I should say, gave them an opportunity to move across the street, which they declined for whatever reason. And that's why they filed for another application, A to Z. You'll see that, I'm sure, because I got a letter from the SLA as well.
तो ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਰੰਟ ਲੈਂਡਲॉर्ड ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਆਪਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਸਟਰੀਟ ਤੇ ਹੈਗੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਓ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ
But I guess giving the landlord such a hard time and speaking with David himself, he said even if they wanted to move, he's not going to renew he's not willing to take them in as tenants anymore. So that's why.
David is the landlord?
David is the landlord.
Okay.
I think one of the landlords, because it's, I believe, 4 brothers.
Okay.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
We need the interpreter.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, interpreter.
So David ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ one of the landlords ਹੈਗੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਦੂਸਰੇ landlord ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਡੇਵਿਡ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟੋਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਲਿੱਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੈਂਡਲੌਰਡ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਸੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਟੋਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਹੁਣ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸੀ ਨਵੇਂ ਮਾਲਕ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਨਵਾਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਕਰਤਾ ਕੰਸਟਰਕਸ਼ਨ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਵੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਲੈ ਲਓ ਪਰ ਉਹਦੀ
Interpreter.
Yeah.
You can cut her off and please give her the instructions. Hold on. Please give her the instructions to just say one sentence and allow you to interpret that one sentence.
Okay. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਸੈਂਟੈਂਸ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰੋ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਟ ਕਰਾਂਗੀ
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟੋਰ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਮੂਵ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਪੁਰਾਣਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਵਾਂ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰੋ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ
ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ
ਉਹ ਨਵੇਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ ਲਿੱਤਾ ਉਹ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਸ ਸਾਡਾ ਪੁਰਾਣਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਨਵੇਂ ਓਨਰ ਨੇ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ
Okay. So our old store has been taken by David. ਅੱਗੇ ਬੋਲੋ
ਅੱਛਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪੁਰਾਣਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਟੋਰ ਵੇਚਿਆ ਵੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਟੋਰ ਲਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ
So the new store that we bought is because he doesn't want to come back. So he sold it to us.
ਡੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਟੋਰ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੀਜ਼ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹ ਡੈਮੋ ਕਰਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਵੀਂ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੇ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਿਆ
Okay, so David told us to move to the another store because our lease expired in that store. So that's why we had to move to the another location.
Okay, all right, that's enough. So why don't you just finish your comments,
Sure.
sir?
I've also, there's also been a lot of numerous, I guess, information that the SLA, that has been reported to the SLA that them opening up on Christmas when it wasn't allowed or after hours. And I'm sure the SLA has plenty of documents, pictures.
Okay, so this map that you gave us, are you alleging that there's a 200-foot issue with this new proposed location?
No, I'm opposing that.
So ਉਹ SLA ਦੇ ਵੀ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਆਏ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਲੋਕ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਨੂੰ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਮਸ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਖੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਆਫਟਰ ਆਵਰਸ ਖੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਸੋ ਜੱਜ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਅਪੋਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ you said judge sorry you said 20 feet 200 feet
No, 200 feet, 200 foot.
Okay, so ਤੁਸੀਂ 200 foot ਨੂੰ ਅਪੋਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ no
Okay, so I'm opposing because the area doesn't need another liquor store. There's a place of prayer, literally, they're trying to build right behind it. And, right.
I know, but that's what I'm asking you. Why isn't there a 200-foot issue? Because it's not on the same street, because the door to the Jewish Center is on Union Turnpike?
Correct, but that's less than 200 feet.
But there is an issue.
Oh, yes, there's an issue with that.
Right, I'm asking
sorry,
you if
I'm
that's what
sorry.
you're proposing.
Yes.
So that is an issue, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. All right, that's enough.
so ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਪੋਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ 200 feet ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਪੋਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ
All right. So I'm just trying to because of the room full of people here, I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. Given that there is currently no building on this plot of land, and that it appears that there is a Jewish center right next door to it, and I don't know where the doors are. I don't know if there's really a 200-foot issue, but I do not think that it would be appropriate for the authority right now to even conditionally approve a building that doesn't exist. And so I would ask for the building to get built and that for there to be an actual ability to do measurements so that we could determine whether it's within 200 foot or not. So with that, I'm going to vote to deny.
Okay, so मैं क्योंकि ये room full of people हैगा इस time मैं ये दसना चाहूँगी कि क्योंकि ये plot दे ऊपर कोई भी building नहीं बनी हाले तक और मैंने नहीं पता कितने door होंगे कितने door नहीं होंगे और ਜਦੋਂ building बनेगी वो पता उदो ਅਸੀਂ पता करांगे तो मैं ਹੁਣ इस time इसनु conditionally deny कर दिया
I'm going to adopt the chair's findings.
And
waiting for, we got a couple of other things. Interpreter, I'm going to adopt the chair's findings.
Okay, मैं देखना कि chair ने दसिया है इस time.
I'll also note that there was a warrant of eviction issued in this case, which we have, indicates either that rent was not being paid or the person stayed beyond their term after the lease. And that the investment, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead, interpreter.
Okay. मैं ये भी देख रही हूँ कि इथे eviction हुई है पहला और rent नहीं pay किया गया और उन्होंने नु what was the second part? I'm sorry. The rent was not paid. There was an
It
eviction.
indicates that either the rent was not paid or it extended beyond the lease, requiring, a warrant of eviction.
ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਂ rent ਨਹੀਂ pay ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ eviction ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵੀ ਰੁਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੱਥੇ.
And finally, that the investment here is only $25,000 for the building of a property and establishing of a business, which I find wholly insufficient. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya.
I vote to deny for the reasons set. Does she need to interpret? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
तो क्योंकि 25,000 ਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹਦਾ fund ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ insufficient ਹੈਗਾ ਇਸ time ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ vote ਕਰਦਾ ਮੈਂ deny ਕਰਦਾ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ. Yes, go ahead.
ਅਸੀਂ ਰੈਂਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਦਾ ਹੈਗੀ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਹੈ ਰੈਂਟ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਮਿਲੇਗਾ
ਦੱਸੋ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਦੱਸੋ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਥੋੜਾ ਉੱਚਾ ਬੋਲੋ.
ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਰੈਂਟ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਰੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਚੈੱਕ ਹੈ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਹੈ ਰੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਰੈਂਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ.
It's not that we didn't pay the rent. We have sufficient funds and we paid the rent.
Okay.
Mr. Maya.
Okay, I'm also voting to deny for the reasons set forth by Chair Fan.
मैं भी इसको deny करदे हां same reason ते जो कि मेरे colleague ने दस्सिया chair ने दस्सिया.
So if you look, one of the main reasons was the potential for the 200-foot law, right?
Yes. I mean, it's
And
a
other
right, she can't
reasons.
have it.
Okay.
And
So,
citizen council.
main reason कहता है कि
Yeah,
200 foot
yeah,
and no.
it isn't sufficient.
200 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੇਜਰਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਸਾਰਾ 200 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਸਟੋਰੈਂਟ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਰੈਸਟੋਰੈਂਟ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਿੰਗਰ ਕੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਸਟੋਰੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਕੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਖ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੂਜੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਉਹ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਏਰੀਆ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ.
So that area is a business area. There is also a restaurant over there. So you are telling us not to move the store, but what about the restaurant?
Restaurant's not in.
ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਏਰੀਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਏਰੀਆ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕਸਟਮਰ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਮਸਲਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ.
We have no information on how the restaurant is licensed. It could be a beer and wine, which is allowed. So, you can ask for reconsideration.
You I mean, I'm just going to
But
interpret.
the ruling is going to be the same. Like there is no building there, so we can't measure against the 200 foot. And if you can build a building 200 foot away, and then there won't be a problem, and you can come up and apply. But there are certain fitness and character issues here where the application is clearly insufficient. Like, you're showing $25,000 and you're planning to build up buildings, so.
All right,
So-
if you want to.
Interpreter.
So I'm going to tell the part that she said before you started. So she said that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, she said that all our customers are coming by foot. There is no issue for the traffic at all over there. ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ 25000 ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਇਹ ਇਨਸਫੀਸ਼ੀਐਂਟ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਪਲਾਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਹਲੇ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਦਾਂ ਫੁੱਟ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੀਕਨਸੀਡਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ
Thank you. We have to move on.
John still has to go.
No, he already
You did?
Yeah.
ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਜਾਣਾ
Thank you, Ms. Preet.
Thank you. Have a good
You can
day.
sign off. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward, it's really important for you to be in the room with us, ma'am. Well, like, can you tell her?
It's not really up to her, but I'll make sure that the company that hires her, we keep asking for in-person.
I mean, get here, like, it's a shit show. It's a waste of people's time.
All right, next item is 61H, First Class Concierge, NYC LLC.
Are we gonna do all the community boards first? We gotta call those.
Good afternoon. Robert Romano, I'm here representing First Class Concierge, NYC LLC. I'm here with Elaine and Nadine Chebreau, who are the principals. We were called before you on this. This is to approve for the temporary permit. I believe you wanted to speak to Elaine, to Mr. Chebreau. With regard to his past history, which he had been an investor, this is over 5 years ago, on a troubled location, extremely troubled location. I would point out that at that business, he was an investor, not an operator, and he suffered the consequences of a canceled license. And there's no questioning that this location had been a severe problem.
Right, so there were some significant violations at the other location, but I will suggest that at the time there was a manager who sold drugs to an undercover.
There was a lot.
I remember that as being like a really serious
Right.
main allegation, which the business owners suggested that they did not know about it, and I, to some extent, believe that. Because no one would knowingly run a drug operation out of their very serious on the beach waterfront business. And so what is this? This is just a restaurant, or what is this? Is it a nightclub, sir?
The new place?
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's like a small food hall where,
Oh, okay.
where people are going to come to pick up their food, and if they want to sit to have a drink, they can wait, they can use their computer, and
Okay.
This is not a nightclub.
No.
Great, this is not
No,
Lumbering.
nothing, not different animal altogether.
All right.
How big is the place?
About 2,000 square feet, but that's including the kitchen, because the kitchen is going to be a big open kitchen. The size of the kitchen is about 700 to 800 square feet alone, so it's a small space, you know.
Are you gonna be, David and Nadine are your relatives?
My wife,
Your wife?
for 45 years, yes.
You married her at 4.
Yeah.
At the age of 4.
And who's David?
My son.
Your son. All right. It's a family operation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an eatery. And who's Josh Edelstein?
He's an investor,
He's an investor. Okay.
a friend of David.
So now you've been removed and you only own 5%, is that correct?
Yeah, because I'm opening it for my son. Eventually, you know, it's going to be his gig, because time for me to slow down my work.
And who's gonna be running it day to day?
But he's going to be running day to day. With my help.
How many food vendors are gonna be in it?
No, it's just them.
It's us. We're going to do the food. We're going to have,
Oh,
like,
you're
let's
gonna
say,
do-
3 or 4 sections, a vegetarian section.
Oh, okay. And how many bars?
A bar, the size.
How many? One bar.
It's
Yeah,
one
a
bar.
small bar, small
One bar, okay, all right. This is a temp.
Just a temp.
Right.
Full liquor. You can have the application come back and see how they're doing if you want.
Yeah, let's do
Those are
that.
the options.
Let's do that.
Okay.
You can have them come back?
The members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, I'm gonna approve the terms and request that on the full application, they appear before the full board. See how it's going.
Commissioner Maya,
I concur with Commissioner DeLeon.
approve, and Chair,
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. Thank you.
and then back to full board.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
That's it?
Okay.
Yep.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I do know, I am aware there are some community board members here, and we do pull them up front, if I am notified of that. Next is number 10, Mama's Cooking 2 LLC.
Did the applicant come?
Is the applicant actually here for this one?
Yeah.
Yes. Where's the lawyer?
Number 10.
We pulled it out already. No, you're fine. We try to call items if community board members are here so that they don't have to wait around all day.
So with that said, since there's opposition, I'll let them speak and then.
Okay, go ahead.
Ready?
Hi.
Okay. Hi, my name is Clint Smeltzer. I am the chair of Community Board 3's SLA committee. We are here as a representing the community board in opposition to this item. This was a previously unlicensed location. It was approved for beer and wine. They are now coming for an upgrade. This has been an extremely oversaturated problem area. It is now back under control and it's become livable again for the residents. Our other concern is that there is a church within 200 feet. We have all of our records have shown that it is a fully active church. It is currently being used as a church. There is no other uses in the church. I'm not sure if the SLA has investigated that or made a determination, but that we left that up
We
to you.
have, my records show that it's not an issue. I have looked into this, but I'm gonna ask licensing to double check again.
213 feet.
213 feet? It's across the street. Not the church.
Sometimes 213 feet.
No, it's literally across the street. There's a church down on the corner of 10th Street that would be 213 feet. But there is an active church directly across the street. So anyways,
And it's an exclusive church?
it is exclusive church.
And I submitted all the documents.
Okay.
But we are, being that it is an oversaturated area and it is beer and wine, we have determined that we do not see that there is a public benefit, and that was confirmed by the 500-foot hearing. There's no public benefit in upgrading this to a full liquor license. We have more than enough licenses in this area, and we see that adding a liquor license would add to the problems that we've already been having on Avenue A and these few blocks. So.
Okay, but I just want you to talk about their current operation with the beer and wine. As far as the authority goes, we do not have complaints or pending complaints or any pending charges or investigations on the books.
Yeah,
on
our
the-
understanding as well is, we haven't had issues with the beer and wine. It does have reasonable operating hours. I was gonna leave that to the neighborhood association and the resident that lives in the adjacent building to speak about their operation, but it hasn't been a problem, but it has not been busy at all either.
All right. Thank you for coming, Clint.
I have copies of the petition. And opposition. Sir, could you state your name?
Sure.
On the record and-
Do we want these petitions?
My name is Andrew Comey. I live at 167 Avenue A, right next door, 2 doors down. This location is 2 doors down from me. And I submitted a petition with 84 signatures in opposition. And with the exception of 2, everyone is, within walking distance, the same zip code. I also submitted several months ago documentation that there is a church right across the street Alpha E Omega Church at 168 Avenue A, so it's definitely within 200 feet. And I submitted evidence that it's a fully operational church. It has a property tax exemption from the state of New York as a church, so it's a church. So we believe this applicant should not be able to get a liquor license because they're within 200
So
feet
can
of
I
the
ask you a
church.
question? I'm a little
Sure.
confused. Is it your testimony that there are two churches, one perhaps 213 and another one closer?
My testimony is that there is a church at 168 Avenue A,
Okay.
which is literally across Avenue A. So that's,
Is that the only church that you're aware of?
no, there is a church on the corner of 10th and A.
Okay.
That is definitely further than 200 feet.
Are you
And that
talking
could be,
about the Iglesia?
correct.
But that looks like, just from a photo, it has residents upstairs.
It has apartments upstairs, but those apartments are exclusively used by the church. If you look on StreetEase or do anything like that, they're not renting out those apartments. And that's permissible under the law. So it's a church, it's a fully functional church. It has the state of New York would not give a church would not give a property tax exemption if they were renting out apartments.
The petition you handed up doesn't have any signatures. How did you conduct this?
I did it through, change.org, one of those petition
Okay.
forms. I didn't stand on the street and get signatures.
Okay.
I'm getting a little old for that. So the documentation is in the file. Should be. I sent it 2 months ago.
The chair has noted that we haven't received any complaints about how they've been functioning. What is your testimony? in that
Sure.
regard?
I can read my testimony if
Oh,
that's
please, go
okay.
ahead.
Sure. Okay. So according to the 500-foot rule decision, the applicant could not define why issuing them a license was in the public interest except their patron wanted spirits with their food. Access to a business where you can get a drink is plentiful on North Avenue A. Our block from 10th Street to 11th Street has 8 storefronts, including 171. Of the 7 remaining, 6 of them all sell alcohol, and all of them are eating and drinking establishments. On my side of the block, there are 4 storefronts. 3 of them are currently licensed, including a bar and music club right next door at 169, and a very busy restaurant, Westville, at 173. We can't handle another fully licensed establishment on this block, especially one right next to an existing bar club. Since Fish Market 2 opened, they've had very few customers. I pass it multiple times a day because I live right next door, and I've never seen more than a handful of customers, and many times no customers. There are several establishments on the block with beer and wine only. They have all survived COVID and are successful. Westville at 173 Avenue A is open for over 20 years, serving lunch and dinner, have a happy hour and a popular brunch on the weekend. Mama Fina, a Filipino restaurant right downstairs from me, has been open for about 7 years and are open at 3 for lunch and dinner and open for brunch on the weekend. Horace, a Middle Eastern restaurant on the corner of 10th and A, for many years is open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day and have a happy hour. Red Onion, an Indian restaurant on 10th and A, has been open for about a year with beer and wine, are busy all the time. They offer takeout, lunch buffet, and brunch on the weekends. All the businesses I've mentioned are open every holiday except for Christmas. Fish Market 2 is only open for dinner, posts no happy hour, have no menu or posted hours in the window, and is seemingly closed every holiday, leaving a handwritten sign on the door directing potential customers to their other location. Add the graffiti on the window, which has been there for months, and it's hard to tell if this business is even open. They have numerous TVs, yet during Saturday and Sunday afternoons, when there are soccer matches, college football games, NFL games, and hockey games, they are closed. It appears this business has done nothing creative to attract customers and is betting that a full liquor license will suddenly bring them in. So the reason they have no adverse impact is because they're just not full and they're not doing anything to really bring customers in that all the other businesses that have beer and wine do. So we agree with the administrative law judge's determination that there's no public benefit to another full license at this location, and we urge you to deny the application.
Thank you. Sir, what was the address that you gave for the church, 167?
It's 168 Avenue 8.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Right next
It's,
door.
what is the address, sir?
Of the church?
Across the street?
Yeah, 168 Avenue A, Alpha E Omega. It's definitely, you could,
Mentioned anything in the
we could,
report.
But did they measure, is it against that one that we measured or the
no,
different?
I don't think they
It's a
measured it.
different one.
Yeah,
It's 171 Avenue A. That's what they measured.
All right,
so 171 Avenue A is the address of this business.
all right, we got.
And 168 Avenue A is the address of the church, and that's across the street. There's a big church on the corner of 10th and A.
You want to hold it over to?
We're gonna have to.
Do we want to hear from this woman before?
Go ahead, Laura.
If you wanna go.
Ma'am, is there anything you want to add?
Yes, please. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Laura Sewell. I'm the director of the East Village Community Coalition. Our organization has long supported local businesses in the East Village area. We worked with small business services and several programs, Farms and Local Merchants Association, and have published an online guide. So the retail mix in this neighborhood, there's a lot of local serving businesses, services, dry cleaners, hair salons, personal trainers, a dentist, a skin care spa, vintage stores, and our food and beverage consists of a mix of neighborhood serving local businesses that are very busy and who's, they swell on the weekends, and other destination nightlife that pretty much operates Thursday through Sunday. And is quiet during the week. This business, honestly, in my observation, and I live and work within blocks, it is neither of these things. It's, they originally wanted full liquor when they came to the community board. It was not recommended, and it was supported here to just start with beer and wine. Typically, if we see a thriving business in the neighborhood that's a good fit for the neighborhood, and we see that it's active and contributing after a few years, if they want an upgrade, there are usually no objections. That's just not the case with what we're seeing here. I feel, this is a personal observation, but it seems like they're looking for the method of operation they were originally seeking, which is not what they were approved for. So we do urge that you deny this application in this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, is there anything you wish to say?
I heard the commissioner say we have to take a measurement, so I'm assuming that they want to adjourn, but
No,
before,
I'm sorry, we've kicked this over so many times, and I wish that we had
no, that's,
done this differently. We had asked for it, and I thought we were measuring the right church, but apparently not, so.
I understand, but before, I just want to make one point if
Yeah,
I
go
can, because it's relevant to this supposed church, okay? If you check the submission that I gave you, you will find all the I-cards from the New York City Department of Buildings, which indicate that this is a store, and those I-cards go back into the 1920s, all the way forward. You will also see that these same people tried to apply to make this a legal church under the New York City Building Department with a letter of no objection, and were denied that letter of no objection, and were not approved for your use as a church. And they never refiled an LNO or anything else to make this a church. So, there are also, we sent you a bed bug violation, which really wouldn't happen if everybody was with the church in these apartments. But the most important thing is the building department does not have this.
I'm sorry, say the bed bug part again?
There was a violation because somebody made a complaint about bed bugs in the apartment upstairs.
Oh.
That was, from HEP, I put that in the submission I gave you. But the most important thing here is that anybody can file with the tax department to get whatever tax status they want, but the Department of Building decides the use of the building in the city of New York. And this building is registered as a store. And all the building department records are clear on that. So that's something I would ask that you check while you're doing this measurement, because this building tried to become a church, filed with the building department, and it was denied. And that's right in the record. You'll see the LNO request was denied. So that's in the documents that I submitted. If you could please look at that between now and when we come back at the next meeting, I would greatly appreciate that. And I won't take up any more of your time. I'll make my presentation next time.
That's fine, but the bed bug thing that you said, so
Yeah.
you're implying there are actual tenants living in there because they are,
I can't imagine that if you're a
that
member
the
of the
church
church
people
would
would file
file a bedbug complaint
against
against
their
the
own church?
church.
Why not? You've been to New York City before?
I live in New York City. Okay, that's my assumption, and let's make it clear that it's my assumption. I will try between now and then to
Fair
get more
enough.
information on it.
All right, why don't you try and we'll do the same?
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
sorry this has been going on for so long.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah.
And Chair, December 11th.
Yes, December 11th.
All right. Next with community board appearances is number 16, Uno Nove Otto Corp. Number 16.
All right, Donna, let's go. All right, guys, you want to put your, all right, thanks for coming, guys.
Got one more standing out there.
Or can we have the applicants just introduce themselves?
Yeah,
first?
sure, sure.
Yeah, while you guys are waiting.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. I see that there's opposition here. I'll let them present, and then I will make my
It's
presentation.
your lucky day.
Hello, Chair Fan, Commissioners Zulon and Maya, Donna Raftery, Chair of Community Board 2's SLA Licensing Committee. We appreciate that this item is being called before the members of the authority. I made a submission. You have residents here, so I'll let them speak. I just want to point out that this is a narrow street containing many ground floor residents. As outlined in our submission, this applicant has continued to operate with obstructions in the amenity furnishing zone of the sidewalk, has been unable to contain his patrons, both when they're waiting to enter the restaurant and upon leaving, showing a complete disregard for his neighbors. All these issues were raised when he appeared before CB2 in July of 2023, yet it's the same situation today. Nothing, the planters are still there, the VESP is still there, and they will attest to the crowds outside. We feel the closing hours that are in existence now are what makes mitigates the quality of life impacts for these residents. So, at least it ends by midnight, and that's basically what I had to say. Go to them.
Hello, my name is Gary Onsman. I live on Perry Street,
What's number?
114 Perry Street.
So you're across the street?
Yes.
Okay.
And the concern for me and the neighbors, and an extension of the West Village Residents Association, is the noise. It's all about the noise. There's some other issues with the rodent problem, but this is about the noise. And they haven't shown that they can keep the noise down with the hours that they have now. We had some videos, I guess we cannot show those, but we've taken some.
You can send those to us, but what kind of noise? Is it people noise or music noise or what?
People noise, have, on the video, you'll see 30 people standing outside. They overbook, and these people wait outside for hours. I have
How much of it is his crowd and how much of it is the restaurant next door?
It is his crowd.
Okay,
It is completely his crowd.
okay.
And in those videos that you will see, you'll see a chair sitting outside in the afternoon, people sitting down, cocktails in hand. You'll see the same chair in the evening, about 10:30, I believe it is. Same chair. They have two entrances. One's a private party room, and the other one is their main entrance.
Are you aware whether the private room is part of the licensed premises?
Yes, it is.
It is part of it. Okay. I think that we may have information that's the contrary.
I believe that is a separate license, the space next door.
Oh, well, it's the same waiters, waitresses, and
Yeah, I believe there's internal access, but I think there's a question whether the private space is actually part of the current licensed premise. We can let them respond to that, but there's a
Oh,
question.
okay. But yeah, they open and they close at the same time and staff interchanges.
I didn't double check before, but I believe that other place, they came to another application for that next door storefront,
Which is a different license?
which I believe is a different license. It wasn't an expansion. It was the same people, but it was not an.
Okay. All right.
The, yes,
right,
the same
so-
kitchen.
So it's the noise in the crowds.
Very much so. And as it is now, it's noisy all night. And when it closes,
Wait, but they close right now.
11 on the weekdays, and then the staff comes out. It's noisy until after midnight by the time they've closed up.
It's noisy what?
It's noisy up until after midnight, every night, after they've closed up, the garbage cans, the bottles, but the number of Ubers that pull up, the people standing waiting for Ubers after they've closed, it's the noise.
Okay, but you know, there's a restaurant right next door to it. Like, how do you know that it's not them?
I'm familiar with all three. They're right in the middle of the block. Their patrons that are waiting to get in stand in front of their place. They don't stand in front of
The other two
of the other two restaurants. One is on Hudson Street, and the other one is on Greenwich Street. Greenwich Street never has a line outside.
You guys are making this hard. I have to put in only unsuccessful restaurants or something. I don't know how this would work.
No, they manage their crowds.
I understand.
Lawrence, who owns West Bank.
Left Bank.
Yes, Left Bank, sorry. Good operator. Dante and Lyndon, he manages, once in a while he slips up.
Okay.
But it is the middle of the block. It's like Donna Rafferty said, it's very narrow. It's only one side of the street that has parking. We're up close and personal. And often they will come across the street to make their phone calls because it is noisy on their side of the street. They come to our side of the street. And when I say our side of the street, it is 15 feet away.
Okay.
It's the noise. And they haven't proved that they can control it, contain it up to now. And it will just be the same just later. And probably, I can't say they're always served, but they are well served when they leave that restaurant.
I understand. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Loretta Sassati. I live across the street at 114 Perry Street, directly across from Canto. Gary and I live there along with our son. Everyone who faces the north side of Perry Street where Canto is annoyed by the noise, which is continuous. I have some crappy photos that I've taken from the video, if you would like to see the crowds gathered out front, which is pretty continuous.
Yeah.
What to say?
Oh, it's very small.
I know, but did you
The
figure out the
diagram.
extra one? Did you see Joe's
Let's
mail?
see.
Can you look?
Did you take these pictures? Okay, can you, what time of day was it?
That's probably 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening.
Let me see that one. Yeah. What's your name, Flynn?
I'm a little worried that you're not being caught on the record because you're not speaking next to the mic. It's okay. Want to say that again?
Yes. The folio that you're holding, Mr. DeLeon, is probably from 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night. It's large crowds gathering outside, many of them holding, well, at least 4 of them holding glasses filled with cocktails. It's impossible to hear oneself think. We have children who live upstairs whose sleep is affected during the week when they can't fall asleep because of the noise outside. There are so many crowds all the time. They say they have, CANTO says they have a reservation system. We're not sure what that is. Everyone is outside waiting for their table. They, as Gary mentioned, they overbook. Personally, I work with a company in the United Kingdom. My day starts very early. I don't get much sleep because the noise is rampant. Additionally, as Gary mentioned, they may close at 11 or midnight. Their shutdown process takes an hour and a half, where the guys are coming outside, they're hosing things off, they're moving all the stuff that's in the amenities lane into the restaurant. The gates are closing. If they have a gate, yeah. And then the garbage starts. So it's any later extension of those hours is going to be even more untenable for the neighborhood. I believe you have many, many letters from residents of the block and around the corner, and people not even that live on the block, people who don't live on the block, because walking down the block is impossible on the north side of the street because the crowds are so thick. The amenities lane is taken up by planters, by the Vespa, by all of this sort of stuff. It makes it really impossible. But really, it's the noise, and it is the late night drinking crowd that comes out of the restaurant, who linger outside, who, again, populate the block, waiting for their cars, making their plans for the next whatever, trading stories about whatever escapades, loud, taking pictures. It's impossible. It's an impossible situation for us. So any extension of those hours is going to make it even worse for everyone on the block and the neighborhood. So I should also say that one of the neighbors who lives at 118 Perry had a meeting with Jamal, the manager or owner, we're not quite sure which, of CANTO in April to discuss the issues. And could Jamal please handle the crowds? And Augustine, help me out.
All right, in the interest of time.
Yes, he mentioned, handling the crowds, Jamal told me he didn't really feel safe doing that because his staff would be threatened. So it's, anyway, there you have it.
Thank you. Do you have anything else to say, you guys? Do you want to say something, sir?
Yeah, hi, Augustine Hope, West Village Residents Association. I live actually.
Do you live on Perry Street or no?
I live around the corner, but I walk every single night there with my dog. I can attest to the problems that they're having.
Say your name again, sir?
Augustine Hope.
My son is also Augustine. So I knew there was a reason why I wanted to know what your name was.
I just want to actually, subject of, Loretta just brought this up. Let me just read this text from person who lives above. Also, one thing I neglected to mention to SLA, in April I spoke to Jamal about the whole situation and asked him if he could empower his staff to be more proactive by asking people outside to keep quiet. He said he couldn't because, get this, he's concerned that his own guests are getting so drunk that they will assault his staff if confronted. He told me that one of his hostesses was punched in the face the night prior by a patron when she asked him to quiet down. I think this is the nature of the problem. It's a very short block. It's only 175 foot long. There's about 100 people who live there. Nobody is more than 90 feet from this place. And it's almost entirely residential street. And they're very sensitive to noise, especially to noise that happens after midnight, because that's when it gets really bad, because that's when restaurants become the last destination, the last stop. I would urge you that it's not in the public interest, it's not in the interest of this block to have an increase in the hours. Please, on a residential side street like this, please keep it down.
Right.
Thank you.
Do you guys know whether the hours of the other restaurants on the same street is the same?
Dante's 1 a.m. I believe, maybe 2 a.m. on weekends. They are a problem, but they are more towards Hudson Street, although on the corner. Left Bank, I don't know, but I believe they close by 11. They tend not to be a problem.
All right.
Council?
I haven't seen any of these things before, so it's hard to talk to them. It's also hard to address a text who I don't know sent it or where it came from. My client tells me that no one was punched in the face, so I can't give that any validity. If there's any way we can adjourn this so I can at least address these photos, when they were tried to be taken, who they were taken by.
All right. So, look, you know, it's very unusual that 4 people are here. 3 of them live very close to here. That is unusual. So this operation clearly could be improved. And so I want to give you an opportunity to improve and work with the community. So I'm not going to make you refile because that's a waste of energy and time.
Right.
I'm going to kick this to May 14.
Okay, that's fine.
You're going to get through the holidays with your hours. You're licensed as a restaurant. You're supposed to be a restaurant, not like a nightclub outside. You know, I get it. People are excited. Like, obviously, you're doing really well, you know, but I think at this time, you know, it would just be unfair to ask us for more when, you know, and when, you know, the community's saying that they want to see more as far as you being cooperative. So I would work with them. There's also a room that may or may not be licensed, so please take a look at the floor plan and maybe do the alteration supplemental to this, and we can address it together.
Okay, I believe they are completely separate places, but I will look at it and
All right, so address that when you come back, May 14th.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Quick suggestion, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Perry Street is a very narrow street. I don't
Yeah.
think that you can have parked cars on both sides of that street.
Right.
Parking is only on one side, otherwise traffic couldn't get through. And if you look at the sidewalk, you have the extension going into the sidewalk, and then you have the planters, and you even have a scooter there, and a scooter. type. Is that really necessary? Something that I think.
You know, one of our, yes, we are. And one
The
of,
other thing is, you know, make a policy and make it clear to people that there's no loitering. Once you leave the restaurant, you have to move.
we'll have signage up as of today when we go back to the restaurant.
What did you say, May 14th?
May 14th.
May 14th.
Commissioner Maya,
May 14th.
you're okay with that, Commissioner?
May 14th.
All right.
Thank you
All right,
very much.
Thank you for coming.
Have a very nice Thanksgiving.
All right, thank you, you too.
Next is 52 Mike's Liquor and Wine, Inc. Back to our regularly scheduled.
Your opposition? Who's the applicant?
Is the applicant here for, was it Mike's Liquor and Wine, Inc.?
Oh, this is the one that I hate.
I guess not.
Okay.
52?
Do you know?
There's no map on this
52.
one.
Hold on, let me see if we got anything. But yeah, if you want to check. 52, let me check to see if there's a rep.
Do you want to take a few minutes to really look at it? And we call the next one and come back to us, or are we ready?
Yeah, we can call the next one.
Because that's going to be a long one.
Yep. We'll call you back,
Sorry, let us just completely, because you're going to get what you want. Let's just make sure that they are not here and did not ask for an adjournment. That's what we're trying to double check and triple check before we.
All right, we're gonna do a brief recess, Commissioner. Okay, I'll just check the emails and stuff with it while I'm waiting. Oh, we've never really accepted videos. But now that's been held over so long.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I didn't see.
So the video.
I looked at it. I told that to Shannon yesterday.
So technically.
What I was doing, maybe I was skipping too fast.
You were going too fast.
I was, thank you.
Another one. I know you seem like a trustworthy person, but if you hand me a USB, exactly, if you hand me a USB, there's no telling what's on there. You're next door. Very nice. You can try to. You can do Google. You can do Google.
You know, it's like a little bit of.
I'll figure it out. I'm not gonna be able to say for no way how she's gonna do it. It won't be. I can do something, but yeah, sure. Just even yeah. It'll be .SLA.MI.
Don't
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Which number are we on now?
31.
We're back on the record after a brief recess. Next is 31, New York Fine Wines and Spirits, LLC. DBA Total Wine, Spirits, and more. So y'all can come up. Everyone can come up.
31. Oh, okay.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Schaefer. I'm here on behalf of New York Fine Wines.
You speak up, sir. Yeah, a bit closer.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Schaefer. I'm here on behalf of New York Fine Wines and Spirits, and I have with me the licensee, Congressman David Trump.
And we have opposition here if you want to hear.
All right, Mr. Miller.
Should I go forward?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Martin Mailer of Mailer Buscemi. I represent now two licensees that are within the four. One is, I let them introduce themselves, guys.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Garden City Beverage LLC, Prakash Chavda.
Sorry, hold on a second. What's the store that you?
Garden City.
Garden City, that's the closest store.
No, the closest store is coming up next.
1.5 away.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Dan DeFerrari. I manage the Westbury Liquors, which is very, very close to.
Westbury Liquor, okay, that's the one, okay.
All right.
But you guys have both survived, because you guys were both here last time.
That's a relative term. Just, I mean, taking this out of turn.
You're still here.
No, but
Kicking.
Garden City was not Garden City when it first came up. There was a corporate change. I literally found out about this.
Survival nevertheless in that location.
Well, survival again is a relative term. When I came here in 2017, I told you, or at least your predecessors, that everything that you look at in terms of public convenience and advantage was wrong for this store. I mean, population had gone down, the store numbers had gone down, there was no increase in any residential presence in the area, the stores were relatively close together. In fact, one store was 485 feet away from the other store in the same shopping center. There was nothing, and the size of the store at the time was so disproportionate to any other store in Nassau County to make it something that I thought was going to be, you know, relatively easy on your part in disapproving. The hook, if you will, that convinced the then members to approve this license was the fact that this store was going to be unlike any other store in the area or maybe even in the state. It was going to highlight New York products. It was going to showcase them. It was going to show what New York is capable of producing. In fact, they said they were going to have 9,000 wines, and they were going to have 3,400 spirits, and they were going to have a number of ciders. And of those, well, in addition to those, there was going to be 3,400 New York wines. There was going to be 350 spirits, and I think the same number of ciders. And I explained at the time that was impossible. If you were to send an investigator into that store today, and you, of the 3,000 wines they say they were going to have, if you find 10% of that, and I don't even think you'll find 10% of that, it would be a lot. I gave you, first of all, there was something very unusual with the New York State Liquor Authority. They actually wrote a decision to approve. You always have to write a decision to disapprove. You hardly ever write a decision to approve. And part of that decision, it was very clear that because of the statements made by Mr. Trone and New York Fine Wines at the times that they were going to be held to it, that you better supply the store with what you're going to supply it with, or else you face the consequences. I gave you the decision. It says it right in the decision.
Okay.
But what was also important about the discussion that day was that when this application was first filed, it wanted 43,000 square feet. Apparently, an investigator to the Liquor Authority, his name was Barry Sender, sent something out. I didn't get that, but I did get, pursuant to FOIL, the response. And the response was, oh, wait a minute, no, we only want 27,000 square feet. So they originally asked for the 43,000 square feet. They go down to 27,000 square feet. And what they said, which was part of the discussion that day, was, we're going to be New York centric in everything. We're going to open up a grocery store next to the liquor store, and in it, we're going to highlight New York products. There's going to be New York beers, 3,000 of them. There's going to be New York apples. There's going to be New York cheese. There's going to be a number of other things, and the tape at the time, or at least the transcript, fell off as to what else they were offering, but it was all New York related. And when it was all over, and that was in response to a specific question from then Commissioner Ford. He was one of your predecessors. And he was very impressed with that, as was the chairman, that what they were going to do was create this New York atmosphere within that store. They also said many other things. They said things like they wouldn't hurt the stores around them, that they were going to be a regional store, that they were not going to hurt really anyone. They were just going to bring people in. Well, Chair Fan spoke about they're still alive. There was another store that was one of the closest stores. It was known as Vineland, at least that was the corporate name, but Stu Leonard's was what the name it used. And it was doing $8 million a year before Total showed up. They went out of business. They went out of business. An $8 million store. Total gave you figures averaging $98 million a year. You can take the next largest store, wherever that may be in the state of New York, I can almost guarantee that it's a third that number. The highest grossing store in the rest of the state as it relates to Total. So what do we have here today? We have what may have been a grand scheme from the first place. Like I said, when they first filed, they said they were going to be 43,000 square feet. They were told, no way, and they reduced it to 27,000 square feet which again is way out of whack to what is there right now. But okay, you granted it. You granted it because of the statements, the claims that they made with respect to what they were going to do with New York products. I don't think
I'm
they've looked
sorry,
at.
can I just clarify that in 2017, who said no way, then you have to go down?
Well, you see, that's the part I can't tell you exactly. There is a response. There's a letter in response to, then, he was an investigator, his name was Barry Sender. It says, well, in response to your inquiry, we're now 27,000 square feet. So I don't know what Mr. Sender said to them, but they went from 43,000 square feet. I have the original application. It was foiled. I can show you that the original application read that they wanted 43,000 square feet, which went down to 20,000 square feet, then up to 27,000 square feet. Again, I have, if you want to see it, I can show it to you now.
And when you say, Mr. Saunders, this is with the Retail Alliance or?
No. Barry Sender was an investigator. Was an SLA investigator. Yes. I don't know. I don't know. You know what he requested or what he said, but I do know. I did see the response, and it went down to 27,000 square feet. But that's not all. When I made the presentation in 2017, I told you about something called RSSI. Yes. And there was a lot of discussions about RSSI and that it was independent and was not a part of this store. And lo and behold, they open up. And what does the New York State Liquor Authority do? They bring charges against the store. 4 charges. 1 for gambling inside the premises, 2 related to products they shouldn't have sold in the first place, and the 4th one, an availing on the part of RSSI. And what happens? After a hearing, not some sort of conditional no contest, the ALJ finds that all charges were sustained and that there was an availing going on between RSSI and New York Fine Wines. So everything I posed or stated that day came to fruition. And this is maybe not a big point, but I put in my opposition. You saw it. It's lengthy. It has a number of exhibits. It bears out everything I'm saying. I asked post my submission, which was the last day you could, and by the way, I only found out about it the Friday before, but I spent an entire weekend. That's not your problem. Putting it all together, I did. And I asked post my submission, was there any other submissions? You received another opposition from the Retailers Alliance. You also received a submission from New York Fine Wines, which apparently clarified, I guess, some doubt or some question you had with respect to how the store was going to be allocated or what, how many square feet for this, that, and the other thing. And there was a response. What I found most interesting about the response was not that 27,000, that 16,000 square feet is this way and 27,000 square feet is that way, is that who gave you the response? The gentleman sitting here today, the general counsel of RSSI. Now, I'm not saying this is just another indication of what is really going on here, but it seems awful strange to me that somebody from Maryland comes all the way up to New York and he's the general counsel of RSSI and he's about to explain why New York Fine Wines should be getting an additional
And that's
17,000.
Mr. Schiffer.
Yeah. All right, well, wherever he is.
Right, that's
Schaefer.
Schaefer.
Yes. So, I mean.
So do you have another role, sir?
I haven't given any remote yet.
No,
I'm
you-
just
roll.
asking you.
Yes.
You're
Oh, I'm
general counsel of RSSI
Yes.
and also general counsel of Total Wine?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a dual role.
I am a lawyer who represents all the companies that make up the Total Wine name.
Okay.
All right, well, if I may, I've given you the history of RSSI and Total as it applies to Texas, as it applies to New Jersey, as it applies to Connecticut, Florida, and they have a history. They have a terrible history, if I may. In terms of public convenience and advantage, this store is completely unwarranted, or at least the increase in size. You've already given them the store. But now, whatever store is in the area, I guess they just wanted to give the final death knell to those stores. They say they reach out 20 miles. I could bring, I could have brought 200 stores in here today if I had the time to explain how all of those stores have been directly affected by what Total has done. $98 million. That's an obscene amount. It's just an obscene amount. The New York, as I pointed out in my written presentation, the New York State Alcoholic Beverage Control Law is very clear to the New York State Liquor Authority as to what their obligation is. When it comes to liquor stores, the idea is temperance and obedience to law. It's not to overstimulate the market. It's written in Section 2. It's written in Section 101. This store did not generate new business. It took the business away from every other store, making the competition unruly, making the market overstimulated. And other stores have come before you as far away as Suffolk County and Queens, and you brought charges and heavily fined other stores for group buying. And their, although it's not a valid excuse, was that Total is killing us. We can't compete with Total. And you find them. I mean, they violated the law. But the idea of this store coming before you today and saying that public convenience advantage would be served by the addition of that space is almost laughable. I mean, they're going to come up and they're going to say Total is good for the consumer. No, Total is good for Total, and that's all it's good for. They equate alcohol with staples such as bread and cheese and milk and other foodstuffs. No, it's not. You were set up post prohibition to ensure that there's an orderly market, to ensure that there's no overstimulation of the product. And that's why you have mom and pop stores. You have, for the most part, small stores that you can only have one owner. I'm not going into whether, well, they only have one store in New York.
To be fair, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but to the extent that they're in, mostly, if they're complying with the law and their existence forces other people to be non-compliant, it's hard to hold that against them.
Of course it's hard, and it's very easy to hold it against them because they are so disproportionate to what you set up over 90 years that it is their fault. It's not, that's, with all due respect, that's not a proper statement to make. Because
everybody have their own responsibility, right? To the law, like.
I'm not making that as a proper excuse. I'm just telling you reality of what the heck is going on here. And $98 million as opposed.
Jump off the bridge, like that's not a relevant argument. You can't say that.
Of course you can. They're not. They said they were creating new business. They're not,
because this. Again, everybody is supposed to be in self-compliance. Everybody monitor themselves, but we have had cases where people say, oh, we started co-op buying because Total came in.
Right.
I am buying, we have restaurants buying at Total. Like, that's their choice. That's an economic
I'm not saying it's proper. What I'm saying is that they've so destabilized the market that what are legitimate sources for the most part are resorting to things they shouldn't be doing. I agree with you. They shouldn't be doing it. There's no reason for them to do that other than the fact that it's survival. And again, there's the public convenience and advantage argument. The four closest stores are not really doing better. There is no increase in population. There is no, the stores are very close together. That alone. What I'm also suggesting in my presentation is that their character and fitness has to be looked at by this body. And the character and fitness has been less than exemplary. As I said, you brought the charges. You brought the charges for availing. I've shown you what they do in other states. They're now coming back and they want to be rewarded for misleading this body in the first place by saying that they were going to be so New York oriented. Go into that store, take an investigator, go into that store, find out how many SKUs of New York product they actually have in those stores. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke compared to what they told you. They told you a bunch of things that were at best misconceptions of what they thought they might be doing. But I would suggest it's something more sinister than that. And they've proven that in other states. And I would ask that between a lack of public convenience and advantage, and also their own character and fitness, this application should be rejected outright.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify again that your clients are Westbury and the other store is which one?
Garden City.
Garden City.
Garden City.
Garden City's numbers back in 2017 were much greater. They've lost, I believe, 55% of what they were doing.
What's the business name? What's the company name? Is it Nine Star or it's?
No, it's
called-
not Nine Star. Nine Star is still, what is the?
Garden City Beverage LLC.
Yeah, well, what do you do business under another name? What's
Garden
your-
City Discount Liquors.
Garden City Discount Liquors.
Okay, and that's not the Stu Leonard store, right?
No, Stu Leonard's is out of business. That store never reopened.
Location. They're not out of business.
They moved because they an $8 million store. I don't know where they
They left
went.
that town, it doesn't mean that they're out of business. They're
Okay,
totally not out
so
of
I don't know. So they're in Westchester, so they're in Suffolk. I don't know where they went, but they certainly didn't stay in Westbury because of what transpired.
Well, may I ask you something?
Sure.
This is a bit of a legal question, or just to have your answer. Are you suggesting that there's a maximum number,
Of stores?
a maximum gross revenue number that makes public convenience and advantage no longer count?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. What I am suggesting is the reality of a store that's so disproportionate, that has taken the business away from every other store. You look at this. You look at this every week. You looked at it this morning.
I understand you're making these arguments, but if I look at the Westbury numbers, they actually have been improving since COVID, which is unusual.
No, first of all, I told, they
Improving by a significant amount.
were doing $15 million before Total showed up. They're doing $7 million now. What I'm also telling you,
There were sales in 2017 for Westbury.
Right.
And now
What-
there's 7.
what I'm also telling you is that they probably picked up business as a result of the $8 million Stu Leonard store leaving. So, I mean, that there's been no increase in business. They're getting crumbs from what, Total is not getting.
I get it. I mean, the numbers that they're doing is probably making up for all the stores combined in both Long Island counties. I mean, that's the extent of their success.
You turned down the store in Stony Brook, you turned down the store in Westchester, you turned down the store in Queens because of what they did in Westbury. All right, they just wanted to get rid of all the competition. So they strategically try to put these stores, and they're making claims of 20, 30 miles out as to what their reach is. And maybe it is. And I think many stores in Queens and Nassau County and Suffolk County can attest to that firsthand. This is not what you were set up to do. This is not what you have done for 90 years. You allowed this store in for one reason only, because of their pitch to you about New York product.
Can I ask you a question there?
Sure.
And I'm from New York my whole life, of course, but I live up in the boonies, not here.
You live in New York. You
Okay?
live in a place that has the only New York
I
team
could say I'm
in
from the
football.
boonies, so I'll say that, okay? But if the New York products aren't selling compared to European and California wines, for instance, isn't that a factor in how someone might operate a business?
No.
I'm gonna give more shelf space to something else?
Well, but that, you know what? Yes, under normal circumstances, but what I'm trying to say, and hopefully I can explain this, the whole reason that the then board gave Total its license was because of its pitch relating to New York product. I agree with you. Up in the Finger Lakes, most of those places couldn't give the product if they wanted to because they're roadside stands, some of those places. The numbers that were thrown at the members that day were incredible in and of themselves. 3,400 different wines. Go to the store right now. See how many wines they have relating to New York.
We have those numbers. You said that the third time, so I think that we got your point. Unless you have something new to say, I will talk to you about the New York products after Mr. Carrera goes. Unless the clients have something you want to say.
I want to say.
No, well, if they want.
Council, I want to say one thing about your numbers.
I'm sorry,
I want to say one thing about the numbers. Westbury gave us for 2023, $7,849,093.
Right.
In 2024, they gave us $2,875,932 as of May 31st, 2024.
Correct.
Taking that $2 million figure, dividing it by 5, multiplying by 14 to account for the holiday bump, they would show an increase. That the
I'm not,
prices- the
I,
sales are going
I didn't say we weren't showing anything, but I explained why there was an
And the
increase.
same for gardens. I just wanted to.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I also explained why they've had increases. The $8 million Stu Leonard store went south. So $8 million divided by 4 stores, yes, you're gonna have an increase.
When did they?
I'm not sure exactly, 22, 23, I don't know.
This is 23 and 24.
It's recent. I can't tell you exactly when.
Thank you. So just to introduce myself, I'm Michael Carrera. I'm the Executive Director of Metropolitan Package Store Association. I'm also representing Retail's Alliance. I'm a member of that as well. So it's a trade association representing retailers in New York State. So I think to really look at this, I would believe we need to talk about a number of things. The industry is collectively way down. Tax receipts for New York State, I get an email once a month, they're way down. More stores are on COD, which as you all know, the state identifies who's on COD, and that's factually can be checked, are more stores, percentage of stores are on COD than ever. Sales are greatly down, distillers are laying off people throughout the country, wholesalers, this is a known fact. Post-COVID, so now you have a $98 million store that wants to expand by, looks like 60%, I think the number, I don't know if I'm right. 58%. There is 240 licenses in Nassau, as you all know, 300 in Suffolk and over 300 in Queens. The store obviously recognizes in its own definition that it's not just a neighborhood store. It draws from all over the community, many counties, and very saturated area. It's obviously a very busy area. All sorts of folks go shopping from Queens, from all over, from Brooklyn. They deliver and all that. This has had I believe, and all of us believe, a negative impact on all the stores. So obviously the local stores have been affected, but there's no way $98 million just appears out of thin air from 2017 to now. The practices of the store are that they sell main brands at cost or close to cost. Items, huge brands. Largest Italian wine imported into the States is like a brand like Cavit. There's not it's footballed around. So the profitability of these brands, and what they then do is obviously and a very good job of selling of brands that they represent or bring in or market. Yes.
When you say at cost or close to cost, is that below cost or slightly above?
I don't have the facts, but I could get you ads and I can analyze this with you, all of you. Like Mr. Mailer pointed out, we're not as prepared because we were not aware of this until a few weeks back. But I assure you, we could bring all this information and produce this. And another interesting thing, as you pointed out, Commissioner, and asked about the New York State products. Initially, as in, I think the Attorney Donahue wrote for the authority when the license was granted 7 years ago, explaining why this license, one of it was that New York State products were going to be significantly promoted. If you look at the ads, there is no New York State products promoted. So I think it's what is affected significantly, it's across the board. It is profitability, brands, has basically upset the marketplace, which I know in reading what little I know about this and reading the statute and what this is authority was made for and after prohibition is that we are supposed to have an even balanced playing field. So all due respect, take aside the fact that the store, that the people that own this own a 300 store plus chain, and they're masterful retailers throughout the country, and they do $6 billion. As you see, $6 billion, right? As you see, this is really not pertinent in this situation because that's not what we're all about here. It's just to enrich or empower or make somebody a giant, and that could just slay and kill everybody else. That's not good for the industry. That's not good for the market. That's certainly not good for the consumer because one day I foresee if this continues on, this kind of growth, that you're going to see stores go out of business the stability of this market is going to continue to erode. I believe it's already happened. And like I pointed out also, there's no growth in sales. There's also no growth in population in Nassau or the surrounding counties. As a matter of fact, as we all know, say at least New Yorkers are moving out of these counties. So I think that's a major issue. And like I pointed out, there is no law that you're not allowed to sell below cost or cost. We could analyze that, but selling things at cost, using loss leaders, taking major brands, category leaders, that's the business model here. And then it's obviously getting customers to come and buy other products, which is, but like I said, creates a atmosphere that I can't see anybody in Nassau County being happy going up against us. And now to actually turn around and say, we're going to allow this to be expanded by 58%. I mean, $98 million. So now we're talking about if we do the same dollars per square foot and 58%. So we're now taking another $58 million out of the hearts of everybody else in these counties. There's no growth in this industry. Suppliers like Diageo and Brown-Forman are laying people off all over the place. Sales are down. Like I just can't continue on and on about this, but we're happy. And like I said, if we had more time, we'd have more retailers here. And I think all sorts of folks would speak out about this.
Well, this application was in the pipeline for a while, and we did get a letter from the Retail Alliance. So, I mean, unless you're officially asking me to adjourn this because not enough people got to come, you know, how many members are you speaking on behalf of? Perhaps.
I mean, we have a bunch of members in these counties, but I'm not asking you to adjourn. I'm just asking. I'm just stating.
Can I just take a number of how many stores you are speaking on behalf of?
We have dozens and dozens of stores in Nassau County. I don't have the record number here, but we do have quite a membership of people that write us letters, and we've been getting emails all week long, obviously, since this came to fruition. So, I mean, I could provide a petition or something like that, but.
Right, but I mean, you can also just tell me generally your organization, how many members are there?
We have over 400 members.
400 stores around the state, right?
Yeah, downstate.
400 store downstate?
Mostly downstate, yeah.
Okay. That's very fair. All right, thank you, Mr. Pereira.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So I'm not going to address everything that Mr. Miller said. He said quite a lot. Some of it, I think, doesn't warrant a response. But I think the three messages that I heard were, he wants to relitigate your decision to approve the store in 2017. He seems to say that was a mistake, but that was a decision that was made and affirmed on appeal by Mr. Mailer and his clients in 2017. So that's point one. The other theme seems to be that big is bad and profitability is bad as well. We have to have one monolithic type of business in New York, and that's Mr. Mailer's clients, mostly smaller stores, mostly what we call mom and pop stores. And those are the kinds of stores that you should be approving, not big stores like Total Wine. Total Wine wasn't a big business when it started 30 years ago. Mr. Trone didn't have anything. He's told his life story many, many times. He came from nothing and built a very successful business because of hard work, ingenuity, and doing things differently than they have been done for the last 30 or 40 years. That shouldn't be demonized. That should be celebrated. And the fact that this business was able to generate $98 million in sales, I will be the first to agree. That's a lot of business. But those are consumers who made a choice to go to this store. This store, $98 million. That's 1 million customers a year go through that store. Why? Because they like what it has to offer, and it provides them choice, selection, and service that they don't get at other stores. That doesn't mean that we throw all the other stores out. They have a place in society. They serve a purpose. I shop at my local store at home because it's more convenient sometimes for me to go there than it is a big store like Total Wine. Same thing happens in New York. These stores are not suffering, as Mr. Correa suggested, and as Mr. Miller suggested. The sales figures showing they're doing quite well for their size and for their business model. I put in the record the details of the sales of the 5 closest stores, only 2 of whom I think are represented by Mr. Miller. And each of those stores are doing quite well. And I have some exhibits I'd like to hand up to you just to have them. If you don't want them, you don't have to look at them. But I think they're very telling, and they show pretty clearly that these stores are doing very well. So the first, if I can just show this to council. These are the sales. If I may, this is a copy. I think there are 5 there. It's a copy of all the sales figures for all the reported gross sales letters in the proximate region of the applicant. And those show very clearly, I think, that the sales are going up at each of those stores. And for Westbury, and I'll just read into the record what the actual numbers are, but for Westbury Liquors, it went up 8.5% from 2023 to 2022. In 2022, it only went up 0.3% year over year, but that's during COVID. It went up 10.67% in 2021. Those are ginormous increases, I think. Garden City has not been in business as long. It reported sales in 2022 of 1.4 million, and in 2023, 2.1 million approximately. That is an increase of 46.29% by my math. And I even took the numbers on this chart and I annualized it so you can look at the partial figures that they reported in 2024. And if you take those partial figures and you extrapolate the percentage, we know in the industry that 58% of business happens in the second half of the year, and the other half is smaller because you don't have Christmas and all the holidays. And so we did the math on that as well and showed that they're still going up in this year. Although we don't know for sure because we don't have the final
Can I ask you a
data.
question?
Yes.
On your second page, gross sales by year of Westbury Liquors, Inc., it says AKA Costco. Why do you say AKA Costco?
Because
I just want to.
They're attached physically to the Costco, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, maybe that was a little unclear. Let me clarify. They're not Costco, they're not called Costco, they have, their name is Westbury Liquors, but they are physically attached to Costco, and Costco has that model all over the United States where they sell some things in the box and they sell liquor outside.
Costco stores
Yeah.
in this state.
So I don't think there's any question, even though we've heard 98 million is a ridiculous number and we need to stop this. We can't have this store have more business. They're actually doing quite well, in spite of the fact that this store is doing well, the applicant store is doing well. Why is it doing well? It's doing well because it has the right business model. It's promoting and educating consumers about products in ways that other businesses don't. Some of them do, but not all of them do. And it has a wider assortment and it draws customers from a much wider area, I believe, and data suggests, because we have data of where people come from, than these 4 or 5 stores that have been represented in the gross sales letters. Those are mostly localized businesses. And so the suggestion or the rhetorical question by Mr. Miller is, where did 98,000 came? It must have come from us. No, it didn't. It came from having a better model for business, and it drew customers that weren't coming into this market before. And that's a good thing. That's good for Westbury. It's good for Nassau County. And I think it's good for the adjoining businesses as well. The other point that I'm going to have Mr. Trone talk about a little bit is this concept of being locally centric. So we do this in all of our stores. We don't just do it in New York. It's just something that Mr. Trone has been committed to from day one. And that is you have to engage with the community that you operate in. And one way to do that is to bring them local products that they don't otherwise see in the stores of the competitors. And so from the very first day, when we opened this store on November 9th, 2017, I was there, and it was quite an amazing thing to see with an incredible display of New York products. And I want to put in the record, if I may, just some photographs. I just think they kind of tell the story in a incredibly significant way. You bear with me. And they show, I believe, how much New York products we actually had and how we promoted those products. Mr. Miller.
All right.
These are just
So-
copies, and I'll just represent, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You have this, right? Okay, great.
A pipe dream has to come to reality.
All right, this is when you opened. Have you been to the store lately?
I've been to the store maybe 3 years ago was the last time I was there.
So in response to, because I knew this was going to come up because as you guys know, unusually we have an approval decision, thanks to our predecessor who was thoughtful enough to put this together to guide us along here. And I very much appreciate that because it gives us the context and the history beyond having to go back and watch hearings from prior years, which I have done as well. We, as an agency, made a disclosed visit to the location earlier this week. I don't know if you guys know that. The commitment at the time was to designate 2,000 square feet of space to New York products. Currently, it is a space that measures 40 feet by 7 feet. We even give it very generously, it's 350 square feet. Really, it's more like 280 square feet out of 26,000 square feet. What you committed to back in 2017 was a lot of products. 3,400 New York wines, 330 liquor, and 330 cider that were all produced in New York State. I'm not sure if you're aware at the time, but probably you committed to more than what was being made, in a way. So I just want to be fair about that.
And it's a good question, Your Honor.
And so that's what we found. You committed to 3,400 wine. So I haven't said what we found yet. So we went and counted it. Commitment of 3,400. You right now carry on your floor, I don't know what you have in the back, is 350 wines. That is about 10% of what was committed. Of the 330 spirits, you have 200, which is more than 50%. And of the 330 cider, which is my personal favorite, you only have 6. So I usually don't, we generally don't discuss, visits and things we find, but because you're here and I don't want to waste our time, I want to put this into the record. If you accept it as what we found, you can think about it, whether you need to have a discussion before you respond to it, or if you're ready to respond to it, I would love to hear what your, input is. As of today, New York has 1,200 producers, manufacturers. So as of today, I actually do think that there is an opportunity to meet the commitment that you made in 2017, which may not have existed in the past 8 years. So with that.
So if I may just respond to that. First of all, I want to say 2 things. One, I went back. I know you didn't have an opportunity to, Chairwoman Bond, but I went back and I read the transcript of the hearing. I was there, but I don't remember every word that was uttered.
Yeah.
And what I saw on page 27 of the official transcript from this
Yeah.
agency were these words from Mr. Trone.
Okay.
We, now the syntax is off. I don't know if that's a translation of the record or whether Mr. Trone was misspeaking, but we desirous to carry 3,400 New York wines. I think what he was trying to say is we are desirous of trying to carry 3,400 wines. So that's the first point. The second point is later on page 34, he said, we also, quote, we also would like to carry over 336 New York spirits. We also would like to carry. That's what he said. And that is what he committed to, because I think I'm going to let him tell you about that. But we tried very hard and did succeed in getting a lot more of New York wines in our stores in 2017 and for a long period of time thereafter. And that is not the case today, Madam Chairwoman, because today we agree that we had 359 New York wines in our inventory system. That's what I pulled from the records. 285 New York spirits in inventory. And the cider is sold on the other side in the grocery store, not in the New York spirit store. So the reason why there's
Which you have closed.
No, we haven't closed it. Yeah, Madam Chair, we have not closed it. We have proposed to close it and to utilize the space to expand.
And how many ciders are over there?
I don't know the number, but it's a lot more than 8. The eight that are in inventory on the liquor store are above 7% ABV. And those get sold on the liquor side because that's permitted, whereas they can't be sold there if they don't.
But you don't know how many New York made beer and wine on the cider side because you also said that you intended to carry over 300.
I didn't bring that with me today. We can certainly find that out. I don't have that number because it didn't seem to remain through the liquor store, but we can get that if you want. So just one other point I wanted to say is that we have 359 wines, 285 spirits.
Let me do that.
The 5 competitors, Garden City, Westbury Liquors, F&J, Old Country, and 9 Stars, we went and took pictures of the inventory in their stores, and they have between one SKU of New York wines, and the highest is 7 SKUs. So a big difference, I think, between the commitment that is being made by the applicant versus the commitment being made by the competitor. So I'll let Mr. Trone address the New York issue.
All right, go ahead.
That's okay.
May I proceed?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you all very much for your time today. I very much appreciate it, and I made a special point, even though we have votes today and flew down here last night, and I'm missing session to be here, and because you asked that, and I wanted to be here for you to answer any questions you might have. Number one is I love local. Local, I started my company with 0. My dad went bankrupt. We were farmers, chickens and hogs. We lost everything. I started with nothing. So I've been in the shoes of a small store. I was a small store. I cleaned the restrooms. I rang the register. I did everything. And I've been fortunate and blessed to be able to build a business by looking at different models and working very hard and being very lucky. So the bottom line is I do believe that locals are one of the keys to my success in the 30 states where I operate, whether it's Nebraska, Seattle, Miami, Boston, San Antonio, all over the United States where I operate. We drive local products, local beers, local foods is allowed to sell them. Every state's different. Local spirits and local wines. We give them the disproportionate edge, extra edge every time, because we know if we're part of our community, both in philanthropy, but also in what we carry, we're going to be more successful. So that's a standard of our company that's prevalent forever and not just New York aimed. It fit beautifully with New York's interest in our own products. New York's the 5th largest producer of wine in the United States. Unfortunately, I felt like, based on what my team told me, we could get well over 3,000, well over 300. I didn't go out and count how many wineries there were. I didn't go out and ask them how many products. I have a team that's significant, 12,000 team members around the United States working my employ.
And I said, what do you think we can do? That's what they thought we could do. And you know what? We came pretty daggone close. If we didn't get 3,400, I don't know how many we got. We got very, very close to that because we busted our butt to carry products all over the state. However, it's a tough thing. Nothing is forever. And as you mentioned earlier, sometimes we couldn't get, after time, a winery in the Finger Lakes or upstate New York to be willing to bring down the small amount of product that we needed. Because it turned out to be more difficult to sell some of the New York products than we had hoped. Some from the North Fork have done very well, that proximity to Westbury. But others, where the bulk of the wine region is, up in the northern part of the state, have had a tougher sledding. They have not been able to find wholesalers in many cases. They had them, they didn't do the volume, they lost those wholesalers. People after COVID were out of business. So long story short is, we love local, but at the same time, we fulfilled every piece of our promise. Absolutely, went the extra mile. And for me to have 359, whatever that number exactly is, and the folks behind me to have 1 and 2 each, 1 and 2. That's 359 times the one guy and 187 times the other gentleman. Plus all those spirits, which they virtually have nothing. No one carries those.
So at the height of your, at the beginning, when you were really trying to commit to the 3,300 wines, how many do you think you had?
I don't know, but I guarantee it's close to 3,000, but I don't honestly have a sense of what that was. It was 7 years ago. I own 270 stores.
Having a conversation saying, did we meet the commitment to the board? Like,
No.
no such conversation happened.
No such comment. We made a desired what we wanted to do, but it's not unique to New York. It's all the country. Every state, we drive local.
So
Because
this
it's
is how
smart.
I look at this. I mean, I know
Yeah.
that you started small and I really respect your story, sir. I really appreciate you standing here. And I know you start small, but you are now a giant in this area, in leadership, in however you define it, you are now top of 1%. And with that privilege that you have built for yourself comes more responsibility than anybody else, right? So I would say that you committed to the prior board members a New York-centric shopping experience.
Which
that
we did.
included grocery, produce, New York
Which we did.
apples, and a lot of other things. And I understand that that has not panned out.
That is not, but be very clear, we've added thousands of New York products, yogurts, apples, all the different New York beers. I mean, you name it, bagels, if it's New York food, we got it.
Right.
We've added it. Now, some haven't sold, and unfortunately, the business has not proved to be profitable.
Right. And so now you're trying to change that space that at the time, the board thought that this would be a great,
So did I. So did I.
experience for shoppers. When you have grocery store next to liquor store, I come from a social services background. It's food security for the community. It means something. And, now you're saying that has not panned out, and I fully respect that. And you want to move to, a different model, but I think that if you were to get additional square footage, then I want to reopen this New York product commitment, because since you've had the store, New York manufacturing has grown a lot, and you are the big player. You have the responsibility of helping the manufacturing industry grow in this state, regardless of how hard it is to bring the products. You have the staff. You have 12,000 people. I cannot imagine that we have a winery up in the Finger Lakes. We have 450 wineries that are not dying to put their product in Total Wine. Like, I would be very surprised, and you should tell me that if they're saying, no, Total Wine wants 100 cases, I'm not shipping it down to you. I'm not
So
saying.
if we wanted 100 cases, they're going to figure out how to ship it. The problem is those products up there just have not proven to meet the test of time, to have the sales that can withstand. Now, with more space, I absolutely concur with you completely. With more space, we can go back and try and get more products from New York, and I love that. More New York wines, more New York spirits. I'm all in. That's an easy one. It's asked and answered, and we're happy to do that. But the current space now, my store does $3,700,000 per foot in sales. U.S. retail average is $200 a foot. Walmart averages $240 a foot. And this store does $3,700. So there's a threshold of productivity. And even though we give New York this huge advantage, if it doesn't sell, it ages on my shelf and goes out of code. Wine doesn't last forever. It just doesn't.
Yeah, no,
Spirits do. Wine does not.
I appreciate
That's my
what you're
concern.
saying, but I'm just saying that, you know, when you commit to 2,000 square feet and you're really only doing 280.
But we had 2,000 at the time. That I guarantee we had. 2,000 feet, we had that. And we had pretty close to 3,000 products, but they don't sell. They did not sell. And when you have that much volume, because competitors are, you know, just not good at their game in this state. I mean, that's just what it is. It's a fact.
The wine produced in New York is different varietals than the wine produced in other regions.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. Yeah, it's all different varietals people aren't familiar with. It makes it hard. I struggle with this in Virginia also. You know, that's the next biggest producing state. And other than, say, Horton, you know, that other varietals, they aren't used to them, and it's a tougher sell. But we nonetheless drive it relentlessly in every.
To sell, it's not, you know, you can do more tastings, you can do more education. California is all burned down. Like, I mean, the landscape has
I agree.
changed enormously. Like, New York wine is now number 2 in the country.
No,
So
I don't think it's number 2. I believe it's number.
number 2.
I think Oregon and Washington State
They're
will be.
number 2 now, if you look at 23, believe it or not. You do this, I also do this. I just don't
And
make them
SKUs or volume? SKUs or volume? Or wineries or volume? Volume, it's not going to be number 2. I'd almost stake anything on that.
I think it's
On
by
dollars.
volume, actually. You'll be surprised.
Yes, I'll look
We
it
are
up and figure it
making
out.
We also do a lot of commercial, distribution where our wineries are making and then selling it to
Yeah.
other states, and they're repackaging.
And I've done that. We've added your store wines to 81 other stores.
We're surprised too,
81,
but
all
we
over
are
the
number
country.
2 now.
I've
Cider,
added New York.
cider, we are by far number 1, by far.
I agree.
So.
Yeah, so we'd love to add more products. Be honest, we think that's fantastic business. It's part of our model across the country, but we got to have more space to be able to do that. That's just simply, that's simple.
I think there's a discussion about promotion of New York products, what you might consider along those lines.
Yeah, but I think it's important. If you don't promote something, you can't sell it. And you see some of the pictures there. You can see some of the end cap displays. You can see we set up its own tasting bar. So we have a tasting bar for all the other wines, another tasting bar for the spirits, then a third one only for New York wines. We set that up when we started. We discontinued it. We did the last remodel about 1.5 years ago because it just didn't pan out. Much as I wish for something to be true, the numbers are the numbers, but we're committed to add more and more New York products as space is available because it's good business.
If it's okay with the chairwoman, I would like to get back and finish my argument. I just had 2 more points I wanted.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you have any other questions? Mr.
No.
Brown?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the issue that Commissioner DeLeon, you just mentioned, I want to just mention briefly this issue of promotion, and then I'm going to move off of it. In the months of May through November of 2024, I went and I pulled the calendar for the events in New York just to see what events occurred. And I was very happy to see that there were 76 events that were dedicated just to New York products just in those 7 months, May through November. And so I've got the calendar here. I circled all the ones that were New York. Now, some of them are still scheduled later this month, next month rather. And but that's 76 tastings just for New York products. We don't do that kind of promotion for other products. We do tastings, but not to this extent.
76 tastings in a year?
No, in 7 months, from May till November of this year, Chairwoman, we had
10 in May, 7 in June, 9 in July, 9 in August, 14 in September, 12 in October, and we have 15 that have occurred and are still scheduled in this month. And that adds up to 76 tastings just in that 7-month period, because that's what I looked in the system and I decided I could pull 7 months out pretty quickly, so that's what I did. So that's a pretty big commitment. It's not true that we're not promoting the products that we have in the store. If you look at those photographs, you'll see pictures of some of the iconic distillers and winemakers in New York. We are celebrating them inside of our store. To this day, we still do that. So the other points that I wanted to make, just very briefly, if I may, is this issue about why are we doing this? And I think what you may have seen in my deck is that it's somewhat serendipity that we are here before you today. The store, the grocery store, which sells beer only, ciders, and food that is manufactured in New York. We don't sell a lot of other food that isn't made in New York. It's a New York-centric food store with New York-centric beer and New York-centric cider. That's what that is. Disappointingly, that store has not been successful, and it's lost $9.4 million since it opened in 2017. That's a big hit. That was Mr. Trone's idea, was to have this concept of you can go and shop for any product you want in the grocery and in the liquor store. New York is the only store in the 30 states that we operate in that doesn't, except for control states, that doesn't allow beer, wine, and spirits to be sold in the same box. It's very unusual.
So it's the only time I've ever attempted something like this. I'm a good entrepreneur. I get entrepreneurialism. I'm a good retailer. I tried this because it was really important, and I said to myself, this is going to give me an edge with the customer. And I love local centricity. But unfortunately, I failed. I'm losing $1.3 million every year. I can't continue. And that's why we applied for this some time back. We can't continue. It's a great idea, I thought, but it wasn't. Consumers choose to shop at Total Wine, to shop at Westbury, or not to shop with my New York products centric store.
How many grocery stores, other grocery stores do you run around the country?
Zero.
Zero.
Never a day in my life.
Yeah.
Only one I ever tried it.
Yeah, you're
Tried
not
it
good
here
at it.
because I thought it could go. I failed. It's hard to say, but I failed.
You can start that chain.
That's a failure. I'm not starting that chain.
So the only other thing that I wanted to say just about the why we're doing this, it's not to create more sales. It's not to hurt the little guys. It's to provide greater service and accessibility to products to our customers in the liquor store, and to continue to promote, even on a higher level, New York products that we're promoting even today, although not to the extent that we intended when we opened up in 2017. And you'll see in the diagrams that I put in your books, and I have copies if you want bigger copies, I made you bigger copies, but we're going to we have 2 bathrooms in the liquor store. When that store is full, there are a lot of people in it, and 2 bathrooms is not enough. So what we decided to do, some business might say, well, we'll just have 2 bathrooms and we'll tough it out. But we decided to keep the 2 bathrooms from the grocery store. So we're going to have 4 bathrooms in this store if it's expanded. So we're going from 2 to 4. That's part of the space. We're going to have more registers. So we're going to go from 10 to 23 registers, just so you can get people out quicker when you have a bigger box. So that's the other. And then I will tell you, because I've been in that store 2 or 3 times, the aisles are kind of tight. 26,000 square feet is not that big for our business with all the products we have. We have 8,000 wines other than New York wines. We have 3,500 spirits other than New York spirits. And if it were a beer store, we'd have a lot of beer. So there's not as much space as you would think. And so taking and widening those aisles makes it easier for people, particularly older people, to navigate through the store. So we're increasing the aisles by 2 feet. Every single aisle is going to go 2 feet. That's like 30% increase in size. And I think that's a pretty big deal.
I have another store that's similar in volume in Claymont, Delaware, Joe Biden's hometown. And that store is 65,000 feet. And that's right sized. It's really comfortable for consumers. That's our goal.
So the other thing that we want to do is try to take some of this XX space and increase the educational classroom area. So there is a classroom there. It's not quite what it can be if we have space. So we want to add 22 seats to that. People like to go to these classroom events and learn about what they're buying before they buy. Our consumers are very engaged, they're very curious, they like trying different things. And one way to get them to try different things and understand products differently is have them taste them and have an expert who's a sommelier or a master distiller or somebody really, really at the top of their game, talk to them about these products. They love it, they love it. So we want to do more of that, but we want to do it in a little more comfortable environment than we have. The last thing is we're doing some things for our employees. They don't have a very good break room. I've been in the break room. We want to double it. So we want to go from 364 square feet to 684 square feet. Bigger break room for the employees. I think we have over 100 employees in that store. And then we want to have better training facilities for some of our expert people. So we're building a dedicated learning center for our employees, and that's going to be 257 square feet.
So how many SKUs are you actually adding? I mean, I appreciate classroom, bathroom, added aisles, training, all of this stuff. But how many additional SKUs are you actually planning to carry in this 58% increase?
When you say SKUs, if I could just get clarification, do you mean any SKUs or are you talking about New York products now?
Any SKUs.
So
I mean, if you want to talk about New York products, I'm happy to have that discussion as well. But just in general, how many more products are we going to sell?
So I don't think, sell or store? I thought you asked display initially. Do you mean sell or you asked? Okay.
Carry.
Okay, carry is different than sell. Okay, all right. So offer for sale is what you meant. That's what I was confused by. I thought.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I understand.
So
you're a lawyer's lawyer.
I don't believe that there's any intention to add to the number of SKUs except in the area of New York. What we're going to be able to do is to be able to display those products in a different way. And this.
You got one facing and it sells right out. We got to move some of those to 2 facings. Some that have 5 facings, got to go to 7 facings. When you're turning $3,700 a foot, that's insanity. You think about that in context of United States retail. So we've got to get more facings, more products we would like. We've got a pretty good selection.
So are you committing to no additional SKUs,
No,
but
I guess-
for New York products? Because that's what he just said.
No, I'm very happy to add more New York SKUs and more New York products. Delighted. But I will also caveat that at some point in time, if they can't meet a bias threshold 2 years down the road, I can't carry something that's going to go out of date.
I
And
understand
the wine's
that,
going to turn
but
color.
There's obviously
That's the
a
problem.
way to also lower the price of certain products so that
And
people are tasting.
we have a whole
them.
process
The
of how
reason
we
why
do
I
that.
push
I
this
agree.
is because you and I both know that consumers follow up with brands and products because they've tasted it and tried it.
Agreed.
And so that's why I'm pushing you as a retailer to be the leader in this area
Happy
so
to.
that
That's easy.
it can, so, do you have more to say? Because I think.
So I would say adding New York products, absolutely yes. Continuing our aggressiveness and increasing that on tasting, absolutely yes. But overall, at some point, and trying to reach out to those guys in the Finger Lakes, see maybe they can get back down again. That's where we've had the drop off, is folks that are further away from Long Island. They just can't get the volume for those products, whereas North Fork seems to work. But those upstate, until we, they don't have a place. They're upstate and no one in Nassau knows much about them. That's the challenge. But we're happy to add more products and we'll have more space to do so.
I guess you could educate them about it.
So did you educate them about themselves?
Yes.
So
I'm with you.
So did you commit to not adding SKUs of other products, or did I hear that wrong?
No, we're going to have to look at, and we can't put the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
We've got to see what space we have, what things need to go and increase their facings, what new products, maybe it's Burgundy, maybe it's Napa. It's certainly going to be things from New York. We already got this, instructions clearly from you, clearly. And those are things, we're going to be able to add some products, but I don't know how many. So I don't want to put myself, on the record saying X.
Do you
when
have
I
your
can't.
own logistics? Do you have your own trucking companies?
No,
Okay, you're, okay.
We use just common carriers.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
all wholesalers.
And we're expanding the storage area as well
To
by
be less
fivefold.
trucking, actually.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
sir,
right.
can you go and then I just want to have a conference with council really fast. Go ahead.
All right. If anything, they bolstered my argument today. First of all, I just want to make it clear, I never suggested in terms of pulling their license. This has nothing to do with pulling their license. What I have said since I started this morning is they duped you. They told you that there will be 17,000 square feet of New York-related products in a grocery store. Now, I don't know if they want a GoFundMe page, but because they have suffered losses, they now want to get rid of what they sold to you 7 years ago so that you would grant them a license. They've said so many things. Chair Fana suggested, well, are you going to increase the New York? Oh, yeah, of course we are. But what they said during the course of their argument here was they admit that they had to, they showed you a picture from 2017 of 2,000 square feet. Now they've got 300 square feet, as Chair Fan pointed out, because you sent your investigators out there.
Let me ask you something. Do you think if the New York wines were flying off the shelf, they would have stopped selling them?
But that's not the point, is it?
Well,
The
I
point
think it
is,
is the point.
no, it isn't. No, it isn't, because they told you that they were going to increase the product, that they were going to make it such that the New York product would be sold. They said to you, they had a desk or a chair or whatever it was dedicated to tasting the New York product. They've eliminated that. They're telling you it didn't work. Listen, if I say nothing else, I just want to read something from your reasons for approval. Very simply stated. Because of everything they said about New York apples and everything else, the authority's decision stated as follows. Okay. No other applicant has in recent memory come before the authority and agreed to offer such a selection of New York products. Given the importance of the representation by the applicant to our decision, we will require the applicant to maintain the selection of New York products set forth above as a condition of the license. They lied to you. They told you they were going to carry it. You told them in your reasons, we're holding you to it. Now they're coming back and saying, oh, we didn't do it, but you want us to carry it again? We're going to do it again. They lied to you about that. They lied to you about RSSI. They lied to you about so many other things. And now they want you to come back and reward them for their lies. They want you to increase every week, or not every week, every third week.
Wouldn't it be kind of a good way to meet in the middle if the new space is another commitment to New York products? Like, wouldn't that,
No.
at this point, like?
No, again,
I mean, it's hard for me to say, to put myself in the minds of Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford. Like, I wasn't here at the time, so it's hard to say why they granted something, you know,
They
to be
told
honest.
you, they said it in the transcript. And I just read to you what we're holding you to your commitments. But forget about that.
Let me ask you this, but then you're saying that the state tells them what they have to sell forever.
Which is how it.
Which is how you put it. That's how you put it. That's why you granted this store a license, despite everything you've done before that.
I appreciate it.
So
what's your comment on population growth?
It's gone down. I showed you. I have. May I just make one final statement? Every third week when you have your meetings, I can't tell you how many times, and I'm here most of the time, where you tell stores, new stores, you know, we might grant the license, but you have to reduce your space because it's so out of line with all the other stores. If you're going to keep a store with 27,000 square feet and you want them to do what they were supposed to do, that's the answer today. You don't give them an additional 16,000 square feet. You tell them, you've got one more chance in this 27,000 square foot store, which did have 2,000 square feet allegedly when it first opened, down to 300 square feet, which did have products when it first opened and is now down.
But it feels like, based on the record, that negotiation has already happened, and they tried. They wasted $10 million, and now
Okay,
they're sort of back at
to
square one.
dupe you, to get you to go with what they wanted from the beginning, 43,000 square feet.
All right.
Mr. Roper has made a very good point to me. It wasn't made a condition of the license. It was part of the reason.
Sure it
for getting
was.
the license.
It was written in your reasons.
It doesn't constitute a violation, does it?
I would say it does. I would say it absolutely does. You put it in your predecessors, the members of the authority, put it in their reasons why they did what they did. And we will hold you to upholding what you said in your presentation. Now, they're saying the 16,000 square feet was a bust. It didn't work. And now we want to increase the size of the liquor store. They don't want the New York product. They're now telling you, yes, we're putting more New York product in. They had their chance. They did it. It didn't work, and now they're just telling you what you want to hear.
But wait a minute, they've also seemed to have found the Rosetta Stone of liquor marketing.
They have found the Rosetta Stone of
$98
liquor.
million.
You know what their Rosetta Stone is? You go into that store because you see an advertisement where you can get a name brand at cost or just above cost. And the people that they educate, their employees, they see that you're looking at Johnny Walker Green or something, and they'll offer you Murray Walker Green or some similar product because they bait and switch you. They don't make any money on the name product. They make money on the product that they also carry that no one else seems to have. And that's how they make their money. So in terms of Rosetta Stone, no. They lure you into the store with low prices. They have people trained to lure you away from the named products onto their products. And then 98 million reasons later, they're very successful at doing what they do.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Can I have one final quick one?
Yes, final.
I would say the Rosetta Stone of retail, which I found, is that if I focus all my attention and my intellect and my people's intellect, or my most valuable resource, on taking care of the customer and doing the best I can to make them happy, I win. My competitors chose to focus on government to stop competition. That's the difference.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Would you like also a commitment on new products? Because I'm happy to do that if I thought about it a bit.
Sure, if you want to make a
We're
suggestion.
happy to put on the record too. Right now, we have 350. I'm going to have more space if we're successful here. So I'd like to put on the record, we're happy to move that 350 to 700, double it. But I have a condition. I got to look at it. You can do that for 2 years.
I'm sorry, you have 359 wines, so you're going to 700
700.
wines?
I'll hold it for 2 years, and then I'll do an analysis. And if it works, I'm all in, man. I love local. I always have. But if it doesn't work, I've got to slide it back.
Okay, thank you.
Fair? Thanks,
We're
guys.
going off the record for a conference with council. We'll be back on shortly.
The difference is turning stuff outside and mutter.
Promise we're next. Extensive opposition. It's crazy.
So I'm making the White Castle logo. Bet you are. Is that ridiculous?
It's the number of,
She's got to stop the IV ball. You know, you gotta bring this thing one minute.
actually, we're gonna look up to see if there's a blue one.
I got 3 letters. Promote gourmet deli.
What? It's a license. I know.
Texas for it.
What is
They always so crazy. They never come here. So I came to get this horse. Just bought the 2 blocks down.
It's like opening another 16 stores.
You know, I didn't think about it. The problem is just and in the yard, never really, it just never runs. It takes forever. It's down from there.
The Metro, yeah, he's the
Let
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council. How would you like to proceed? Do the members have any further questions, or would you like to? Oh.
All right. All right.
So, we were having a discussion about New York products. How many stores do you have around the country, sir?
270 some.
270 something?
Yeah.
So now that we know and have made an agreement that New York wines are number 2 in production in the country, New York cider, you very, I'm grateful that you were very, agreeable that it's number 1 in the country. And our distilled products are also doing really well and growing significantly. Do you know if any of your other 270 stores carry these products?
I'm sure almost all the stores in New York carry some New York products if they're available through a wholesaler in that state. So states like New Mexico, Nebraska, Oklahoma, often they won't have a wholesaler for a New York product. Have to go through that wholesaler.
Okay. What about in your Northeast stores?
All the Northeast stores, they'd be part of that 81 stores I said that we've gone out and said these products worked in New York. So we made sure they got added, but they had to have a wholesaler. And so 81 stores, which I'm sure I didn't look, are principally Northeast, Mid-Atlantic is where that's going to be. The New York centricity could be some in Florida also, because you have a lot of New York, Florida snowbirds. That'd be my guess, Boca Raton, places like that.
I like the fact that you are such a presence in the industry and your commitment to go from, I think it was 350 to 750 years. I would make that a condition of any approval on my part.
As it should be.
Thank you. The fact that you're doing the tastings is good. I'd like to hear about any other promotions that you can do on behalf.
Yeah, they have to just continue to put coupons, things like that, is the way they do it. New York classrooms, if we can get folks, I don't know what the status is. I mean, I'm a congressman now full-time, so I'm here also periodically, but that's my job. And, but, certainly we can work and we'll continue to work on New York products in the classroom, but they will have to be represented by one of the winery type owners or a sales type person that knows the product inside out. So it's an event that people want to come to and enjoy.
I think the number was 76 now, over what, 3 months?
76 over 7 months.
Over 7 months.
Yeah, from May to November of this year.
Is there any number that you would be willing to commit to there?
Well, we would be willing to commit to maintaining and trying to increase that number. The idea was that we'll be able to have more resources to build it on New York if we have more space. And so that would be one way to do it. But, so 76, we did that in 7 months rather. I think you analyze that and get over 100 tastings a year. And if that's a number that you would feel comfortable with, we can commit to that.
That's a number you feel comfortable with?
Yes, sir.
May I just say one thing? I know you're about to vote. If we're talking about, they said they do it before, but I'm not going to go with that again. If you're talking about trying to, there's one thing about promoting the New York product, which every retailer in the state of New York is committed to doing. Every retailer.
If you only have one product, it's hard.
You know what? First of all, that's a statement made by Mr. Trone. If you allowed me to have all these people come in here, I could tell you that it's more than one product, especially the Nassau County stores. But I'm not into it. What I am saying, though, that if you overemphasize the New York product, it's a violation of the interstate commerce. So I'm just noting that for the record. You're going to do what you're going to do. But it seems patently unfair to me that when they came to you and they originally wanted 43,000 square feet, they went through the charade of a grocery store for 7 years, and now they're going back to the 43,000 square feet, and now they're going to put the New York product in. That's a sham. They're pulling the wool over your eyes again, and it should not happen.
I get it, but it's the point that you raised first, and now you're telling me I'm violating interstate commerce, like,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not, I'm not suggesting
it's-
that you are at the moment. I'm just putting it into the record. for a
Again,
specific
it's-
purpose. And I don't
you
think
can't
that-
argue both sides. I mean,
I'm
that's
not
like,
arguing- Well, how do I argue
I don't
both
think
sides?
Mr.
I
Trump would
mean-
open a grocery store with the intention of taking a loss.
Excuse me?
I don't think he would open a grocery store with the
I think
intention
he
of
would.
taking a loss.
I think he would. I think he would do that so that he could come back 7 years later and say, give me the other 16,000 square feet you didn't want in the first place. I mean, the $1 million that he's losing, he probably has in pocket change right now for a $6 million enterprise that he has. So, no, I think that it may have been calculated, that he may have done this.
How about the fact that Mr. Crone's company is selling more New York products than any other store, including the people that you represent, the pictures that we saw.
All right.
Not really pushing New York State products.
First of all, I don't think that's true. I think there are stores upstate, especially in the Finger Lakes district, that certainly outsell Mr. Trone down here. But more to the point, it has nothing to do, if you give somebody 27,000 square feet, yes, they're gonna sell more product. Now you're giving them 40, every week, you tell a store, you can't live with 8,000 square feet because everybody else is at 3,000 square feet. You gotta lower your thing. Now you're going to reward this store and increase its square footage, even though they did not live up to what they told you they were gonna do.
but that's not the point. The standard is, I think the fitness and character, I'm not agreeing with that assessment of this applicant. And I
Did you not
also,
bring charges?
yeah, but the fine was minimal, and
Well,
he was there, and we agreed that that's where we would, and it was, if it was egregious, we would have canceled the license if it was a real availing. I think that this board decided at the time that, we will sustain the charges, but then it was a very minimal fine. So that to me suggests that the mindset of the board at the time was that, yes, these charges were brought, but they were not so serious. But I want to just point to the fact that the standard they have to meet here is public convenience and advantage. I've been there. It's a really long walk to the bathroom. They're saying it's going to be new bathrooms. There's going to be wider aisles. There's going to be a classroom. That's why I was asking and trying to get at, how much floor space is actually devoted to products that they're now going to add?
But it was
But I haven't gotten that answer
2,440
yet.
square feet. Why can't you just tell them to live up to what they had before? 2,000 square feet and 27,000 square feet. Why give them more space? Why destroy all of the other stores in that area? This is so contrary to what you do every day or every time you meet. This makes no sense.
But though you're not a new applicant, they are an operating business that's paying a significant amount in excise tax, a significant amount in sales tax. They're moving $100 million worth of products. How much tax do you think that is?
In the state of New York, there's a pie, whatever that pie is. That number doesn't go up at the end of the year. So
It
Total
does if
takes it
they're-
away from all the other stores, and they're paying less sales tax. And so this argument doesn't make any sense. They have not increased the total number of sales in the state of New York. They've diverted sales from every other store in a 20-mile area. That's all they've done.
I don't know, but we've had this conversation multiple times. I've made these decisions multiple times, and I voted against new stores because there was no need for it, and that they were not drawing a crowd from necessarily out of state because of the proximity of the other stores. For this one, I see that, people that are coming from maybe other states, driving on the LIE to, go to the, out east or returning, they are able to exponentially grow the alcohol sales on Long
To the
Island.
detriment of every store.
But the numbers that you are showing in drop does not add up to the sale that they are. That means that they are making the market for themselves
Again,
to some extent.
If I had known about this, I would have brought in 200 stores, all
Well,
showing
you
at the end of the
did
day
know
that
about
there's a
this.
But the two clients the two stores that are here in opposition are both projected to increase sales for this year, based on the numbers that they gave.
From 15 million to 7 million, And the store, the $8 million
We
store
can
went
go
out of
back-
business.
You know, we can go back an infinite amount of years. Let's talk about where we are now.
But
We
I
talk
don't
about
think, so where we are
2023,
now is
and
a
we
Stu
talk
Leonard
about the
store
sa-
that,
And we talk about the sales that are being made in 2024.
only,
Do that math.
only because Stu Leonard's went out of business and these stores
I don't know
gained
about
their.
that.
Well, I mean, does that
Okay,
make sense?
I understand, sir. I mean, I think we've given you the time, you know, there are a lot of other people continuing to wait and we have to vote. I understand where you're coming from and I get it. I understand all, you know, there's also a whole background story here of what is happening. So
The other part to what you said, in terms of increasing the store for an existing store, this is a recent phenomenon, in the sense that it wasn't until not too many years ago that you decided that all stores that increased by more than 25% must go in front of the members, because it's akin to another store. That's why you do that. That's why you ask for the four
we
closest
get that,
stores.
sir, but you also understand that if you've been here in the room in the past year, is that the board has changed. And I cannot be held to the standards that my predecessor, that's not fair to me or the commissioners.
What's not fair to anybody that's in this room is precedent. If you're now saying, I understand, you're taking an approach of trying to help the stores in the state of New York and everyone else in the state of New York. But this is not helping the stores in the state of New York. This is the direct opposite of what you have done up to now. I applaud what you've done up to now, all right? This is a breath of fresh air. But at the same time, you're rewarding somebody who has, in a sense, spit in your face. He said he was going to do it.
All right,
He
Mr.
didn't
Mayor,
do it.
I mean,
and
you're now repeating yourself.
All right.
Yeah, all right. If the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon?
Everybody ready?
I'll go last.
Look, I appreciate the presentations by both sides, but I am going to vote to approve. First of all, the opposition that's present here today, as I've said on a number of occasions, is projected to be increasing sales harmed by this store's presence. Whether they will be in the future, I don't know. But I can say that they are doing well by comparison to 2023. Photos that I've seen show that there are a significant amount of New York products in this store.
That was 2017.
Well, no, we've seen pictures of, I think from May, right? Something famous. Anyway, the pictures were presented today. And that's a lot more New York State products than the people who are in opposition here are reporting to the public. I also appreciate the commitment to increase from 330 or 50 to 750. And my approval comes with a condition that remains for 2 years. And also that the promotions will be, I think you said 100 a year?
100 a year.
Okay, and can we commit to that for a period of at least 2 years?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so can we?
I would make that a condition also of my approval. So with all those things said, and having heard all the arguments, I will vote to approve.
Sorry, can we just back up for 1 second? Because the 700 was only about wine, which they have right now 359 SKUs in their system. What about the liquor and the cider? Because they also at the time said that they intended to sell 330 liquor and 330 cider. Right now, we know that they have 200 and they have about 200 spirits. And they said they intended to do 330 and they don't know how many ciders they have.
The ciders, it turns out, are on the other side of the thing. I was
Yeah, no, I
wrong.
get it, I get
The
it.
lower
But
volume.
there are a lot of ciders that are above the ABV that should be carried in the liquor store that, you don't know how many ciders you have, right? You haven't gotten the number.
We have 70 on the other side.
I think we have around 7. Check.
Seven.
We checked, just now we checked.
And we would be bringing them.
On the beer side.
onto the-
We can't,
we're on the
no, we
beer side.
can't bring them the other side. By law, we can't.
Not those,
Yeah.
not the one under 5 or.
Cider.
Yeah, well, above,
Has to be above the ABV.
cider can be everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Oh, cider can be everywhere. Cider's got this whole other position. It's really.
If cider can
smart.
be on both sides, that's news to us. And we would have put it on the other side if we knew that.
You see, we all learned something new that was worth your old days sitting here.
I'm in.
So where are you with that? 700 wine, and then they had committed to, not they had committed, but they said they intended to do 330 liquor, and now they have 200. And then they said that they would do 330 cider, and they have about 70.
Okay, so are we asking if there's going to be a further commitment here?
We're happy to absolutely do our best, and it's great news that we can put the cider on the other side. And I want to make sure, I'm sure you're right about it, but somehow my people missed that one. And we learn something new every day. Like I learned I couldn't run a New York State store. I learned over 7 years. So we're committed and happy to have the 70. I'm happy to shoot for, pick a number, 100. But I want to have it, look at it in 2 years. That's what because I got to see if it doesn't sell, it just goes out of code.
I understand. So is there a number that the chair is comfortable?
So it would be 700 wine. How about we bring liquor to 300 from 200 right now?
Yeah, we're happy to do that. We pretty much have heavily on the liquor because liquor doesn't stale out code and get stale. The wine's what was turning on me. All your whites turn when they get over 2 years.
And then cider, we're at 100?
Yep, that's fine.
Do you still want to limit this for 2 years? That's what you said, correct?
Well, that's my,
That's what
you
you
know, I
said.
don't
I
know.
don't know if anyone else.
I don't know if anybody else is agreeing with that.
So I am also going to ask, and is a suggestion, that given how successful your chain is, that would you consider bringing New York products to your other stores in the Northeast?
Yeah, we're happy to take a refresh look. I'll assign a team member to take a look at that and figure out how we can get them. The biggest issue is a wholesaler carrying it.
I get it.
That's the challenge always.
Lot that have wholesale, and this will
Yeah.
get them the wholesale. You understand? Like, you know how this works. If they are going to all the Total Wines around the country, they're going to be able to get a contract that they could or could not agree to, but there are also a lot of small ones that are coming in that will do the business if they know that this is an avenue, right? So
No, I think we can be helpful there, very helpful. I'm happy to work on that, have my team work on it. It's not me, but my team.
just like, take the top 100 SKUs.
Yeah, and I wasn't, the fact New York State's having more success, there you show I'm out of date. And I wasn't aware of that.
Is there anything that you can suggest to get the products from the Finger Lake region down to Nassau that would be of help?
It's a lot of times they're more sweet products that are more localized than a product that we sell. We're more the upscale customer. So areas of $20 and up, that's really my clientele. And a lot of those products are more grocery type focused, or when I sold local focused. So we don't do as well with those, but we're happy to try and work on the ones because I got to double the number. So I'm going to have to look to the Finger Lakes. I don't see an option.
Do you see any problem with them working with you? Let's say, like, depending on the
They've got two choices. They can self-distribute, and they're not going to drive down and see me for a case of this or a case of that, or they've got to get a wholesaler to pick it up. And those are the two options they've got to figure out how to do. I can't control what Southern Wine and Spirits or the big monsters want to carry. They're always trying to cut back their weaker SKUs and be productive. So that's something that the more you can encourage when you have Southern Wine and the other big folks before you to drive more carry, give New York products a unfair but fair advantage. That'll be helpful.
We have very limited leverage.
So I have some, more than you, but it's not unlimited.
That's why we're having this
Yeah,
conversation.
no, and I'm happy to have my guys bang on them.
Anyway, so, it's not a condition, but,
Yeah, fair enough. No. Whatever I say, I do. It's that simple.
I hope so, because, last time you said, and then you changed your mind, and then we weren't informed, right?
Yeah,
So
7 years later, things went
2
different.
years from now, counsel's office will reach out to you.
We're going to send you a report. We'll send you a report.
Exactly,
And we'll send you the reasoning and the sales numbers and the cut points, and we're happy to do that. That's easy. We can do all that work. That's an easy one. Yeah, so make a note of that. As of the date we get open, I don't want to do it, I want to give it a full 2 years to run.
Right, go ahead, sir.
Well, I mean, what are the conditions so far?
Or the conditions
Everything-
limited to 2 years.
Yeah, you guys
Condition
know.
is 700 wine, 100 cider, 300 liquor, and
I got it.
And what?
increased promotions,
100 promotions.
new classroom, new bathroom, widen aisle.
2 years.
Larger storage.
No, you're not gonna have the bathroom for 2 years. You're
No,
gonna-
no, I'm talking about the New York products only.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh, the bathroom, yeah, that forever. Good Lord, I love bathrooms.
In the year?
No,
Or for
100
2
cider.
years? What was the promotion?
No, it was 100 promotions. It was
Oh, 100
76 promotions in 7 months. The
Oh, you mean
commitment was to
tastings?
do.
Tastings.
Promotions, promote
Yeah.
tastings.
Yeah.
100 tastings a year.
For New York products.
For
For New York products a year. Okay. Are you okay with that, Chair?
Yeah, but Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, okay, so my short answer, first of all, is yes with all those conditions, but I want to give a little bit longer answer here. Because I would have just voted yes outright, frankly. And I'm saying that with all respect to Attorney Mailer, who thought this is really interesting to me. You literally, to me anyway, I use the word, you found a Rosetta Stone here, and New York allows you one license, and you happen to find it in Westbury. When I'm looking at the map, maybe I'm speaking to Attorney Mailer right now, I'm seeing Lowe's wiped out, any number of hardware stores on the corner,
Absolutely.
okay, and Walmart wiped out everybody else.
That's right.
And Barnes and Noble wiped out books. This gentleman, Congressman Trone here, and his counsel Schaefer they no longer have a business more than a statistical outcome to me. I mean, they found it, how to do it, and it happens to be here. And because they found it, and I find no limitation as to how convenient it has to be or cannot be to the public convenience and advantage, I would have no trouble just saying yes to this, being very mindful that if this were upstate, it would wipe out a lot of people, and I feel it. So I'm trying to be sympathetic, but I would have just said yes outright. To be frank, let me finish. So I will go along with a yes with all the conditions as stated by Chair Fan and by Commissioner De Leon, because the conditions seem to have been somewhat discussed. We just happen to have an anomaly here, and that's my position. So yes, with all the conditions as stated on the record.
Just one final comment. It's decided. Lowe's sells lumber. Walmart sells food and
Everything.
electronics. But when you talk about alcohol, you have a constitutional amendment attached to it, and you have a commitment to temperance and obedience to law. And this is not what that is.
All right, so the application.
All right, I'm gonna,
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
you gonna let me vote?
She gets the vote.
I'm gonna vote to approve with all the conditions that Commissioner De Leon put on the record.
As well as yours.
Yes, and mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Good luck. Thanks.
Next is 52, Mike's Liquor and Wine Inc. So,
Yeah.
so for 52.
What's the problem?
Water.
So for 52.
Oh, I have water here.
Calling back 52, Mike's Liquor and Wine Inc.
Oh, Jesus.
Apparently, we couldn't find anything, but apparently watching. And again, it was a situation where they thought they would appear virtually, and they're now asking for an adjournment.
Before you. Whoever would thought that they were appearing virtually, like, what is this new concept that people are getting? Who's the representative?
I don't know the
52.
person, but,
It's an,
I don't even understand appearing virtually.
An
Like, how
insurance
were they
broker
going to
accountant.
appear virtually?
right.
That they thought they were appearing virtually.
So it's adjourned?
do you want to adjourn it or do you want to
I-
hear it and decide it?
I don't know, you guys think. I don't know.
I would ask if you could hear us and then you can decide if you have enough information
So the
to,
applicant is.
and if not, you can adjourn it.
No.
No?
But they're watching. because they sent an email pretty much immediately after.
I would think the applicant would want to be here.
How did they think that they were appearing virtually? Like, what's the link they're using to enter the room virtually?
This is.
I'm sorry, like, there
Mount
is no
Vernon.
such thing.
They're from Mount Vernon. It's not, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, yeah. Yeah, I do. I mean, there's been waiting here all day. What are we gonna do?
We really appreciate that. Thank
But
you.
we should probably decide whether we're adjourning it or not, though. Because, yeah. What do you guys want to do? I mean, Mount Vernon is like not far from here. What do you guys want to do?
I mean, there was an earlier case, I think they didn't appear and there was no
Yes,
adjournment.
it's up to Mr. You are representing the people who are
I'm
objecting.
representing the 5 closest stores.
Yeah, and this guy has
Okay.
multiple grocery stores. I mean, this is not his first rodeo.
Would you rather make your argument when the other person's here? And you
I'd
can hear
rather
what they
make the
say?
argument now, and I believe I have enough for you to decide, but
Okay.
that's
All
your
right, go ahead.
decision.
If we're ready to vote, I'm going to vote to deny, and you can file for reconsideration for not being present.
Oh, okay.
All right, go ahead, sir.
All right.
He's gonna vote. He voted.
Oh, so I have to vote?
Yeah.
I'd vote for the matter to be adjourned myself, to be set at a later date when the applicant is here.
Hey,
Chair?
All right, I'm gonna vote to deny. I don't find public convenience an advantage, and the applicant can ask for reconsideration.
Thank you very much. Thank
Thanks.
you.
I'm sorry for the long wait.
That's it.
Follow-up email from the representative who's watching us.
Who's watching? Yeah, well, watching from the comfort of his sofa.
I don't understand. That's like,
It's all because of
So-
the email that they received.
That's what he's saying now? Well, he can apply
that
for
makes no
reconsideration.
sense. How would you enter the room virtually? Like from YouTube, you can speak? I don't get it.
Are they defaulting by not showing up?
Next is 38, KETSIE Grocery Inc.
So what number is this one?
38.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Hi. I'm Alexandra Guzman. I own KETSIE Grocery.
Do you have a new attorney?
I don't have one at the moment.
So 3 sales to minors, January 26th, February 26th, March 8th. Said the employees have taken the ATAP course since?
Yes. And I actually let go the employee that sold to minors. And now I have signs. I'm in the process of getting ID scanners.
Yeah.
Mr. Sharab?
Are you represented?
Not your attorney? Then Sharab Esquire?
No, I mean, he's not representing me. He was helping me with the matter, and I called him a few times. They never answered. I even called him this morning before coming here and had no answer.
He asked for an adjournment via email today for this matter yesterday.
And you have to tell us, do you want to proceed, we have you as being represented by counsel. If you want time to come back with that attorney, I think that we're, at least in my opinion, obligated to give you that time. If you wish to go forward, we can go forward.
Okay, I honestly don't even know what to do. Should I go forward? What do you think is going to happen if I go forward without an attorney? Or should I come back? I honestly would love to settle.
Give you legal advice since you just asked that
Of
question.
course.
We're gonna adjourn it. Okay?
Adjourn it? Okay.
It's not to, because this is,
I wanted to settle today.
I get it, but probably the number's going up given the facts of the case, because we sort of, I don't know if you were here when we did the other sell to minor case, is there sort of a standard penalty. These are 3 different sales on 3 different dates.
Yes,
I do want to hear the story behind what happened because you've been the licensee since 2006.
yes.
And it's very unusual that you have 0 adverse history, at least since 2013, and then get 3 sales to minor within 3 months.
Within 3 months, it was that employee who was not paying attention, even though he was told he was not paying any attention. And unfortunately, this happened to me just because of that one person.
Did you,
so
you said the employees, how many employees do you have?
I have 2, but this person is no longer employed. No longer, this was,
And the 2 you have took ATAP training.
yes, well, one of them took it and I took the other one.
Okay, and you said you're gonna mention something about technology?
I'm in the process. I don't have one, but I'm in the process of getting an ID scanner. I would love to just get an ID scanner and be safe because throughout the many years, now I'm having all this problem. I had 3 summons within, like 3 months. And maybe not even 3 months, within 3 months.
Basically within 6 weeks.
Within
So
6
I would
weeks, not
go
even,
talk to
not
your
even.
lawyer, because, what I have written down, it's pretty significant.
Okay.
His number is pretty significant as well, so I
Okay.
would encourage you to try to talk to your lawyer, try to get the scanner in the meantime,
Sure.
and come back December 11th.
December 11th?
Yeah.
Thank you, I'll be here December 11th.
De Leon, you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Fine, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 61K Orion's Place LLC.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the full board. I'm Argelio Rodriguez, as attorney for Orion's Place LLC, and I'm here with the principal, Daria Roberson. And I'm gonna break this up into three points: a business overview, a method of operation, and the Bronx Community Board 10 support. So this is basically a catering liquor license. And they're located at 2260 T. Yatsen Avenue in the Bronx. As the memorandum to the full board indicates, we're here primarily, my understanding is because the prior operator at this location, which did business as the garage, they had their license canceled. That canceled license stemmed from charges dated September 2021 through June 2022, with the formal entry of the cancellation order occurring May 20th, 2024. So I'll start off with an overview of the business.
I think the members are ready to vote
Yeah,
on this.
I just want to make sure that we have this right. The hours will be from 9 a.m. to midnight, recorded and live music with dancing. Maximum occupancy of 120. Stipulations with the community board, at least says cannot be used as a nightclub.
That's correct.
Applicant has completed the ATAP training.
Correct.
Okay.
Certificate has been provided as well.
Great, and this is catering, right?
Catering.
So you understand that when you do a catering, you cannot do ticketed events, and there are no third-party promoters?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna vote to approve.
Approve. I also vote to approve.
With all the conditions that the commissioner read, and no third-party promoters.
Okay.
Thank you.
I approve on
Okay.
those same terms, yeah.
Would you like the maid to return the members?
No.
I mean, if there's no problem. yeah.
No, I don't think so, because she's here because of the prior guy, not because of her.
All right.
So
That would be
thank you.
great. That would be great if the permanent could be approved as well. They have full community board support. We agree to all their stipulations.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I have one more.
Next is 13 Jamaica 153 Corp.
Okay. So Argelio Rodriguez here again, representing Jamaica 153 Corp. As a preliminary matter, I did want to raise the fact that the agenda has Jamaica 153 Corp. But there are actually four disciplinary cases. This is an issue of the charge, which states failure to update or provide notice to the authority when an arrest was done. And this principal, Jasenia Burgos, has 4 licenses. So because she has 4 licenses, she received 4 cases to this effect of not notifying the SLA within 10 days of the arrest. So on the agenda, we just have Jamaica 153 Corp. The CNC letter to Council Marcico had all 4 of those cases, and I was hoping that I can include in the resolution here all those 4
All right,
cases.
we don't have those cases, so I will send this back to council's office.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, you okay with that?
That's fine, yes.
Next is 39, Money-Go-Round, Inc.
Oh, boy.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo, and I have with me
Ryan Levine.
Michael Cummings.
Maria Davitt.
come before you to increase our hours, to change our method of operation to increase our hours with the blessing of Community Board 3.
Right, community board is okay, right?
Yes,
And you're going to agree to all that, you still agree to all the stipulations?
nothing's changed in that regard.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
And Chair?
I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 61B, Pinto Restaurant Group LLC.
61B.
61B, Pinto Restaurant Group LLC.
Clapped.
Signed up for this.
61B.
No takers?
Mr. Pinto. There are people that signed up for this. I guess we'll just hold on to it, call the next one.
All right, next one.
Number 2, CABO Restaurant LLC.
Number 2.
That's not Frank that does 61B either, is it?
Frank Palillo.
Okay. Busy celebrating? Oh,
No.
Members of the board.
Frank Palillo, you introduce yourself?
Ruben Rodriguez.
This is speed, we're going to speed this. Good afternoon again.
I'll accept 2,500.
Second sale to minor.
It's
Been 20
outside of
it's-
5 years, so.
It's 2019 or 2024. It's like. in
I
the
thought it was
5.
2018, I'm sorry.
I said it was 2019.
Thought it was 2018.
No. No, 2019.
2019?
Yeah. so-
outside 5.
Yeah, just outside.
Outside of 5 years.
Yeah. All right. 2,500.
500. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the holiday. Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
All right,
It was
call
an
him
easy
back.
day for you.
Calling back because he's here. 61B, Pinto Restaurant Group LLC.
61B.
No, he's right there.
Sorry, are you the applicant?
I'm the attorney for the applicant. The applicant was here, but he had a pressing family emergency, so he had to leave. So he wished for me to proceed on his behalf.
Yeah. It's gonna be my position. 500-foot hearing said no, operations differ from the community board.
The town board says no, the
Town
mayor
board
says
says
no. I'm sorry, I don't know why your client left, but that's like not helpful.
Yeah, he had a pressing family emergency. He was here for a few hours.
Last license at this location was canceled. There is an undisclosed guarantor on the lease.
So there is an active on-premise beer license that's active currently.
Yeah.
I know the police department and the community opted to object to an on-premise liquor license, but while we respect their decision, we don't believe that the decision by the police department was grounded on facts. Truthfully, it seemed like the police department was just trying to throw things around, hoping something would stick. Our client has been operating a non-beer premises for the past 2 years without incident. No disciplinary actions, no underage drinking, and no major incidents involving intoxication. If you look at the few instances that the police department cited, majority of those are isolated instances that have nothing to do with intoxication.
I think the real concern for them, it was kind of a general objection, not so much to specifically your client. From what I read, this has been designated a give zone. They've gotten money from the state to address crime problems in that area.
So if you look at the chart, one second. If you look at the chart for robberies, it's not actually in the give zone. It's outside of the give zone. For assaults, yes, it's in the give zone, but it's in the lower to medium density area. So it's not in a high density area where crime is occurring. There's already a couple of premises that operated on-premise liquor licenses already that close at 4. Our client, he closes around 12, so it's really hurting the business right now.
What about the hours of operation differing from what was agreed with the community board?
My client is hoping that he could close operations around 4 a.m. just to make more business. Because currently, if he's closing at 12, it kind of restricts the business. He's not getting too many customers at this time. But he has been operating his on-premise beer licenses to the best of his abilities. He's went through great lengths to make sure that everything is running smoothly. Security guards are there to make sure that there's no underage people that are consuming alcohol, and there hasn't been any violent activities inside the premises.
It would have been very helpful had he stayed. I understand it's a long day, you know.
He had a family emergency.
Yeah, but you know what? We are here all day and this is a temp application. I mean, does he want his business or not? Like this is multiple times of him, you know, this was held over for him to appear and then held over at your request.
So the first time
It's very unclear
Yeah,
what
the f-
we're avoiding here
the f-
because, you know,
So the first time we never received any notice regarding any hearing to appear. The second time I had to request another adjournment because I had court.
I get it, but we're not gonna give him a license with all these no's on the record, you understand?
I am-
Without talking to him, so you want to just ask for another adjournment? Because you probably should have just done that when he left.
Okay, no problem.
All right,
12/11?
December 12th.
December.
December 11th.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Maya?
Yeah, December 11th.
And, you know, there's a way to beat the system. If you don't want to wait all day, you get here early. You know, Mr. Romano is always here outside, standing outside around 7:30 in the morning, so if he can't stay, come early.
So I understand that, but it was a pressing family emergency that he didn't anticipate at the time.
So December 11th, make sure your client's here.
No
December
problem.
11th.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but,
Okay,
know,
thank you.
whatever that
Next
means.
is 61F, Sophie's Deli and Mini Mart Inc. It's a request for reconsideration.
Good afternoon, Matthew Leone for the applicant. And Carlos Rivas is with me today. He's the applicant's principal. This is a reconsideration request of the board's disapproval of Mr. Rivas's application for a beer license. The disapproval was based on violations at the store on 2 separate dates, for which the board determined that Mr. Rivas did not have the requisite character and fitness to hold a license. I've submitted in the reconsideration request information and documentation about Mr. Rivas for you to reconsider your determination. And we're asking that you consider this information and determine that despite the violations that were at the store, that Mr. Rivas is in fact, does in fact have the character and fitness to hold a license. And we submit that he deserves the opportunity to have the license. I'll take this opportunity if you
Can you
will.
just talk about why we're reconsidering this first? This is a recon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what has changed?
Well, your determination was based on character and fitness. And what we've done is I wanted to give you additional information about Mr. Rivas and specifically about his character and fitness. And we'd like for you to consider this information while you're making and make the determination that in fact, despite the violations, that Mr. Rivas does in fact have the requisite character and fitness to have a license. This is information that that was not before you when you made the original determination back in December of 2023, and that's what we would like for you to consider. And if you would like, I can at least highlight some of the factors, some of the information that wasn't before you when you made the determination.
Okay, but he had a...
That goes directly to who he is, to his character, to his fitness.
He has a temp,
He-
right?
he had a temp. Correct.
And during that time, while he was operating under the temp, he had on-premise consumption inside the establishment, open bottle of liquor behind the counter, untaxed cigarettes,
Right. Right, and he's, you know, he's accepted responsibility for that. He has, we have tried to put the violations in context. He has some
I
explanations.
know previous to that, he was found to have been availing the prior license at this particular location.
That's right. Those were the 2 violations, the 2 separate violation
Nothing has
dates.
changed since December, and that's that he was arrested in March of this year.
For what?
Possession of a forged instrument, second degree, a D felony. That was March 21st, 2024. So in addition to the veiling in 2022, in addition to the on-premise drinking and the open bottle in 2023, it says he hired a manager with 12 years' experience, but that proposed manager had people drinking in a store back on November 10th, 2022, with multiple bottles of liquor and prescription pills behind the counter. The recommendation from our counsel's office is denial. You know, based on this recent arrest, right after we made our decision back in December, 3 months later, I just cannot support this application.
To reconsider.
To reconsider.
I don't think I've been arrested. I haven't been arrested again.
No,
I
that's
mean,
the
the only times I've been arrested was when they came and they gave me the citation.
The information I have is you did not mention that you were arrested on March 21st, 2024 for possession of a...
Is that not you on this arrest?
Yeah, but that was because of the issue with the cigarettes.
That was
Yeah,
previous.
you had untaxed,
No, that was just one time.
yeah, and possession of a forged instrument.
Yeah.
Sale of
it was
untaxed
the
cigarettes.
cigarettes, because there was told that, you know, the stamps, but not.
March
were not
21st,
real.
2024, and March.
Yeah, it was because of the cigarettes.
But that was after we already denied this, so you continue to sell untaxed cigarettes.
I think that was for this, that wasn't, that they charged me with that because of the stamp on the cigarette. They were saying that it was, they were
Right,
fake.
you cannot sell untaxed cigarettes. Like, you know, it's And I don't know how you were sitting
But I was-
arguing
that-
fitness and
that was the
character.
person that was working for me who made the contact and made the sale. I wasn't really involved in that issue. And he got fired because of that.
Were you there?
No, I didn't even know that. I don't even know the person that he contacted. But that was the charge. It wasn't that I wasn't carrying out a fake document, anything like that. It was the stamps on the figures.
So you've already voted to deny reconsideration?
Well, I think an offer is being made here if council wants to withdraw the request.
To withdraw the reconsideration request?
Because if you get denied, that's it. If you withdraw it, maybe there is an opportunity in the future that you can ask for it, like when more time has gone by, because he just got arrested again. Like, you know what I'm saying? That completely.
Lapse.
I know, I get that. No, I get it. I understand that. I understand that. But if he gets denied, he's gonna have to file again.
Right. Well, I mean, the application was already disapproved last December. So, you know, at this point, if you're going to deny it, you know, I guess you'll deny it, and then, you know, then I guess we'll take it.
I think you just have to wait
we'll
another
take it
year.
from
Don't
there.
sell cigarettes. Don't have people, don't be serving alcohol in your establishment. Like, you can't do all of that and then tell us like you've got the fitness and character to hold a license. Because everybody else who has an AX license are not doing that.
Right. You know, the one thing I would say though is, and I think we may have discussed it the last time, if he had already had the license and he had been operating on the temporary permit for I think almost a year or possibly more than a year before he had gotten in trouble. And granted, he got in trouble, but during that whole period of time before the inspection, he was selling beer on the temporary permit. He never had a sale to minor. There was never any incidents.
When you go there, it's multiple people drinking on-prem. You know, penicillin and other, prescription drugs, behind the counter. It's, I'm sure it was, it's very hard to get caught. It doesn't mean that he wasn't doing it all the other times just because there's no record.
Well, again, I mean, there was, and again, he admits that with the penicillin, I think that was.
That was the previous owner elect a lot of things. I didn't really buy anything.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right.
my vote is to deny and.
Reconsideration.
I deny reconsideration.
Deny reconsideration.
I'm gonna deny reconsideration.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
But you can try to file a new application, give it some time.
Okay, thank you.
Social worker involved in that case.
Jesus Christ.
Next is 36, Core Global Inc.
61F. Which one did you?
36.
36.
Good afternoon. My name is Alwa Maka Stanley Onwako, and I'm the owner of Core Global Inc. I don't have an attorney today, but I believe he made a submission.
You don't have an attorney?
Yeah, but I believe he made a submission to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you understand that you're applying for a catering license?
Yes.
So when you have a catering license, you're not allowed to host ticketed events.
Yes, I believe.
So would you stop doing those?
Say again?
Would you stop doing those?
I haven't.
Ticketed events?
I haven't actually done ticketed events.
Okay, when you put a cover charge on a piece of paper and advertise that, that is considered a ticketed event.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
So don't do that.
Okay.
Because you're not allowed to do that.
Okay.
You can do private parties. You're asking for a lot of different things, but I support that because you look like you're a wedding venue and, you want to do, you say you want to do business for the funeral homes in the area, which I highly support.
I'm actually doing that already because I've been operating with a temporary license for the past
Right, I assuming the patron dancing is for the baby shower and not for the funeral homes.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna support you in that, but you cannot
you.
do nightclub, you know,
no
clear all the
nightclub.
tables and then sell tickets and people come and drink, or, you know, give your establishment to another third-party promoter
Okay.
and allow them to sell tickets for an event at your location.
Okay.
Okay, because all of these bells and whistles as far as method of operation, it's a privilege. It's something that we don't actually just generally give, even catering facilities. So I just want you to know that. So people are going to come to you and pray on you to do something they want to do, but that's not the category of license you apply for. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, with that, I'm going to vote to approve. They have 9 tables, 72 seats, recorded music, DJ, karaoke, live music, patron dancing, security as needed, no third-party promoters.
I vote to approve with the same conditions.
Same conditions.
All right, thank you for waiting.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you.
Next is 61L, KESAR Convenience Store LLC.
61.
61L.
61L.
61, okay.
Hey, good afternoon. Hi, Panam Patel, Principal Applicant for KESAR Convenience LLC. Here for reconsideration for our applicant for beer license.
Right, this is a temp.
Okay, so you previously applied at the location, you were denied for cause on May 4th, 2024. Reconsideration was denied on July 31st, 2024, because you were availing at the current you were availing the current license at the premises.
Yeah, it was, this is my first business.
He said it happened because the licensee told him he could do so when he brought the business.
Yeah, this is my first business in American, like my life, and we was working, and this is like something I did not know. And I didn't have attorney at that moment when I purchased the business from, so I filed all the licenses, everything. I have a New York City cigarette license, e-cigarette license. I have a state tobacco license. I have a lottery license, EBT also have been approved. Only this was considered because I was kind of like a rookie mistake that I did not know that at that moment, I could not, while I was applying for it, I couldn't sell beers or something. He's a vice.
Who's the gentleman with you?
He's a
I'm the
partner.
vice president of the company.
Okay.
Yes, so we were just first time business with me too, so like, we just didn't know, like, we didn't, just happened, I mean, really sorry about that. And then we will make sure it never happened.
And we're not selling it since then, so.
Which you did.
In the reconsideration.
So it says reconsideration of the reconsideration?
No, this is for a temporary.
Oh, right. I'm
Filed
sorry.
a new
Got it,
application,
got it.
Sorry.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
this is just for the temporary retail permit.
Uh-huh.
You can.
I'm
decide.
okay if my colleagues are okay.
Where are you at?
Hopefully you've learned the lesson.
I mean,
Where are you at?
we're gonna learn it hard way, but you know, hopefully we don't gonna make any mistake like this again.
Okay.
And you can decide.
Yeah, I think I would like the main to return.
Mr. Maya
I approve.
and Chair.
Yeah, I'm gonna approve with the main application to come to full board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have a good day.
Next is 41 Green Isle Wines and Liquor LLC.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Connie Herbert, principal. This is a liquor store that basically replaced a liquor store that was in the same location. It's very small. It's only 800 square feet, 680 square feet of shelving space. The distances are, I believe, more than adequate when you look at them. There is no opposition to this application. I believe it should be approved and in the public interest, replacing the previous store.
Sir, you have a restaurant in the area?
There'll be a restaurant. They actually, They actually bought the building, and the first attorney they went to told them that he made the mistake of not applying for a transfer of the license that was there, which would have made this all academic. By the time they came to us, we pointed out the mistake that they made and that they had to apply new now at that location to replace the store that was there
Well, it's
instead
better
of being a
applying
transfer.
here. You don't have to pay for it. All right. I'm gonna find public convenience advantage. The next store is 7.4 miles away. I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve.
Commissioner De Leon,
I concur. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
Approve.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next is 17, Zach Baba, 314 Greenport LLC.
17.
All right, so,
Good afternoon, board
Hey, how are
members. How are you?
Sorry for the long wait.
No problem.
So, this is a summer restaurant license that we closed. He has a very tough history with our agency, but I think proved his, fitness and character in when we considered this temporary application during the summer. And he then operated with the temp for a couple of weeks, maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
It was more like end of summer by the time he got it.
August 22nd.
Yeah. So conditions are the same, right?
Yes.
It's 11 p.m., no private events, no third-party promoters,
Yes.
with the backyard. So he's not open right now, so go ahead if you have questions.
I have none.
This is the public hearing the mayor was talking about, right?
We had a village meeting September 26th. And Mr. Mayor brought the sign in front of the restaurant before the meeting 2 weeks ago. And no one showed up for any comment or anything at the meeting.
There was a legal action that was discontinued between you and the village. Is that correct?
Village and I were in a good shape now. Mr. Mayor even attended the one fundraiser we had for Democratic candidate for Assemblyman, and he was in my restaurant. They enjoyed the meal and then drinks as well. We're in a good shape.
Yes, stipulation of discontinuance was filed June 17, 2024. All building codes completed. All right, I mean, yeah, you've had a few problems. I hope you don't have any in the future. I will approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
Chair, you approve?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
I'm sorry you waited all day.
Yeah, she wrote stipulations, the same stipulations that were mentioned at the tip. Next is 61D, Rise Bar NYC LLC. Sorry, yep, Rise Bar NYC LLC, 61D.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. With me is the owner of Rise Bar, Ted Aramis. This is a bar that has been licensed for a number of years. It has a 2 a.m. license during the week. On weekends and Sunday nights, when Monday is a holiday, it has a 4 a.m. license. On December 17th this year, Rise Bar is going to be hosting a special event that it's done the past 6 or 7 years with a Mariah Carey impersonator. And they do this because every year Mariah Carey has a concert. And the impersonator, I saw a picture, is pretty incredible looking. It's just like her. And they'd like to do it at 4 a.m. because usually Mariah Carey is at Madison Square Garden. A number of the patrons come to Rise Bar. This year she's in Barclays. It's going to take a little longer. So we would like to have permission to stay open until 4 a.m. that Tuesday night. We've had similar requests previously. Licensing's position has been in the past, if we get permission in writing from the community board and they have no objection, licensing approves that. We do have the letter from the community board. I don't know if you have that. I have an extra copy. You've seen it. But it was sent before you because this application was approved by the community board, but it came to full board. because Mr. Arenas years ago, I don't know, 12 years ago, was involved in another bar with a partner that ended up having its license canceled, which we've explained fully in prior applications. I can go through that again if you want, but he's had multiple licenses. He's a member of Community Board 4. He's got a terrific reputation and record. So we're here on this request. It's just one night request for 4 a.m.
But I thought that there's also New Year's Sunday holidays on a Monday and the Gay Pride.
That's part of the license existing, correct. So because this is a Tuesday night, it doesn't fall within any of those 4 a.m.
So
nights.
you already have those.
We already have the others. We're actually probably going to be applying for a 7-day 4 a.m.
Just applying for 4 a.m. across.
We are, at this point, we will. But because this is coming up next month, we are asking for permission for this one night, and then we will be applying to extend the hours permanently, so we won't be coming back next year for that.
All right, just apply for the 4 a.m.
Yes, we will.
All right. I'm gonna approve.
I vote to approve also.
Thank you. Have a very good Thanksgiving.
Thank you. I'm sorry you waited all day for that.
Some of it was interesting.
It was interesting. Yeah, mind blowing.
Next is 29 Caribbean LLC.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges. All of the conditions have been corrected. We hope you will accept the offer.
So, I think you know that there's a sell to minor here. There is some
Yes.
history. There's a sell to minor.
The emergency signs and the maximum occupancy is one of my little pet peeves because of things I've seen in the past.
And they're a simple fix, I agree. So that's why I had them, they posted them as soon as we got the charges and they brought them to me. I told them, post the signs immediately. They reposted the signs.
And the maximum occupancy is pretty significant, so. Where are you guys at?
I'm willing to accept the 55.
Accept. All right, I'll accept.
Thank you very much. And again, have a very nice Thanksgiving holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was accepted, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Next is 61I Latusa Bar Restaurant Inc.
What number?
61I.
Good afternoon. Mark Cody and Associates by Louis Cesari for the applicant. I have one.
Tavern wine now, okay. Sorry.
No, no.
It's getting late.
I know,
I'm like
yes.
reading my own notes out loud. All right, he's a tavern wine, but but is it within 200 feet of a school?
It's not, we did a whole hearing with ALJ. I can't think of his name. I have the decision. He issued like an 11-page decision saying on a previous applicant, it wasn't within 200 feet. And then we came here and Bob Romano, actually, I was away. Bob Romano represented my client in front of you and you guys agreed it wasn't 200 feet. It went back to licensing and they said, because my client just made a misstatement on the record. No, he said there was a survey. There was no survey, so he lied. We're not giving it to him. I'm like,
Yeah, that's
what?
what I have, that there was
There's a
a,
school across the street.
There's a school, but we took testimony and I had my paralegal go out and measure everything. And in fact, the ALJ found that the egress doors were well over 500 feet on the other side of the building. And the only doors that were near this path were exit doors that couldn't be, you wouldn't enter. They were emergency exits. That was all done, and I think it's like almost a 20-page decision the ALJ wroed.
Oh, okay. But you're applying for tavern wine, so it doesn't matter.
Right, so then.
Why are you arguing it?
Oh, I was not, because actually, I tell you, I got a little offended that licensing was like, we lied about saying there was a survey when we never said there was.
I know.
Yeah.
Don't take it personally. This is our job.
So that's why we just want that's all.
if it is a wine bar.
Yes, it's actually gonna be a restaurant, wine and
Okay,
beer.
'cause he's asking recorded music, DJ, jukebox, karaoke, live music, and dancing.
We didn't know when we were filling it out. The concept has shrunk now, which is just basically recorded music. and maybe patron dancing during dinner would be the other way. Again, this is one of these, we just kind of checked everything off.
Okay.
So.
So what do you want? So you want the tavern, it's a tavern.
It started out as a tavern. The concept changed into a restaurant. We worked with Austin because we were having problems with Austin, what they wanted, and we're more than happy to be a restaurant.
Okay,
And
so it's a restaurant wine
Yes,
and recorded music with dancing.
that's it, right?
Can we have like a day of karaoke?
He would like one day of karaoke.
You can have 7 days of karaoke. I
Yes.
support karaoke. Okay. I'm gonna vote to approve that temporary.
Okay.
Temp, right?
Yes, it's a temp, yes.
Okay. What are the hours? 4 a.m.?
No, not even.
No, not even. We spoke to the town and they weren't happy with that. It's a restaurant. The latest I would say is 2.
All right.
So it's
2
not gonna be a tavern? Because what I have here was now wants a tavern wine license, not a restaurant.
No, we're gonna change it to a restaurant.
To a restaurant. We worked with the town, the village of Austin, to get it so they would give the proper
You need to file
permits.
something to change it to a restaurant wine.
Do we need a new notification stating it's restaurant wine? Or do you have something from the municipality saying that they're okay about the restaurant wine?
We submitted it. We didn't hear anything from them other than to talk to them.
You have the notification
Yeah.
saying it's a restaurant wine and proof, you can submit that, that's fine.
That's fine. We'll take care of that.
All right, and I want the full application to come back here.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you. Oh, everybody else I think has got a vote.
I approve with the same condition.
Approved, thank you.
Restaurant, right?
All right, thank you.
But this week it's a restaurant.
Next is 26 and 27, 1985 CORP.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry for the long wait.
26 and 27.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Park. I'm the representative. I'm here for representing for 1985 CORP. We're pleading both case for 12,000.
Both cases for 4,000.
12,000.
12,000, okay.
I wish 4,000.
All right. What I have is you're functioning as a nightclub instead of a restaurant. You have violations April 16th, 2022, April 20th, 2022, April 28th, 2022, February 9th, 2023, February 11th, 2023, April 6th, 2023, April 18th, 2023. These violations include fire extinguishers not expended, no flame proof on decorations, very dangerous, extension cords, exposed wiring, unsecured compressed tanks. I don't know if you saw the news, there was a car that blew up recently in Queens because these tanks were not secured. You had a side bolt on the door, obstructed fire door, illegal structure plywood. This place is a death trap. That's what it reads to me. And that's no joke. I say this because personal experience I have with seeing something really, really bad happen. And that's why I take it very, very seriously. And your offer is 12,000. Had the license for 4 years. One of the charges is to be withdrawn. That's number 38.
May I say something?
Yes, you may.
I absolutely agree with you, and I have taken precautions to rectify everything. I hired an architect, we fixed the patio, we fixed everything. It's a learning process for me, and I have gone ahead and hired people to fix the fire extinguishers, put it where it belongs. For me, safety is first. I take that really high. I love what I do. I love hospitality. It is not a restaurant. I believe I signed up in the beginning. It took me even longer, but I signed it up for a lounge so that I can give the entertainment that I do. And for me, happy customers is the thing for me. And that's what I aim for.
I mean, customers put their lives in your hand. They come to have a good time, but they're putting their entire lives.
100%. 100%. I mean, I was told things that had to be fixed, and anytime, I'm really big on that. Anytime somebody brings something forth, I try to fix it.
Okay. I accept your representations, and I will accept the $12,000.
Commissioner Maya
Except 12,000.
and Chair.
Do you serve food?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, just make sure that you have your kitchen open at all times.
Oh, yes.
Do you have a hookah permit?
No, we're in the process of trying to obtain that.
Okay, so your kitchen needs to have food and not hookah in it.
Yeah, I have 2 kitchens.
Okay, got it. 12,000. Withdrawing charge 38.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, board.
Can I just ask one question? You have an all-night permit pending for New Year's Eve.
I believe that my general manager put it in, yes.
This has to be taken care of before we issue that permit, okay? Just to let you know.
The payment has to be, yeah, of course, most definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, good luck.
Next is 61A, Ceylon Deli Corp.
61. Good afternoon, Teddy Gonzalez for the applicant.
Good afternoon, Leonardo de la Cruz Feli.
I submitted additional information for your consideration.
Okay, you submitted the affidavits, right?
Yes.
Submitted Affidavits for Ms. Herrera and also.
His girlfriend.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you satisfied?
I am satisfied.
Not voted to support.
Yeah, no, I had concerns, but I'm satisfied with the affidavit.
You are?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Is this
The
the,
members have
wait a
any
minute, wait.
questions? Or are they ready to vote?
Just give me a second because I don't want to say I'm ready if I'm not. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's late in the day. I have a question, Council.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. You want to go outside?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go off the record for a conference with council. We'll be back home shortly.
visita. Es grande. La licorería que estaba haciendo ahora. Quieren hacer espacio. El espacio para la licorería. Él tiene una cuestión que quiere preguntar primero. No sé. Pero los papeles yo voy a ver esto. Bueno, los papeles que yo hice también. En claro, que no se deben, no deben mirar la aplicación. Porque la otra era CABO día. El caballero lo dice, ella me dice que sí también. Yo creo que ella lo digan sí, está bien. Se lo entienden los dos que digan sí. Tengo que ir a la oficina porque la printer no sirve. Compré otra para llevarla a la oficina.
No tiene pinta la
No, la compañera me da otra printer para printar. Pues está bajo el seguro.
Ya.
Pero yo tenía otra, porque yo compré una y compré otra pensando que voy a trabajar más mejor y trabajar de la misma manera. Como un pendejo me quedé con dos printers.
Igual.
Me lo llevé para la casa, lo traté para la compañía, me dijeron no puede.
Back on the record after a conference with council.
Okay. My colleagues may have some other requests, but I think one of the things that we're going to need to see is how this purchase was made, proof of the payment and how it was made. Whether that's canceled checks or whatever it is.
Payment of what, Commissioner?
He purchased the business from the.
He just gave her a deposit, that was it. And he owes her the balance of the money. He gave it to her in cash.
He gave her direct.
$2,500 in cash.
And so what's the deal then, going forward?
The balance is due by September 30th, 2025,
Okay,
which is $27,500.
is that really a purchase of a business?
I'm sorry?
Is that really a purchase of a business?
Yes, it's a purchase of business, yes.
Is there a contract of sale?
It was a stock purchase agreement attached to the application.
A stock purchase?
Yeah, because he bought the stocks. He didn't open a new corporation. He bought the stocks, and I put it on my paperwork, the additional information submitted.
This is just a temporary retail permit, so we would not have reviewed all that information
Oh.
yet. I mean, there is record that there's a promissory note of $27,500.
Yes.
By the previous EASTWOOD.
Yeah, it's a stock purchase agreement, not a contract of sale. More like the asset to purchase.
Can you see the concern on our part?
I understand it, but with all due respect, Commissioner, based on my presentation of this application, which I prepared, he is the only owner, and I provided documentation.
Let me interrupt.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to just tell you what I'm concerned about.
Yes, sir.
Last time, we went through the same sort of questions. And I think it was, and I think I participated in a few of the following questions. You have Mr. De La Cruz, and then you have Ms. Heredia, and then Mr. De La Cruz says he has a wife or a girlfriend. I don't know what his relationship is. What is that, his wife or his girlfriend?
His girlfriend?
His girlfriend, we've come to find out, knows Ms. Heredia.
Right.
And she lives there in the same place, correct?
She lived there.
Yeah, the same address.
Right.
And here's what bothered me.
Yes.
Most plainly what bothered me. He didn't know it's his girlfriend or whatever the relationship is, and yet he didn't know the woman. It was just, I can't even articulate the answer because the answer made no sense to me.
He doesn't know her. He's heard of her, but when he moved in there, she was long gone. I put down the affidavit. It's on the affidavit, the timeline when she lived there.
Okay, I'm just.
No, I understand that.
It's his girlfriend's. How long have you known your I'll say girlfriend?
¿Cuánto tiempo tú conoces tu novia? ¿Desde cuándo estás con tu novia? ¿Cuánto tiempo la conoces tu novia?
De 2020.
2020.
So 6 years.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That was ridiculous.
4 years.
It's late.
Yeah.
It's okay, it's late in the afternoon.
I checked out there for a second. Okay, 4 years. Okay. And it's his girlfriend, and it's his girlfriend's friend.
Used to be her friend. They're no longer friends.
All right, so all the payments, have any of the payments been made to Ms. Herrera other than the?
Ms. Herrera is not receiving any payment. The one that's receiving payment is the one that purchased it from Ms. Herrera, which is Eunice Gabriela Garcia de la Silva.
Who is?
The one that he purchased it from.
Who is?
He has nothing to do.
No relationship with her?
No, right at that point, I gave you affidavit based regarding that. She has nothing to do with this. She doesn't want to shoot you at it.
No, but does she have a relationship with him?
No relationship at all.
No relationship with her?
No.
Doesn't know Ms. Herrera?
No, he's heard of her and that's about it.
All right, but.
They're no friends. They're not friends.
So how does he know the woman that is the owner now again?
He used to work for her. It's in the, I'm sorry. It was in the application. He used to work for her.
He used to work for her?
Right.
And she worked for Herrera?
No, she purchased it from Herrera.
She never worked for Herrera?
No.
They just lived together?
No, okay. We're mixing this up.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. His girlfriend,
What's her name? Let's just say that. So we can have
okay,
her name.
which I gave you an affidavit. Her name is Paulina Melendez. Okay? She lived with him right now. She lives there with him. At some time,
Since when have they lived there? Doesn't he know?
¿Desde cuánto vive ahí? ¿Desde cuándo?
¿Desde cuándo vivo con ella?
Sí.
Desde julio, desde el 11 de julio.
¿Julio qué?
Julio 2020.
June of 2020.
So they met in 2020 and they started living together immediately?
That's the way people do it. I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm just asking.
¿Tú la conociste y te mudaste con ella rapidito?
No, porque yo la conocí fue, desde que llegué yo la conocí.
He met her before and then became friends.
So what
And
year did he meet her? Because that was before, when he asked him, when did he meet her? He said 2020.
¿Tú la conociste en 2020?
Sí, en el 2020, sí.
¿Y cuándo te mudaste con ella?
You understand why this is difficult for us? Because it's a moving target. Every time we ask a question, the answer to the prior question would change. You understand that?
I understand that.
Because last time we are here and it's like, do you know the person who sold the business to the person who bought it from? At first it was no. By the end of the hearing, it was, oh, well, we can bring her here. We can get an affidavit from her. That's confusing to us.
I got the affidavit, not him.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm
And you
just
had,
saying.
Chair, you mentioned that either you can come or bring an affidavit.
So let's
I
ask again.
provided the
They
affidavit.
moved in June 2020 in this address. And when did they meet?
¿Tú la
El 11 de julio del 2020 yo la conocí y como a los 3 meses me mudé a su casa.
In June 2020, he met her. Like in 3 months later, they moved in together.
So they moved in September of 2020.
Como en septiembre, dice. Como en septiembre.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Mind you, this is all during the pandemic. When did this other woman have the license?
Other woman had the license, she. In 2020, August 2020.
She was issued the licenses August 2020.
In June 2021.
And when she applied, did she apply? Because I assume that we have her address from when she applied.
Yes, we do, and I have her personal questionnaire when she applied. And her address, same as this gentleman's, and this personal questionnaire was from 2019. So this gentleman said that they met in 2020.
He met her in 2020, June. A few months later, he moved in with her.
And she was not living there anymore, or they lived there together?
No, she was not living anymore. It's on the affidavit that I provided as well from her.
I know, but then the business was sold in June of 21 to another third party.
Yep, another person.
And now that person is selling it back to him.
Right. No, selling it to him, not back to him, selling it to him. She was denied and I put in my statement, January 18th, 2023.
I understand, but I think you understand what we're getting at.
No, that's
He has a
fine.
relationship with a prior licensee who was canceled, and he can't clearly explain that there is an arm length, where it's not clear when you met, whether you lived in the same apartment at the same time, and the addresses are matching. Like, that is very unusual. And it seems like she's behind the scenes trying to control, because you also cannot prove that there were actual arm's length arrangement or payments that anybody with a reasonable mindset would say, I'm not selling you my grocery store for cash. Like, doesn't happen a lot.
I mean, there's a stock purchase agreement that I put on the application. He's buying it from the other lady, Eunice Garcia, Gabriela Garcia.
But have you shown a train of, money where it's money coming from him paying her, as opposed to cash that this person may be funneling through to get the license back? That's the concern.
No, I mean, he hasn't paid her the balance yet.
I know you said he gave her $2,500
In cash.
But he
As
has
a
no
down payment.
receipt, and there's no proof that that has been paid.
Well, I can give you a receipt. I mean, that's not a problem.
I know, but you're trying to get this license. It's on you to prove. It's not. Oh, God. I don't know. I can't.
I mean, Ms. Herrera has nothing to do with the business. Neither does the other one, Garcia de la Serie. Nothing to do. And the affidavit, she states that clearly. And the application that was submitted by the reps that they had before was, I never seen it. I wanted to see it. It's a waste of my time by FOIL.
We can't question the affidavit, I mean, I appreciate that an affidavit was done, but we can't ask Ms. Herrera or the other woman any questions. They're not here.
Right.
I mean,
they
you can
said last
stipulate
time
it.
that they would come. So what happened with that?
I said I would try to get them to come. They didn't. They said, I'll give you the affidavit, but she can't leave work, and the other one has a kid, and, it's very difficult for them to come. I mean, you want to put some stipulation that if you find out someone else is involved, I mean, there's nothing that, like, in my application, he's the only person, that's it. So Herrera's been out of the picture for the longest.
Yeah, and she, Ms. Heredia never even received the funds that were owed to her by her.
She told me she didn't, and she didn't want to waste her time. It's on the affidavit because
I only
by the
received
time.
I only received 5,000 and never received paperwork for the business transaction to this day or any of the money.
Because the same person that did the application for Ulysses, Graciela,
Right.
also filed her application, which is also a mess. And by the time you go to court for $30,000, by the time you go to court, you get an attorney, you're gonna spend more money on an attorney than the money you're gonna get from the $30,000. You're gonna spend at least $10,000 in Supreme Court fighting to get the $30,000.
Now saying that there was an online transaction and sold it to someone else, but that person hasn't really been paid, and now you're paying her.
She's not getting paid yet.
Like, I don't even know why you're doing this. Why don't you just?
Yeah, how are you buying good? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I don't even understand
How is
why
the
you're
good
doing
title
this.
from the person he's purchasing from?
Right.
Apparently doesn't even have clean title.
What do you mean title?
In other words, if I have it right,
Right.
Heredia owned it.
Who?
Heredia.
No, she didn't own it.
Hang on a minute.
Garcia de la Serie.
Okay, wait a minute, hang on.
Before Garcia.
Before that, who owned it?
It was different corporation.
Okay, but who was the principal of the corporation? Because the previous principal, Genesis Heredia.
That was another corporation that the license was canceled.
Right.
And I represented her in that
And
case.
Heredia transferred to?
No, she sold the business.
Yes.
And the lady purchased it under different corporation, which is Salon Deli Court.
Yeah, but she sold it to, who was the principal of that?
Ulysses Gabriela Garcia Vincelli.
Okay.
So now Herrera has nothing to do with it.
Okay, all right. You're not, either I'm not understanding or you're not. I just want to find the chain of title. You understand what I mean by that, right? Who had the license? Who had the license like 5 years ago? We'll talk about names. Heredia was the principal, right?
Right, she had a license for a year, which was canceled.
It went to somebody else, sale, whatever it
The
had.
license was canceled, nothing.
Okay, so somebody else had a store there.
Yeah, she opened a corporation
Right.
and she purchased the business
Yep.
from, she purchased the business and that's it, the goodwill.
Purchased the business
The
from who?
goodwill, the
From who?
goodwill.
From who?
From Herrera.
Heredia,
But she only purchased the goodwill, the business,
Okay.
not
well,
the
that's not how you buy a
corporation, nothing
business.
like that.
You could allocate all those rights, so, but no, she didn't pay for it.
Right.
Okay, so now this man's buying something from somebody who didn't even pay for what they bought.
But that's not his problem to litigate the problem between Herrera and Ulysses. That's not his problem.
But he's saying he's buying it from somebody.
It is his problem.
Well, he's buying it from Garcia del Cel. He's buying it from her.
You can't buy something from someone who doesn't own what they're selling.
What do you mean? She owned it, she had the lease, she had everything.
And he's gonna give her the money?
Eventually he's gonna give it.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's just.
Okay, you're saying that your gentleman I'm thinking like a transaction here. Your man is willing to pay somebody who's in default with.
Right,
the seller.
and he has no problem, that's not his problem. That's Herrera's problem.
The original seller.
And,
He knows.
The original seller- the
Garcia.
original seller gets zero from what they're describing.
And then the problem is the original seller also happens to be someone who he knows, like, this is.
He doesn't know, he's heard of her, has no relationship with her. And he said that before.
It's just too many questions. I get that, you know, you want to get this approved and that's your goal, but it just, again, you know, this just doesn't happen, you know.
The members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon, you.
I mean, I provided you the affidavits. I mean, what more would you like?
Well, because I can't even tell, and I don't know, I'm not saying this is directly relevant to how I would think about this. But if he's buying inventory from the prior person, is he buying inventory?
Pretty much, yeah.
But the inventory, the other, was purchased perhaps from the prior owner.
Right, but it's gone by. That's ship sale because he has nothing to do with her.
Mr. De Leon, are you ready?
Yeah, if everybody's ready, I'm ready. I mean, you know, my vote back on October 30th was to disapprove. Unfortunately, I have to keep that same vote.
All right. Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, I cannot approve this because I can't even understand what's going on.
So let me ask you a question. This is for a temporary. So what's going to happen with the application?
It's gonna get disapproved. So I'm gonna vote to deny as well, with cause. There are just too many questions, sir.
Said the mains
Yeah.
for licensing DACA.
If you have the lease, maybe it's better to just apply cleanly and start over.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me ask you a question. He has a lease. You're saying we reapply, but are these questions going to come up again? And that's my concern.
It should be made clear. It shouldn't be that they have to pull these information. Lay it out and make it clear. That's what I would say.
Yeah. You
And
can
what I
ask
would-
for an interpreter, you can do whatever groundwork you need to do, but this is not how this goes.
And I would think that the gentleman would have, if he had a clean lease with somebody, he would not be buying a business. He would just be setting forth what his investment in the new entity, you know, with the new package store would be.
Yeah, but that was broken down on the application.
Yeah, but that's what I cannot understand. I'm not understanding the sequence, and I'm not understanding the people, and I'm not understanding how he doesn't know somebody. And I don't understand how somebody gets paid cash, and it doesn't look clean at all.
But they only give it $24 in cash.
It just doesn't make sense.
So my concern is if I withdraw it and come back, how am I going to present it? Because it's going to be the same thing, basically.
There's no withdrawal. It's been denied,
So
and you can file a clean application.
Yeah. It's been denied.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Have a good holiday.
Thank you.
All right, so there's nothing else signed in. Move to number 1.
No, we didn't.
Number 1 is an offer of $4,300.
Oh, I'm sorry.
4,300.
Let me catch up, please.
Number 1.
4,300.
Yeah, 4,300.
Number 3 is a no contest default at pleading.
I'm at 10.
I'm at 10.
10, yep, cannabis.
4 is an offer of $3,000.
3,000 for me.
3,000.
3,000. But they need to have a condition of cleaning up their licenses, because this location is basically licensed for an event space, but they separately have a restaurant and a deli. So they basically need 3 separate licenses. And we have multiple complaints of them selling bottles of wine, which is what the charge is. An unauthorized trade name, but they really should be charged for that twice. Because they have 3 different licenses.
They have 2 trade names they're using.
Gas stop, I've seen that name before.
Okay, because I don't know, because I don't see it up there. So,
They have the one trade name is not authorized.
but how do you have one license with 2 trade names?
You can do ad bars.
Two spaces, ad bars, it's basically.
But they're separate businesses. One is a restaurant and the other 2 floors are catering. So like, I think there's a problem here.
Maureen and I talked to yesterday about the catering, the floor 2 and 3.
Yeah,
There,
it's,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
so we saw that it is one business, but they have the DBA. It's for the additional bars, I believe, so that he advertises the one business on the one website. So a restaurant can have, you know, if they have just one restaurant, and they can have a separate room that they just do catering in.
Okay.
It's not open generally to the public, but they'll have,
2 and 3.
yeah.
So it's the restaurant.
So are they going, what's the intent here? Are they going to stop doing the deli now and not sell the bottles to go?
They can't sell the bottles to go, certainly. Whether or not they do the deli, I mean, they have the deli space, they have the, I don't think that they're prohibited from doing the deli.
Can I just ask a question, which I hate to
If they're
ask?
selling off-prem, the license doesn't allow that unless it's only beer, right?
Right.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How does the state for a corporation allow there to be multiple assumed names? I don't even know, is that, could that happen?
Like for tax purposes or something?
No, in other words, you get a corporation through the Department of State, XYZ Inc. If they file a certificate of assumed name,
Right,
whatever it is, XYZ Bar,
with the same,
could you have another and call yourself something? You can't call yourself 2 names
with the same EIN?
with the same ink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't understand that
So
either.
it seems to me, if they'd have to make, I'm making this, I'm just thinking here, or pondering this, they, Infinity Events Inc. would have to have a certificate of assumed name that set forth all of the names.
Yeah.
It would have to say the tasting room, Sky Armory, and Epicure all on the same,
Do they? I don't know if they do.
and I don't even know if they could do that,
Well,
but
they definitely don't have a tasting room on it, because we already know they don't have. This one goes back to council.
Yeah, let's just
You
send it back to
understand, right?
council office, and
Yeah,
I'm also inclined to increase the fine, given,
because they might just have to.
That's number
They
4?
they might be able to make a certificate
Yeah.
of assumed name with all of the names on it.
Number 4, return to council.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Meyer, you're okay
And when
with
it
that?
comes again, Donald, you may want to just ask them to come. I know this is in Syracuse, so we just need to understand what the hell's
Yeah.
going on there. All right.
5 is an offer of 1,000.
I got 1,000.
I'll go to 500.
Okay, I'll go to 500.
Commissioner De Leon, you want to go 500 or you?
All right, I'll go to 500.
6, this went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charge.
I got 3,500.
Okay.
3,500.
3,500.
Oh, 7 is.
7's adjourned to December 11th.
Yeah.
8 is an offer of 1,500.
8. Phone number disconnected, no gross sales provided.
Yeah, the license is in safekeeping.
25.
This license is in safekeeping, even though it's it's going to expire.
There was a fire. There was a fire.
Yeah, there was a fire, so it's now in safekeeping, so I would just lower it just because there was a fire.
All right, so what do you want to do?
Fine with me.
I don't know,
I mean,
1,500?
They are intending to open.
Yeah, so
1,000 is fine with me.
I'll do 1,000.
Okay, 1,000.
9 was adjourned to December 11th prior to the meeting. 11 was withdrawn by the licensee's
Number
attorney.
9, just make sure that they understand that there needs to be an agreement with the community members.
I'm having an interesting back and forth, but I'll make sure because
Yeah.
the residents want more time, and
Yeah, then-
I've asked Keevan how he feels about it, and he hasn't gotten back to me yet.
No.
So
They need to have an agreement.
11th withdrawn.
I'm not having that fight again.
yep, 11's been withdrawn. 12 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
14, this went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charge.
Represented himself, no witnesses, no evidence, claimed that it was not fair for government to lie.
Yeah, but this is with history, so I would do 35.
You want to do 35?
Yeah.
All right, 35.
35.
Fine, you said 30.
35, yep, 35.
And to sustain the charge, right?
Government lies.
15 is an offer of 1,500.
So this one also, this is the one, duplicate case that was withdrawn.
Oh. So we had two lawyers that were working on the same
Yes.
case because of the queue problems. One agreed on 1,500 and the other agreed on 3,500. The one that made it to us is the one for 1,500. So it's up to you because we have two different, and that's why sometimes you see different numbers because we have counsel's office, some people that are much more.
I'll say 15.
All right.
Wanna split the baby?
Yeah, 2,500.
I'll say 15 still.
I'll say 2,500.
2,500.
2,500 with Commissioner Meyer voting for 15.
Yeah, that's fine. Donald, please move for that canton.
Yeah, okay.
Got a ton of them.
Thanks. 18 is a change in method of operation application.
I'm surprised they didn't come.
Wants to close.
Were you okay with it?
I was okay.
Community board opposes. Crowds, no smoking, max, never reported. Community board wants 1 a.m. and then Sunday to Tuesday, 4 a.m. Applicant says the problems are not with his establishment. 15 petitions in support.
So
This is evidence that the
we,
place has been a problem. That's my question.
we don't have any evidence, so I would tell you, this is what I can show you as far as that's concerned, just because they didn't come.
Bar 17.
We made 2 visits, one Friday into Saturday, one Saturday into Sunday. Remain open past stipulated opening hours, but the service of alcohol did stop at the designated time. No DJ, background music was not loud. There was smoking in front of the premises. There were people talking for a few minutes. They were loud inside, but not outside. Kitchen closes at 12:30 and what, at 11? No posted warning signs. But that's it. They have not been going past their hours as far as service goes.
Okay.
And it's not loud.
So if everybody's okay, I'm okay.
I'm okay. I approve.
So, Chair, do you approve?
I'll vote to approve.
19, we received a request to adjourn to December 11th.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Commissioner Maya?
Yes.
20 is an offer of 20,000.
23.6 cartons of Newports and cannabis products. Licensed for 3 years. Offers by us, by the SLA. I'll go with 20,000, unless you have a reason to divert.
No, I'll go with 20,000.
22 and 23 is an offer of 9,000.
Should be 10, but I'll take 9.
9.
As for age, but not for ID. Did not- Okay, I'll take 9.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right, 9,000. 9,000.
24 went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charge.
Premises closed and empty. Neighbor said it's been closed for about a month. SLA called licensee several times and never received a return call. ALJ says SLA investigator is credible. Licensee says sometimes closed on Mondays and Tuesdays because business is slow. Produced no sales records. Licensee credible on some things, but not on others. Son's testimony, not credible.
SLA counsel says the premises may currently be open and operating. I was all over the place on this, from CB to 5,000. I don't know what to make.
What was it? It was 3,000.
I'll go with 3. I'll go with 3.
No, it's close. 3,000.
What was Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, I'll do 3.
3,000. 25 is a default at hearing.
This is 2 availing charges. I'm a cancel and bond.
In here.
Cancel
Mr. Mon-
bond.
Cancel and bond. 28 is a default at hearing.
Eh,
I got 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
30 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
32 is adjourned to December 11th.
1211.
33 and 34 were withdrawn by the licensee's attorney. 37 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
What's the,
5,000.
you say 5? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say 5.
Yeah.
All right, 40 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
I say
1,000.
1,000, yep.
44 is a no contest default at pleading.
License expired. CB.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
45 is an offer of letter of warning.
That's fine. This
Boy had a
was,
dispute
take
with
it.
2 females, patrons. Patron scratched the employee. The employer hit the patron with a bottle. Substantial pain, no injury. Cops came, squashed the whole thing. So what did you say? What did you guys agree on?
Letter of warning.
it's fine.
Was the letter of warning? All right, letter of warning.
Just because we took a big fine on a prior case.
Oh, yeah?
Wait, letter of warning? You guys are, everyone's okay with that? 1 second, let me go back to sometime. All right. 25. I'm sorry, going back to 25. Apparently they sent an email. This was a default at hearing. You guys voted to cancel and bond. They sent an email.
Wait, what number?
25. This is just being
25.
forwarded to my attention. 25. So we canceled and bond. We got an email at 2:43. It's the secretary's office. The attorney. We're scheduled for open the first 2 cases.
Attorney Siegel said on July 10th, 2024, that she no longer represents the license.
So there's an attorney
New attorney asked for an adjournment.
asked for an attorney.
That was denied, July 10th, 2024.
Well,
How do you have all this?
no, that's for a hearing. No, I'm talking about right now, for today.
This is what I read in the file.
Right, but
But
he's
today,
saying that
they're
they're
asking
asking for an
an
adjournment.
adjournment
Yeah.
of this matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Till December 11th.
Okay, December 11th.
So rescind the vote.
Yes, rescind the vote.
Okay.
You guys have to rescind the vote.
And you're okay with that?
Vote is rescinded.
Over to 12:11. $46 was a no contest default at pleading.
46.
They surrendered the license on June 24th. CB?
Yeah, cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
Cancel and bond. 47 went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charge.
Got 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
So 48 is a no contest default at pleading. We did get an email from an attorney. They want to reopen the case and plead not guilty.
Yes, back to counsel's office.
Are you okay with that, commissioners?
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
49 and 50 is an offer of 5,000.
Why do I have a question? Marijuana, 6 pounds found inside, disposition of discount on a D felony, 4 pounds of marijuana. So we got 10 pounds of marijuana. License is surrendered, yeah. 5,000? No, so we
Should
go
be
more.
10,000.
Want to do 10? Yeah.
10,000.
10,000.
Mr. Maya?
10,000, that is.
And then can I? What's the Elm Street one? The one or yeah, Elm Street Restaurant LLC. So Kevin did agree to adjourn that further. I just want to get that on the record to make sure that you guys are okay if that happens.
What are you talking about?
Which one's that?
That's the one in Southampton with all the residents. 9. Yeah, Southampton
We
Social
agreed
Club.
on that.
Okay, just to get it on the record, Kevin just now agreed to it also. So January 8th, 2025.
So January 8th.
So let's go back to 9. All right, so 9. So it is adjourned to December 11th. I did get an email from the residents saying they wanted January 8th.
Oh,
And I reached out to Kevin asking if he was okay with that. He just replied saying yes.
okay,
Okay, so
the
January
applicant's attorney is okay with it?
Yes.
Then I'm okay with it, yes.
Yeah.
They
What
want
number, what number was that one?
It's number 9.
number 9.
Okay,
So January what date? 8th?
9.
8th.
8th or 9th, I'm sorry.
8th.
8th.
okay, that worked out.
All right.
Okay, so I just want to get that, everything coming in and me looking at my email. 55 is an offer of 4,500.
I'm at 45.
45.
45.
56 is an offer of 4,500.
What's this? Automatic weapon behind the cash register. That would be a misdemeanor. Employee does not check IDs. Licensed principal drinking beer on the premises. Gun concerns me even though it's a misdemeanor. Business. Licensed for 8 years. An arrest was made for the gun.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Imagine it was an illegal gun, right, Shannon? They wouldn't have made an arrest if he had a license for it.
I was at 15 to 20, so do what you
Okay. All right, so we, 15,000?
Okay.
Mr. Maya?
Oh, let me just, 1 second. Do you know about the gun? Okay, I'll, you both said 15, right?
Yeah.
The commissioner and chair? I don't know, it doesn't, I'll say 10. We don't have to be, I don't know about that gun.
Want to hold it over
No,
to
I mean,
understand the nature of the gun? We can.
Yeah. Could we do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that, please. Thank
So
you.
we want to look into the gun.
The gun, yeah. Because that will,
Look into legality of guns. So can Shannon please do that?
thank you.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
okay.
they can do it.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
They wouldn't have arrested him if he had a license for it. So, my position doesn't change, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
For future though, you can just ask her to do it before we come to the meeting.
So held over to December 11th. Okay, next is 57, an offer of 3,500.
It's true that it's gonna be illegal. You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They wouldn't have made an arrest.
Okay.
It's probably not loaded or they.
Okay.
Okay, so we're 57
57 is an offer of 3,500.
Oh, wait.
and they plan to go to an OP. This is non-bona fide. I think this is low, but you guys can decide. This is non-bona fide books and records, just in itself is 3,500. No food.
I got screwed up here. What was the gun? What number?
The gun was 56.
Oh, hang on a minute. I know how, let me look this up for 1 second, because then I will definitely have, I just want to see if I differ.
What did I do with it?
I know right where I'm looking to. I'm going to take 3,500 as it's set forth in the bill of particulars. So 3,500 is accept. I'll say 3,500.
Commissioner De Leon?
All right, now, where are we? I just found 56 again.
57.
57. 57, I got 3,500.
Yeah. It's no food and books and records. And failure to supervise and a whole bunch of other things, but they have no history, so.
Are you okay with that, Chair?
Yeah, 3,500.
Okay. 60 is an offer of 1,500.
I'm gonna accept 15.
I'll say 1,500.
Chair De Leon?
That's an SLA offer, unlawfully dealing with a child they miss. I'll take 1,500.
Chair?
Yes.
No.
Accept 15.
Okay. 61 is an offer of 8,000.
I think that's also an SLA offer.
Accept 8,000.
8,000.
8,000.
Yeah. And then 61C is a new temporary retail permit.
Excuse me?
61C.
Previously disapproved due to an arrest. I don't know, you guys wanna have them come in or you wanna approve it? Where are you? You had questions? Anyone
No,
have
no, no, I
questions?
did
We should
not.
hold it over.
Yeah, we could hold it over.
Hold it over? Okay. Have the license C come, please. 1211.
1211.
All right. I have nothing else. Chair, do you have anything?
What about, did we do 61D?
Yeah, I don't have 61D record myself.
61D was that 4 a.m. one that we just did. The December 17 Mariah Carey
Oh,
concert.
right.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
And just for the record, not that anyone is listening at this point, we have announced the 2025 board meetings. The October 8th meeting will now be October 9th due to another holiday that we failed to account for. The full schedule is posted on our website, but Donald will update that.
All right. Meeting's adjourned.
You off the record?